Welcome to Truth Meets Fiction, your home for timeless stories, unforgettable characters, and the kind of content that stays with you long after the credits roll. Whether it's fact, fiction, or somewhere in between, you'll find it here. Let's begin.
Section 19 of Agatha Webb. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gaby Cowan. Agatha Webb by Katharine Green. Chapter 18, Part 2. Some Leading Questions. "Good morning, gentlemen," said he, advancing into their midst with an air whose unexpected manliness disguised his inward agitation. "The few words I have just heard Miss Page say interest me so much, I find it impossible not to join you." Amabel, upon whose lips a faint complacent smile had appeared as he stepped by her, glanced up at these words in secret astonishment at the indifference they showed, and then dropped her eyes to his hands with an intent gaze which seemed to affect him unpleasantly, for he thrust them immediately behind him, though he did not lower his head or lose his air of determination. "Is my presence here undesirable?" he inquired, with a glance towards his father. Sweetwater looked as if he thought it was, but he did not presume to say anything, and the others being too interested in their developments of Miss Page's story to waste any time on lesser matters, Frederick remained, greatly to Miss Page's evident satisfaction. "Did you see this man's face?" Mr. Courtney now broke in urgent inquiry. Her answer came slowly, after another long look in Frederick's direction. "No, I did not dare to make the effort. I was obliged to crouch too close to the floor. I simply heard his footsteps." "See, now," muttered Sweetwater, but in so low a tone she did not hear him. "She condemns herself. There isn't a woman living who would fail to look up under such circumstances, even at the risk of her life." Knapp seemed to agree with him, but Mr. Courtney, following his one idea, pressed his former question, saying: "Was it an old man's step?" "It was not an agile one." "And you did not catch the least glimpse of the man's face or figure?" "Not a glimpse." "So you are in no position to identify him?" "If by any chance I should hear those same footsteps coming down a flight of stairs, I think I should be able to recognize them," she allowed, in the sweetest tones at her command. "She knows it is too late for her to hear those of the two dead Zabels," growled the man from Boston. "We are no nearer the solution of this mystery than we were in the beginning," remarked the coroner. "Gentlemen, I have not yet finished my story," intimated Amabel, sweetly. "Perhaps what I have yet to tell you may give you some clue to the identity of this man." "Ah, yes. Go on, go on. You have not yet explained how you came to be in possession of Agatha's money." "Just so," she answered, with another quick look at Frederick, the last she gave him for some time. "As soon then as I dared I ran out of the house into the yard. The moon, which had been under a cloud, was now shining brightly, and by its light I saw that the space before me was empty and that I might venture to enter the street. But before doing so I looked about for the dagger I had thrown from me before going in. But I could not find it. It had been picked up by the fugitive and carried away. Annoyed at the cowardice which had led me to lose such a valuable piece of evidence through a purely womanish emotion, I was about to leave the yard when my eyes fell on the little bundle of sandwiches which I had brought down from the hill and which I had let fall under the pear tree at the first scream I had heard from the house. It had burst open, and 2 or 3 of the sandwiches lay broken on the ground, but those that were intact I picked up, and being more than ever anxious to cover up by some ostensible errand my absence from the party, I rushed away toward the lonely road where those brothers lived, meaning to leave such fragments as remained on the old doorstep, beyond which I had been told such suffering existed. It was now late, very late, for a girl like myself to be out, but under the excitement of what I had just seen and heard, I became oblivious to fear, and rushed into those dismal shadows as into transparent daylight. Perhaps the shouts and stray sounds of laughter that came up from the wharves where a ship was getting under way gave me a certain sense of companionship, perhaps, but it is folly for me to dilate upon my feelings. It is my errand you are interested in, and what happened when I approached the Zabels' dreary dwelling. The look with which she paused, ostensibly to take breath, but in reality to weigh and criticize the looks of those about her, was one of those wholly indescribable ones with which she was accustomed to control the judgment of men who allowed themselves to watch too closely the ever-changing expression of her weird yet charming face. But it fell upon men steeled against her fascinations, and realizing her inability to move them, she proceeded with her story before even the most anxious of her hearers could request her to do so. "I had come along the road very quietly," said she, "for my feet were lightly shod, and the moonlight was too bright for me to make a misstep. But as I cleared the trees and came into the open place where the house stands, I stumbled with surprise at seeing a figure crouching on the doorstep I had anticipated finding as empty as the road. It was an old man's figure, and as I paused in my embarrassment, he slowly and with great feebleness rose to his feet and began to grope about for the door. As he did so, I heard a sharp tinkling sound as of something metallic falling on the doorstone, and, taking a quick step forward, I looked over his shoulder and spied in the moonlight at his feet a dagger so like the one I had lately handled in Mrs. Webb's yard that I was overwhelmed with astonishment, and surveyed the aged and feeble form from the man who had dropped it with a sensation difficult to describe. The next moment he was stooping for the weapon. With the startled air that has impressed itself distinctly upon my memory, and then when, after many feeble attempts, he succeeded in grasping it, he vanished into the house so suddenly that I could not be sure whether or not he had seen me standing there. All this was more than surprising to me, for I had never thought of associating an old man with this crime. Indeed, I was so astonished to find him in possession of this weapon that I forgot all about my errand and only wondered how I could see and know more. Fearing detection, I slid in amongst the bushes and soon found myself under one of the windows. The shade was down, and I was about to push it aside when I heard someone moving about inside and stopped. But I could not restrain my curiosity, so pulling a hairpin from my hair, I worked a little hole in the shade, and through this I looked into a room brightly illuminated by the moon, which shone in through an adjoining window. And what did I see there? Her eye turned on Frederick. His right hand had stolen toward his left, but it paused under her look and remained motionless. Only an old man sitting at a table, and why did she pause, and why did she cover up that pause with a wholly inconsequential sentence? Perhaps Frederick could have told, Frederick, whose hand had now fallen at his side. But Frederick volunteered nothing, and no one, not even Sweetwater, guessed all that lay beyond, that and which was left hovering in the air to be finished. When? Alas, had she not said the day and the hour? What she did say was in seeming explanation of her previous sentence. It was not the same old man I had seen on the doorstep, and while I was looking at him, I became aware of someone leaving the house and passing me on the road uphill. Of course, this ended my interest in what went on within, and turning as quickly as I could, I hurried into the road and followed the shadow I could just perceive disappearing in the woods above me. I was bound, gentlemen, as you see, to follow out my adventure to the end. But my task now became very difficult, for the moon was high and shone down upon the road so distinctly that I could not follow the person before me as closely as I wished without running the risk of being discovered by him. I therefore trusted more to my ear than to my eye, and as long as I could hear his steps in front of me, I was satisfied. But presently, as we turned up this very hill, I ceased to hear these steps, and so became confident that he had taken to the woods. I was so sure of this that I did not hesitate to enter them myself, and knowing the paths well, as I have every opportunity of doing, living as we do directly opposite this forest, I easily found my way to the little clearing that I have reason to think you gentlemen have since become acquainted with. But though from the sounds I heard I was assured that the person I was following was not far in advance of me, I did not dare to enter this brilliantly illumined place, especially as there was every indication of this person having completed whatever task he had set for himself. Indeed, I was sure that I heard his steps coming back, so for the second time I crouched down in the darkest place I could find and let this mysterious person pass me. When he had quite disappeared, I made my own retreat, for it was late, and I was afraid of being missed at the ball. But later, or rather the next day, I recrossed the road and began a search for the money which I was confident had been left in the woods opposite, by the person I had been following. I found it, and when the man here present, who, though a mere fiddler, has presumed to take a leading part in this interview, came upon me with the bills in my hand, I was but burying deeper the ill-gotten gains I had come upon. "Ah, and so making them your own," quoth Sweetwater, stung by the sarcasm in that word fiddler. But with a suavity against which every attack fell powerless, she met his significant look with one fully as significant, and quietly said: "If I wanted the money for myself, I would not have risked leaving it where the murderer would find it by digging up a few handfuls of mold and a bunch of sodden leaves. No, I had another motive for my action, a motive with which few, if any, of you will be willing to credit me. I wished to save the murderer, whom I had some reason, as you see, for thinking I knew, from the consequences of his own action. Mr. Courtney, Dr. Talbot, and even Mr. Sutherland, who naturally believed she referred to Zabel, and who, one and all, had a lingering tenderness for this unfortunate old man, which not even this seeming act of madness on his part could quite destroy, felt the species of reaction at this, and surveyed the singular being before them with, perhaps, the slightest shade of relenting in their severity. Sweetwater alone betrayed restlessness. Knapp showed no feeling at all, while Frederick stood like one petrified and moved neither hand nor foot. "Crime is despicable when it results from cupidity only," she went on, with a deliberateness so hard that the more susceptible of her auditors shuddered. "But crime that springs from some imperative and overpowering necessity of the mind or body might well awaken sympathy, and I am not ashamed of having been sorry for this frenzied and suffering man. Weak and impulsive as you may consider me, I did not want him to suffer on account of a moment's madness, as he undoubtedly would if he were ever found with Agatha Webb's money in his possession. So I plunged it deeper into the soil and trusted to the confusion which crime always awakens even in the strongest mind, for him not to discover its hiding place till the danger connected with it was over. Ha! Wonderful! Devilish subtle! Eh? Clever, too clever! Were some of the whispered exclamations which this curious explanation on her part brought out. Yet only Sweetwater showed his open and entire disbelief of the story, the others possibly remembering that for such natures as hers there is no governing law and no commonplace interpretation. To Sweetwater, however, this was but so much display of feminine resource and subtlety, though he felt he should keep still in the presence of men so greatly his superiors. He could not resist saying, "Truth is sometimes stranger than fiction. I should never have attributed any such motive as you mention to the young girl I saw leaving this spot with many a backward glance at the hole from which we afterwards extracted the large sum of money in question. But say that this revering of stolen funds was out of consideration for the feeble old man you describe as having carried them there. Do you not see that by this act you can be held as an accessory after the fact?" Her eyebrows went up, and the delicate curve of her lips was not without menace as she said, "You hate me, Mr. Sweetwater. Do you wish me to tell this gentleman why?" The flush which, notwithstanding this peculiar young man's nerve, instantly crimsoned his features, was a surprise to Frederick. So was it to the others, who saw in it a possible hint as to the real cause of his persistent pursuit of this young girl, which they had hitherto ascribed entirely to his love of justice. Slighted love makes some hearts venomous. Could this ungainly fellow have once loved and have been disdained by this bewitching piece of unreliability? It was a very possible assumption, though Sweetwater's blush was the only answer he gave to her question, which nevertheless had amply served its turn. To fill the gap caused by his silence, Mr. Sutherland made an effort and addressed her himself. "Your conduct," said he, "has not been that of a strictly honorable person. Why did you fail to give the alarm when you re-entered my house after being witness to this double tragedy?" Her serenity was not to be disturbed. "I've just explained," she reminded him, "that I had sympathy for the criminal." "We all have sympathy for James Zabel, but—" "I do not believe one word of this story," interposed Sweetwater in reckless disregard of proprieties. "A hungry, feeble old man like Zabel, on the verge of death, could not have found his way into these woods. You carried the money there yourself, miss. You are the—" "Shush!" interposed the coroner authoritatively. "Do not let us go too fast yet. Miss Page has an air of speaking the truth. Strange and unaccountable as it may seem, Zabel was an admirable man once, and if he was led into theft and murder, it was not until his faculties had been weakened by his own suffering and that of his much loved brother." "Thank you," was her simple reply, and for the first time every man there thrilled at her tone. Seeing it, all the dangerous fascination of her look and manner returned upon her with double force. "I have been unwise," said she, "and let my sympathy run away with my judgment. Women have impulses of this kind sometimes, and men blame them for it. till they themselves come to the point of feeling the need of just such blind devotion. I am sure I regret my short-sightedness now, for I have lost esteem by it, while he— With a wave of the hand she dismissed the subject, and Dr. Talbot, watching her, felt a shade of his distrust leave him, and in its place a species of admiration for the lithe, graceful, bewitching personality before them, with her childish impulses and womanly wit, which half mystified and half imposed upon them. Mr. Sutherland, on the contrary, was neither charmed from his antagonism nor convinced of her honesty. There was something in this matter that could not be explained away by her argument, and his suspicion of that something he felt perfectly sure was shared by his son, toward whose cold, set face he had frequently cast the most uneasy glances. He was not ready, however, to probe into the subject more deeply, nor could he, for the sake of Frederick, urge on to any further confession a young woman whom his unhappy son professed to love, and in whose discretion he had so little confidence. As for Sweetwater, he had now fully recovered his self-possession, and bore himself with great discretion when Dr. Talbot finally said: "Well, gentlemen, we have got more than we expected when we came here this morning. There remains, however, a point regarding which we have received no explanation. Miss Page, how came that orchid which I told you wore in your hair at the dance to be found lying near the hem of Patsy's skirts? You distinctly told us that you did not go upstairs when you were in Mrs. Webb's house." "Oh, that's so," acquiesced the Boston detective dryly. "How came that flower on the scene of the murder?" She smiled and seemed equal to the emergency. "That is a mystery for us all to solve," she said quietly, frankly meeting the eyes of her questioner. "A mystery it is your business to solve," corrected the district attorney. "Nothing that you have told us in support of your innocence could, in the eyes of the law, weigh on one instant against the complicity shown by that one piece of circumstantial evidence against you." Her smile carried a certain high-handed denial of this to one heart there, at least, but her words were humble enough. "I am aware of that," said she. Then, turning to where Sweetwater stood lowering upon her from out his half-closed eyes, she impetuously exclaimed: "You, sir, who, with no excuse an honorable person can recognize, have seen fit to arrogate to yourself duties wholly out of your province, prove yourself equal to your presumption by ferreting out, alone and unassisted, the secret of this mystery. It can be done, for, mark, I did not carry that flower into the room where it was found. This I am ready to assert before God and before man." Her hand was raised, her whole attitude spoke defiance, and hard as it was for Sweetwater to acknowledge it, truth. He felt that he had received a challenge, and with a quick glance at Knapp, who barely responded by a shrug, he shifted over to the side of Dr. Talbot. Amabel at once dropped her hand. "May I go?" she now cried appealingly to Mr. Courtney. "I really have no more to say, and I am tired. Did you see the figure of the man who brushed by you in the wood? Was it that of the old man you saw on the doorstep?" At this direct question Frederick quivered in spite of his dogged self-control, but she, with her face upturned to meet the scrutiny of the speaker, showed only a childish kind of wonder. "Why do you ask that? Is there any doubt about its being the same?" What an actress she was! Frederick stood appalled. He had been amazed at the skill with which she had manipulated her story so as to keep her promise to him, and yet leave the way open for that further confession which would alter the whole into a denunciation of himself which he would find it difficult, if not impossible, to meet. But this extreme dissimulation made him lose heart. It showed her to be an antagonist of almost illimitable resource and secret determination. "I did not suppose there could be any doubt," she added, in such a natural tone of surprise that Mr. Courtney dropped the subject, and Dr. Talbot turned to Sweetwater, who for the moment seemed to have robbed Knapp of his rightful place as the coroner's confidant. "Shall we let her go for the present?" he whispered. "She does look tired, poor girl." The public challenge which Sweetwater had received made him wary, and his reply was a guarded one. "I do not trust her, yet there is much to confirm her story. Those sandwiches, now, she says she dropped them in Mrs. Webb's yard under the pear tree, and that the bag that held them burst open. Gentlemen, the birds were so busy there on the morning after the murder that I could not but notice them, notwithstanding my absorption in greater matters. I remember wondering what they were all pecking at so eagerly. But how about the flower, whose presence on the scene of guilt she challenged me to explain, and the money so deftly reburied by her? Can any explanation make her other than accessory to a crime on whose fruits she lays her hand in a way tending solely to concealment? No, sirs, and so I shall not relax my vigilance over her, even if, in order to be faithful to it, I have to suggest that a warrant be made out for her imprisonment." "You are right," acquiesced the coroner, and turning to Miss Page, he told her she was too valuable a witness to be lost sight of, and requested her to prepare to accompany him into town. She made no objection. On the contrary, her cheeks dimpled, and she turned away with alacrity towards her room. But before the door closed on her she looked back and, with a persuasive smile, remarked that she had told all she knew, or thought she knew at the time, but that perhaps after thinking the matter carefully over she might remember some detail that could throw some extra light on the subject. "Call her back," cried Mr. Courtney. "She is withholding something. Let us hear it all." But Mr. Sutherland, with a side look at Frederick, persuaded the district attorney to postpone all further examination of this artful girl until they were alone. The anxious father had noted, what the rest were too preoccupied to observe, that Frederick had reached the limit of his strength and could not be trusted to preserve his composure any longer in face of this searching examination into the conduct of a woman from whom he had so lately detached himself. End of section 19, part 2 of Some Leading Questions. Recorded by Gabby Cowan. Section 20 of Agatha Webb. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gabby Cowan. Agatha Webb by Katharine Green. Chapter 20. Poor Philemon. The next day was the day of Agatha's funeral. She was to be buried in Portchester by the side of her 6 children, and, as the day was fine, the whole town, as by common consent, assembled in the road along which the humble cortege was to make its way to the spot indicated. From the windows of farmhouses, from between the trees of the few scattered thickets along the way, saddened and curious faces looked forth till Sweetwater, who walked as near as he dared to the immediate friends of the deceased, felt the impossibility of remembering them all and gave up the task in despair. Before one house, about a mile out of town, the procession paused, and at a gesture from the minister every one within sight took off their hats, amid a hush which made almost painfully apparent the twittering of birds and other sounds of animate and inanimate nature, which are inseparable from a country road. They had reached Widow Jones's cottage, in which Philemon was then staying. The front door was closed, and so were the lower windows, but in one of the upper casements a movement was perceptible, and in another instant there came into view a woman and man, supporting between them the impassive form of Agatha's husband, holding him up in plain sight of the almost breathless throng below. The woman pointed to where his darling lay and appeared to say something to him. Then there was to be seen a strange sight. The old man, with his thin white locks fluttering in the breeze, leaned forward with a smile, and holding out his arms, cried in a faint but joyful tone, "Agatha!" Then, as if realizing for the first time that it was death he looked upon, and that the crowd below was a funeral procession, his face altered, and he fell back with a low heartbroken moan into the arms of those who supported him. As his white head disappeared from sight, the procession moved on, and from only one pair of lips went up that groan of sorrow with which every heart seemed surcharged. One groan. From whose lips did it come? Sweetwater endeavored to ascertain, but was not able, nor could anyone inform him, unless it was Mr. Sutherland, whom he dared not approach. This gentleman was on foot like the rest, with his arm fast linked in that of his son Frederick. He had meant to ride, for the distance was long for men past 60, but finding the latter resolved to walk, he had consented to do the same rather than be separated from his son. He had fears for Frederick, he could hardly have told why, and as the ceremony proceeded and Agatha was so solemnly laid away in the place prepared for her, his sympathies grew upon him to such an extent that he found it difficult to quit the young man for a moment, or even to turn his eyes away from the face he had never seemed to know till now. But as friends and strangers were now leaving the yard, he controlled himself, and assuming a more natural demeanor, asked his son if he were now ready to ride back. But, to his astonishment, Frederick replied that he did not intend to return to Sutherland town at present, that he had business in Portchester, and that he was doubtful as to when he would be ready to return. As the old gentleman did not wish to raise a controversy, he said nothing, but as soon as he saw Frederick disappear up the road, he sent back the carriage he had ordered, saying that he would return in a Portchester gig as soon as he had settled some affairs of his own, which might and might not detain him there till evening. Then he proceeded to a little inn, where he hired a room with windows that looked out on the high road. In one of these windows he sat all day, watching for Frederick, who had gone farther up the road. But no Frederick appeared, and with vague misgivings, from which as yet he had no name, he left the window and set out on foot for home. It was now dark, but a silvery gleam on the horizon gave promise of the speedy rising of a full moon. Otherwise he would not have attempted to walk over a road proverbially dark and dismal. The churchyard in which they had just laid away Agatha lay in his course. As he approached it he felt his heart fail, and stopping a moment at the stone wall that separated it from the high road, he leaned against the trunk of a huge elm that guarded the gate of entrance. As he did so, he heard a sound of repressed sobbing from some spot not very far away, and moved by some undefinable impulse stronger than his will, he pushed the gate open and entered the sacred precincts. Instantly the weirdness and desolation of the spot struck him. He wished, yet dreaded, to advance. Something in the grief of the mourner whose sobs he had heard had seized upon his heart strings, and yet, as he hesitated, the sounds came again, and forgetting that his intrusion might not prove altogether welcome, he pressed forward till he came within a few feet of the spot from which the sobs issued. He had moved quietly, feeling the awesomeness of the place, and when he paused it was with a sensation of dread, not to be entirely explained by the sad and dismal surroundings. Dark as it was, he discerned the outline of a form lying stretched in speechless misery across a grave, but when, impelled by an almost irresistible compassion, he strove to speak, his tongue clove to the roof of his mouth, and he only drew back farther into the shadow. He had recognized the mourner and the grave. The mourner was Frederick, and the grave that of Agatha Webb. A few minutes later Mr. Sutherland reappeared at the door of the inn, and asked for a gig and driver to take him back to Sutherland town. He said, in excuse for his indecision, that he had undertaken to walk, but he found his strength inadequate to the exertion. He was looking very pale and trembled, so that the landlord, who took his order, asked him if he were ill. But Mr. Sutherland insisted that he was quite well, only in a hurry, and showed the greatest impatience till he was again started upon the road. For the first half mile he sat perfectly silent. The moon was now up, and the road stretched before them flooded with light. As long as no one was to be seen on this road, or on the path running beside it, Mr. Sutherland held himself erect, his eyes fixed before him, in an attitude of anxious inquiry. But as soon as any sound came to break the silence, or there appeared in the distance ahead of them the least appearance of a plodding wayfarer, he drew back, and hid himself in the recesses of the vehicle. This happened several times. Then his whole manner changed. They had just passed Frederick walking with bowed head towards Sutherland town. But he was not the only person on the road at this time. A few minutes previously they had passed another man walking in the same direction. As Mr. Sutherland mused over this, he found himself peering through the small window at the back of the buggy, striving to catch another glimpse of the two men plodding behind him. He could see them both, his son's form throwing its long shadow over the moonlight road, followed only too closely by the man whose ungainly shape he feared to acknowledge to himself was growing only too familiar in his eyes. Falling into a troubled reverie, he beheld the well-known houses, and the great trees under whose shadow he had grown from youth to manhood, flit by him like phantoms in a dream. But suddenly one house and one place drew his attention with a force that startled him again into an erect attitude, and seizing with one hand the arm of the driver, he pointed with the other at the door of the cottage they were passing, saying in choked tones: "See, see, something dreadful has happened since we passed by here this morning. That is crape, Samuel, crape, hanging from the doorpost yonder." "Yes, it is crape," answered the driver, jumping out and running up the path to look. "Philemon must be dead, the good Philemon." Here was a fresh blow. Mr. Sutherland bowed before it for a moment. Then he rose hurriedly and stepped down into the road beside the driver. "Get in again," said he, "and drive on. Ride a half a mile. Then come back for me. I must see the widow Jones." The driver, awed both by the occasion and the feeling it had called up in Mr. Sutherland, did as he was bid and drove away. Mr. Sutherland, with a glance back at the road he had just traversed, walked painfully up the path to Mrs. Jones's door. A moment's conversation with the woman who answered his summons proved the driver's supposition to be correct. Philemon had passed away. He had never rallied from the shock he had received. He had joined his beloved Agatha on the day of her burial, and the long tragedy of their mutual life was over. "It is a mercy that no inheritor of their misfortune remains," quoth the good woman, as she saw the affliction her tidings caused in this much revered friend. The assent Mr. Sutherland gave was mechanical. He was anxiously studying the road leading toward Portchester. Suddenly he stepped hastily into the house. "Will you be so good as to let me sit down in your parlour for a few minutes?" he asked. "I should like to rest there for an instant alone. This final blow has upset me." The good woman bowed. Mr. Sutherland's word was law in that town. She did not even dare to protest against the alone which he had so pointedly emphasized, but left him after making him, as she said, comfortable, and went back to her duties in the room above. It was fortunate that she was so amenable to his wishes, for no sooner had her steps ceased to be heard than Mr. Sutherland rose from the easy chair in which he had been seated, and putting out the lamp widow Jones had insisted on lighting, passed directly to the window, through which he began to peer with looks of the deepest anxiety. A man was coming up the road, a young man, Frederick. As Mr. Sutherland recognized him he leaned forward with increased anxiety, till, at the appearance of his son in front, his scrutiny grew so strained and penetrating that it seemed to exercise a magnetic influence upon Frederick, causing him to look up. The glance he gave the house was but momentary, but in that glance the father saw all that he had secretly dreaded. As his son's eye fell on that fluttering bit of crape, testifying to another death in this already much bereaved community, he staggered wildly. Then, in a pause of doubt, drew nearer and nearer, till his fingers grasped this symbol of mourning and clung there. Next moment he was far down the road, plunging toward home in a state of great mental disorder. A half an hour afterwards Mr. Sutherland reached home. He had not overtaken Frederick again, or even his accompanying shadow. Ascertaining at his own door that his son had not yet come in, but had been seen going farther up the hill, he turned back again into the road and proceeded after him on foot. The next place to his own was occupied by Mr. Halliday. As he approached it he caught sight of a man standing half in and half out of the honeysuckle porch, whom he at first thought to be Frederick, but he soon saw that it was the fellow who had been following his son all the way from Portchester, and, controlling his first movement of dislike, he stepped up to him and quietly said, "Sweetwater, is it you?" The young man fell back and showed a most extraordinary agitation, quickly suppressed, however. "Yes, sir, it is no one else. Do you know what I am doing here?" "I fear I do. You have been to Portchester. You have seen my son." Sweetwater made a hurried, almost an entreating gesture. "Never mind that, Mr. Sutherland. I had rather you wouldn't say anything about that. I am as much broken up by what I have seen as you are. I never suspected him of having any direct connection with this murder, only the girl to whom he has so unfortunately attached himself. But after what I have seen, what am I to think? What am I to do? I honor you. I would not grieve you. But, oh, sir, perhaps you can help me out of the maze into which I have stumbled. Perhaps you can assure me that Mr. Frederick did not leave the ball at the time she did. I missed him from among the dancers. I did not see him between 12 and 3, but perhaps you did, and his voice broke. He was almost as profoundly agitated as Mr. Sutherland. As for the latter, who found himself unable to reassure the other on this very vital point, having no remembrance himself of having seen Frederick among his guests during those fatal hours, he stood speechless, lost in abysses, the depth and horror of which only a father can appreciate. Sweetwater respected his anguish, and for a moment was silent himself. Then he burst out: "I had rather never live to see this day than be the cause of shame or suffering to you. Tell me what to do. Shall I be deaf, dumb?" Here Mr. Sutherland found voice. "You make too much of what you saw," said he. "My boy has faults and has lived anything but a satisfactory life, but he is not as bad as you would intimate. He can never have taken life. That would be incredible, monstrous, in one brought up as he has been. Besides, if he were so far gone in evil as to be willing to attempt crime, he had no motive to do so, Sweetwater. He had no motive. A few $100 but this he could have got from me, and did but—" Why did the wretched father stop? Did he recall the circumstances under which Frederick had obtained these last hundreds from him? They were not ordinary circumstances, and Frederick had been in no ordinary strait. Mr. Sutherland could not but acknowledge to himself that there was something in this whole matter which contradicted the very plea he was making, and not being able to establish the conviction of his son's innocence in his own mind, he was too honorable to try to establish it in that of another. His next words betrayed the depth of his struggle. "It is that girl who has ruined him, Sweetwater. He loves but doubts her, as who could help doing after the story she told us the day before yesterday? Indeed, he has doubted her ever since that fatal night, and it is this which has broken his heart, and not—" Again the old gentleman paused. Again he recovered himself, this time with a touch of his usual dignity and self-command. "Leave me," he cried. "Nothing that you have seen has escaped me, but our interpretations of it may differ. I will watch over my son from this hour, and you may trust my vigilance." Sweetwater bowed. "You have a right to command me," said he. "You may have forgotten, but I have not, that I owe my life to you. Years ago, perhaps you can recall it. It was at that black pond. I was going down for the third time, and my mother was screaming in terror on the bank, when you plunged in and—well, sir, such things are never forgotten, and, as I said before, you have only to command me." He turned to go, but suddenly came back. There were signs of mental conflict in his face and voice. "Mr. Sutherland, I am not a talkative man. If I trust your vigilance, you may trust my discretion. Only I must have your word that you will convey no warning to your son." Mr. Sutherland made an indefinable gesture, and Sweetwater again disappeared, this time not to return. As for Mr. Sutherland, he remained standing before Mr. Halliday's door. What had the young man meant by this emphatic repetition of his former suggestion? That he would be quiet also and not speak of what he had seen? Why, then, but to the hope thus given, this honest hearted gentleman would yield no quarter, and seeing a duty before him, a duty he dared not shirk, he brought his emotions, violent as they were, into complete and absolute subjection, and opening Mr. Halliday's door, entered the house. They were all neighbours, and ceremony was ignored between them. Finding the hall empty and the parlour door open, he walked immediately into the latter room. The sight that met his eyes never left his memory. Agnes, his little Agnes, whom he had always loved and whom he had vainly longed to call by the endearing name of daughter, sat with her face towards him, looking up at Frederick. That young gentleman had just spoken to her, or she had just received something from his hand from her own, was held out, and her expression was one of gratitude and acceptance. She was not a beautiful girl, but she had a beautiful look, and at this moment it was exalted by a feeling the old gentleman had once longed, but now dreaded inexpressibly, to see there. What could it mean? Why did she show at this unhappy crisis interest, devotion, passion almost, for one she had regarded with open scorn when it was the dearest wish of his heart to see them united? It was one of the contradictions of our mysterious human nature, and at this crisis, and in this moment of secret heartbreak and miserable doubt, it made the old gentleman shrink with his first feeling of actual despair. The next moment Agnes had risen, and they were both facing him. "Good evening, Agnes." Mr. Sutherland forced himself to speak lightly. "Ah, Frederick, do I find you here?" The latter question had more constraint in it. Frederick smiled. There was an air of relief about him, almost of cheerfulness. "I was just leaving," said he. "I was the bearer of a message to Miss Halliday." He had always called her Agnes before. Mr. Sutherland, who had found his faculties confused by the expression he had surprised on the young girl's face, answered with a divided attention. "And I have a message to give you. Wait outside on the porch for me, Frederick, till I exchange a word with our little friend here." Agnes, who had thrust something she held into a box that lay beside her on a table, turned with a confused blush to listen. Mr. Sutherland waited till Frederick had stepped into the hall. Then he drew Agnes to one side and remorselessly, persistently raised her face toward him till she was forced to meet his benevolent but searching regard. "Do you know," he whispered, in what he endeavored to make a bantering tone, "how very few days it is since that unhappy boy yonder confessed his love for a young lady whose name I cannot bring myself to utter in your presence? The intent was kind, but the effect was unexpectedly cruel." With a droop of her head and hurried gasp which conveyed a mixture of entreaty and reproach, Agnes drew back in a vague endeavour to hide her sudden uneasiness. He saw his mistake and let his hands drop. "Don't, my dear," he whispered. "I had no idea it would hurt you to hear this. You have always seemed indifferent, hard even, toward my scapegrace son, and this was right, for what could he say? How express 1/10 of that with which his breast was labouring? He could not, he dared not, so ended, as we have intimated, by a confused stammering. Agnes, who had never before seen this object of her lifelong admiration under any serious emotion, felt an impulse of remorse, as if she herself had been guilty of occasioning his embarrassment. Plucking up her courage, she wistfully eyed him. Did you imagine," she murmured, "that I needed any warning against Frederick, who has never honored me with his regard, as he has the young lady you cannot mention? I am afraid you don't know me, Mr. Sutherland, notwithstanding I have sat on your knee and sometimes plucked at your beard in my infantile insistence upon attention." "I am afraid I don't know you," he answered. "I feel that I know nobody now, not even my son." He had hoped she would look up at this, but she did not. "Will my little girl think me very curious and very impertinent if I ask her what my son Frederick was saying when I came into the room?" She looked up now, and with visible candor answered him immediately and to the point. "Frederick is in trouble, Mr. Sutherland. He has felt the need of a friend who could appreciate this, and he has asked me to be that friend. Besides, he brought me a packet of letters which he entreated me to keep for him. I took them, Mr. Sutherland, and I will keep them as he asked me to do, safe from everybody's inspection, even my own." Oh, why had he questioned her? He did not want to know of these letters. He did not want to know that Frederick possessed anything which he was afraid to retain in his own possession. "My son did wrong," said he, "to confide anything to your care which he did not desire to retain in his own home. I feel that I ought to see these letters, for if my son is in trouble, as you say, I, his father, ought to know it." "I am not sure about that," she smiled. "His trouble may be of a different nature than you imagine. Frederick has led a life that he regrets. I think his chief source of suffering lies in the fact that it is so hard for him to make others believe that he means to do differently in the future." "Does he mean to do differently?" She flushed. "He says so, Mr. Sutherland, and I, for one, cannot help believing him. Don't you see that he begins to look like another man?" Mr. Sutherland was taken aback. He had noticed this fact, and had found it a hard one to understand. To ascertain what her explanation of it might be, he replied at once: "There is a change in him, a very evident change." "What is the occasion of it? To what do you ascribe it, Agnes?" How breathlessly he waited for her answer. Had she any suspicion of the awful doubts which were so deeply agitating himself that night? She did not appear to have. "I hesitate," she faltered, "but not from any doubt of Frederick, to tell you just what I think lies at the bottom of the sudden change observable in him. Miss Page, you see I can name her if you cannot, has proved herself so unworthy of his regard that the shock he has received has opened his eyes to certain failings of his own which made his weakness in her regard possible. I do not know of any other explanation. Do you?" At this direct question, breathed, though it was by tender lips, and launched in ignorance of the barb which carried it to his heart, Mr. Sutherland recoiled and cast an anxious look upon the door. Then, with forced composure, he quietly said: "If you, who are so much nearer his age, and, let me hope, his sympathy, do not feel sure of his real feelings, how should I, who am his father but have never been his confidant?" "Oh," she cried, holding out her hands, "such a good father! Some day he will appreciate that fact as well as others. Believe it, Mr. Sutherland, believe it." And then, ashamed of her glowing interest, which was a little more pronounced than became her simple attitude of friend toward a man professedly in love with another woman, she faltered and cast the shyest of looks upward at the face she had never seen turned toward her with anything but kindness. "I have confidence in Frederick's good heart," she added, with something like dignity. "Would God that I could share it!" was the only answer she received. Before she could recover from the shock of these words, Mr. Sutherland was gone. Agnes was more or less disconcerted by this interview. There was a lingering in her step that night, as she trod the little white embowered chamber, sacred to her girlish dreams, which bespake an overcharged heart, a heart that, before she slept, found relief in these few words whispered by her into the night air, laden with the sweetness of honeysuckles. "Can it be that he is right? Did I need such a warning? I, who have hated this man, and who thought that it was my hatred which made it impossible for me to think of anything or anybody else since we parted from each other last night? Oh me, if it is so!" And from the great wide world without, tremulous with moonlight, the echo seemed to come back: "Woe to thee, Agnes Halliday, if this be so." End of chapter 20. Poor Philemon. Recorded by Gabby Cowan. Section 21 of Agatha Webb. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gabby Cowan. Agatha Webb by Katharine Green. Chapter 21. A Surprise for Mr. Sutherland. Meanwhile, Mr. Sutherland and Frederick stood facing each other in the former's library. Nothing had been said during their walk down the hill, and nothing seemed likely to proceed from Frederick now, though his father waited with great and growing agitation for some explanation that would relieve the immense strain on his heart. At last he himself spoke, dryly, as we all speak when the heart is fullest and we fear to reveal the depth of our emotions. "What papers were those you gave into Agnes Halliday's keeping? Anything which we could not have more safely, not to say discreetly, harbored in our own house?" Frederick, taken aback, for he had not realized that his father had seen these papers, hesitated for a moment. Then he boldly said: "They were letters, old letters, which I felt to be better out of this house than in it. I could not destroy them, so I gave them into the guardianship of the most conscientious person I know." "I hope you won't demand to see those letters." "Indeed, sir, I hope you won't demand to see them. They were not written for your eye, and I would rather rest under your displeasure than have them in any way made public." Frederick showed such earnestness rather than fear that Mr. Sutherland was astonished. "When were these letters written?" he asked. "Lately or before? You say they are old. How old?" Frederick's breath came easier. "Some of them were written years ago, most of them, in fact. It is a personal matter. Every man has such. I wish I could have destroyed them. You will leave them with Agnes, sir?" "You astonished me," said Mr. Sutherland, relieved that he could at least hope that these letters were in no wise connected with the subject of his own frightful suspicions. "A young girl, to whom you certainly were most indifferent a week ago, is a curious guardian of letters you declined to show to your father." "I know it," was Frederick's sole reply. Somehow the humility with which this was uttered touched Mr. Sutherland and roused hopes he had supposed dead. He looked his son for the first time directly in the eye, and with a beating heart said: "Your secrets, if you have such, might better be entrusted to your father. You have no better friend." and there he stopped with a horrified, despairing feeling of inward weakness. If Frederick had committed a crime, anything could be better than knowing it. Turning partially aside, he fingered the papers on the desk before which he was standing. A large envelope containing some legal document lay before him. Taking it up mechanically, he opened it. Frederick as mechanically watched him. "I know," said the latter, "that I have no better friend. You have been too good, too indulgent. What is it, father? You change color, look ill. What is in that paper?" Mr. Sutherland straightened himself. There was a great reserve of strength in this broken down man yet. Fixing Frederick with a gaze more penetrating than any he had yet bestowed upon him, he folded his hands behind him with the document held tightly between them, and remarked: "When you borrowed that money from me, you did it like a man who expected to repay it. Why? Whence did you expect to receive the money with which to repay me? Answer, Frederick. This is your hour of confession." Frederick turned so pale his father dropped his eyes in mercy. "Confess?" he repeated. "What should I confess? My sins? There are too many. As for that money, I hope to return it as any son might hope to reimburse his father for money advanced to pay a gambler's debt. I said I meant to work. My first money earned shall be offered to you. I—" "Well, well?" His father was holding the document he had just read, opened out before his eyes. "Didn't you expect this?" he asked. "Didn't you know that that poor woman, that wretchedly murdered, most unhappy woman, whose death the whole town mourns, had made you her heir? That by the terms of this document, seen by me here and now for the first time, I am made executor and you the inheritor of the $100,000 or more left by Agatha Webb?" "No!" cried Frederick, his eyes glued to the paper, his whole face and form expressing something more akin to terror than surprise. "Has she done this? Why should she? I hardly knew her." "No, you hardly knew her, and she hardly knew you. If she had, she would have abhorred rather than enriched you. Frederick, I had rather see you dead than stand before me the inheritor of Philemon and Agatha Webb's hard-earned savings." "You are right. It would be better," murmured Frederick, hardly heeding what he said. Then, as he encountered his father's eye resting upon him with implacable scrutiny, he added, in weak repetition, "Why should she give her money to me? What was I to her that she should will me her fortune?" The father's finger trembled to a certain line in the document, which seemed to offer some explanation of this, but Frederick did not follow it. He had seen that his father was expecting a reply to the question he had previously put, and he was casting about in his mind how to answer it. "When did you know of this will?" Mr. Sutherland now repeated, "for know of it you did before you came to me for money." Frederick summoned up his full courage and confronted his father resolutely. "No," said he, "I did not know of it. It is as much of a surprise to me as it is to you." He lied. Mr. Sutherland knew that he lied, and Frederick knew that he knew it. A shadow fell between them, which the older, with that unspeakable fear upon him roused by Sweetwater's whispered suspicions, dared no longer attempt to lift. After a few minutes in which Frederick seemed to see his father age before his eyes, Mr. Sutherland coldly remarked: "Dr. Talbot must know of this will. It has been sent here to me from Boston by a lawyer who drew it up 2 years ago. The coroner may not as yet have heard of it. Will you accompany me to his office tomorrow? I should like to have him see that we wish to be open with him in an affair of such importance." "I will accompany you gladly," said Frederick, and seeing that his father neither wished nor was able to say anything further, he bowed with a distant ceremony as to a stranger and quietly withdrew. But when the door had closed between them and only the memory of his father's changed countenance remained to trouble him, he paused and laid his hand again on the knob, as if tempted to return, but he left without doing so, only to turn again at the end of the hall and gaze wistfully back. Yet he went on. As he opened his own door and disappeared within, he said half audibly, "Easy to destroy me now, Amabel. One word and I am lost." End of chapter 21. A Surprise for Mr. Sutherland. Recorded by Gabby Cowan. Section 22 of Agatha Webb. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gabby Cowan. Agatha Webb by Katharine Green. Chapter 22. Sweetwater Reasons. And what of Sweetwater, in whose thoughts and actions the interest now centres? When he left Mr. Sutherland, it was with feelings such as a few who knew him supposed him capable of experiencing. Unattractive as he was in every way, ungainly in figure and unprepossessing of countenance, this bud of the more favoured youth in town had a heart whose secret fires were all the warmer for being so persistently covered. And this heart was wrung with trouble and heavy with a struggle that bade fair to leave him without rest that night, if not for many nights to come. Why? One word will explain. Unknown to the world at large, and almost unknown to himself, his best affections were fixed upon the man whose happiness he thus unexpectedly saw himself destined to destroy. He loved Mr. Sutherland. The suspicion which he now found transferred in his own mind from the young girl whose blood-stained slippers he had purloined during the excitement of the first alarm, to the unprincipled but only son of his one benefactor, had not been lightly embraced or thoughtlessly expressed. He had had time to think it out in all its bearings. During that long walk from Portchester churchyard to Mr. Halliday's door, he had been turning over in his mind everything that he had heard and seen in connection with this matter, till the dim vision of Frederick's figure going on before him was not more apparent to his sight than was the guilt he so deplored to his inward understanding. He could not help but recognize him as the active party in the crime he had hitherto charged Amabel with. With the clue offered by Frederick's secret anguish at the grave of Agatha, he could read the whole story of this detestable crime as plainly as if it had been written in letters of fire on the circle of the surrounding darkness. Such anguish under such circumstances on the part of such a man could mean but one thing: remorse. And remorse in the breast of one so proverbially careless and corrupt over the death of a woman who was neither relative nor friend could have but one interpretation, and that was guilt. No other explanation was possible. Could one be given, or if any evidence could be adduced in contradiction of this assumption, he would have dismissed his new suspicion with more heartiness even than he had embraced his former one. He did not wish to believe Frederick guilty. He would have purchased an inner conviction of his innocence almost at the price of his own life, not because of any latent interest in the young man himself, but because he was Charles Sutherland's son, and the dear if unworthy centre of all that noble man's hopes, aims, and happiness. But he could come upon no fact capable of shaking his present belief. Taking for truth Amabel's account of what she had seen and done on that fatal night, something which he had hesitated over the previous day, but which he now found himself forced to accept or do violence to his own secret convictions, and adding to it such facts as had come to his own knowledge in his self-imposed role of detective, he had but to test the events of that night by his present theory of Frederick's guilt, to find them hang together in a way too complete for mistake. For what had been his reasons for charging Amabel herself with the guilt of a crime she only professed to have been a partial witness to? They were many. First, the forced nature of her explanations in regard to her motive for leaving a merry ball and betaking herself to the midnight road in her party dress and slippers. A woman of her well-known unsympathetic nature might use the misery of the Zabels as a pretext for slipping into town at night, but never could be influenced by it as a motive. Second, the equally unsatisfactory nature of the reasons she gave for leaving the course she had marked out for herself and entering upon the pursuit of an unknown man into a house in which she had no personal interest and from which she had just seen a bloody dagger thrown out. The most callous of women would have shrunk from letting her curiosity carry her thus far. Third, the poverty of her plea that, after having braved so much in her desire to identify this criminal, she was so frightened at his near approach as to fail to lift her head when the opportunity was given her to recognize him. Fourth, her professed inability to account for the presence of the orchid from her hair being found in the room with Batsy. Fifth, her evident attempt to throw the onus of the crime on an old man manifestly incapable from physical causes of committing it. Sixth, the improbability which she herself should have recognized of this old man in his extremely weak condition, ignoring the hiding places offered by the woods back of his own house, for the sake of one not only involving a long walk but situated close to a much frequented road and almost in view of the Sutherland mansion. Seventh, the transparent excuse of sympathy for the old man and her desire to save him from the consequences of his crime, which she offered in extenuation of her own criminal avowal of having first found and then reburied the ill-gotten gains she had come upon in her persistent pursuit of the flying criminal. So impulsive an act might be consistent with the blind compassion of some weak-headed but warm-hearted woman, but not with her self-interested nature, incapable of performing any heroic deed save from personal motives or the most headlong passion. Lastly, the weakness of her explanation in regard to the cause which led her to peer into the Zabel cottage through a hole made in the window shade. Curiosity has its limits, even in a woman's breast, and unless she hoped to see more than was indicated by her words, her action was but the precursor of a personal entrance into a room where we have every reason to believe the $20 bill was left. A telling record, and sufficient to favor the theory of her personal guilt if, after due thought, certain facts in contradiction to this assumption had not offered themselves to his mind even before he thought of Frederick as the unknown man she had followed down the hillside, as, for instance, this crime, if committed by her, was done deliberately, and with a premeditation antedating her departure from the ballroom. Yet she went upon this errand in slippers, white slippers at that, something which so cool and calculating a woman would have avoided, however careless she might have shown herself in other regards. Again, guilt awakens cunning, even in the dullest breast, but she, keen beyond most men even, and so self-poised that the most searching examination could not shake her self-control, betrayed an utter carelessness as to what she did with these slippers on her return, thrusting them into a place easily accessible to the most casual search. Had she been conscious of guilt, and thus amenable to law, the sight of blood and mud stains on those slippers would have appalled her, and she would have made some attempt to destroy them, and not put them behind a picture and forgotten them. Again, would she have been so careless with a flower she knew to be identified with herself? A woman who deliberately involves herself in crime has quick eyes. She would have seen that flower fall. At all events, if she had been immediately responsible for its being on the scene of the crime, she would, with her quick wit, have found some excuse or explanation for it, instead of defying her examiners with some such words as these: "It is a fact for you to explain. I only know that I did not carry this flower into that room of death." Again, had she been actuated in her attempt to fix the crime on old James Zabel by a personal consciousness of guilt and a personal dread, she would not have stopped at suggesting in her allusions to the person she watched burying the treasure in the woods. Instead of speaking of him as a shadow whose flight she had followed at a distance, she would have described his figure as that of the same old man she had seen enter the Zabel cottage a few minutes before, there being no reason for indefiniteness on this point, her conscience being sufficiently elastic for any falsehood that could further her ends. And lastly, her manner, under the examination to which she had been subjected, was not that of one who felt herself under a personal attack. It was a strange, suggestive, hesitating manner, bluffing alike to him who had more or less sounded her strange nature, and to those who had no previous knowledge of her freaks and subtle intellectual power, and only reaching its height of hateful charm and mysterious daring when Frederick appeared on the scene and joined, or seemed to join, himself to the number of her examiners. Now, let all suspicion of her as an active agent in this crime be dropped. Assume Frederick to be the culprit and she the simple accessory after the fact, and see how inconsistencies vanish, and how much more natural the whole conduct of this mysterious woman appears. Amabel Page left a merry dance at midnight and stole away into the Sutherland garden in her party dress and slippers. Why? Not to fulfill an errand which anyone who knows her cold and unsympathetic nature can but regard as a pretext, but because she felt it imperative to see if her lover, with whose character, temptations, and necessities she was fully acquainted, and in whose excited and preoccupied manner she had probably discovered signs of a secretly growing purpose, meant indeed to elude his guest and slip away to town on the dangerous and unholy enterprise suggested by their mutual knowledge of the money to be obtained there by one daring enough to enter a certain house open like their own to midnight visitors. She followed at such an hour and into such a place, not an unknown man casually come upon, but her lover, whom she had tracked from the garden of his father's house, where she had lain in wait for him. It took courage to do this, but a courage no longer beyond the limit of feminine daring, for her fate was bound up in his, and she could not but feel the impulse to save him from the consequences of crime, if not from the crime itself. As for the aforementioned flower, what more natural than that Frederick should have transferred it from her hair to his buttonhole during some of their interviews at the ball, and that it should have fallen from its place to the floor in the midst of his possible struggle with Batsy? And with this assumption of her perfect knowledge as to who the man was who had entered Mrs. Webb's house, how much easier it is to understand why she did not lift her head when she heard him descend the stairs. No woman, even one so depraved as she, would wish to see the handsome face of her lover in the glare of a freshly committed crime, and besides, she might very easily be afraid of him, for a man has but a blow for the suddenly detected witness of his crime unless that witness is his confidant, which from every indication Sweetwater felt bound to believe Amabel was not. Her flight to the Zabel cottage, after an experience which would madden most women, can now be understood. She was still following her lover. The plan of making Agatha's old and wretched friend amenable for her death originated with Frederick and not with Amabel. It was he who first started for the Zabel cottage. It was he who left the bank bill there. This is all clear, and even the one contradictory fact of the dagger having been seen in the old man's hand was not a stumbling block to Sweetwater. With the audacity of one confident of his own insight, he explained it to himself thus: the dagger thrown out from the window by the assassin, possibly because he knew of Zabel's expected visit there that night, fell on the grass and was picked up by Amabel, only to be flung down again in the brightest part of the lawn. It was lying there when, a few minutes later, and before either Frederick or Amabel had left the house, the old man entered the yard in a state of misery bordering on frenzy. He and his brother were starving, had been starving for days. He was too proud to own his want, and too loyal to his brother to leave him for the sake of the food prepared for them both at Agatha's house. And this was why he had hesitated over his duty till this late hour. When his own secret misery, or perhaps the hope of relieving his brother, drove him to enter the gate he had been accustomed to see open before him in glad hospitality. He finds the lights burning in the house above and below, and encouraged by the welcome they seem to hold out, he staggers up the path, ignorant of the tragedy which was at the very moment being enacted behind those lighted windows. But half way toward the house he stops. The courage which has brought him so far suddenly fails, and in one of those quick visions which sometimes visit men in extremity, he foresees the astonishment which his emaciated figure is likely to cause in these two old friends, and burying his face in his hands, he stops and bitterly communes with himself before venturing farther. Fatal stop, fatal communing, for as he stands there he sees a dagger, his own old dagger. How lost or how found he probably did not stop to ask, lying on the grass and offering in its dumb way suggestions as to how he might end this struggle without any further suffering. Dizzy with a new hope, preferring death to the humiliation he saw before him in Agatha's cottage, he dashes out of the yard, almost upsetting Mr. Crane, who was passing by on his homeward way from an errand of mercy. A little while later, Amabel comes upon him lying across his own doorstep. He has made an effort to enter, but his long walk and the excitement of his last bitter hour have been too much for him. As she watches him, he gains strength and struggles to his feet, while she, aghast at the sight of the dagger she had herself flung down in Agatha's yard, and dreading the encounter between this old man and the lover she had been following to this place, creeps around the house and looks into the first window she finds open. What does she expect to see? Frederick brought face to face with this desperate figure with its uplifted knife. But instead of that, she beholds another old man seated at a table, and Amabel had paused when she reached that and Sweetwater had not then seen how important this pause was. But now he understood it. Now he saw that if she had not had a subtle purpose in view, that if she had wished to tell the truth rather than produce false inferences in the minds of those about her calculated to save the criminal, as she called him, she would have completed her sentence thus: I saw an old man seated at a table and Frederick Sutherland standing over him. For Sweetwater had no longer a doubt that Frederick was in that room at that moment. What further she saw, whether she was witness to an encounter between this intruder and James, or whether by some lingering on the latter's part Frederick was able to leave the house without running across him, was a matter of comparative unimportance. What is of importance is that he did leave, and that Amabel, knowing it was Frederick, strove to make her auditors believe it was Zabel, who carried the remainder of the money into the woods. Yet she did not say so, and if her words on this subject could be carefully recalled, one would see that it was still her lover she was following and no old man, tottering on the verge of the grave and only surviving because of the task he was bent on performing. Amabel's excuse for handling the treasure and for her reburial of the same comes now within the bounds of possibility. She hoped to share this money some day, and her greed was too great for her to let such an amount lie there untouched, while her caution led her to bury it deeper, even at the risk of the discovery she was too inexperienced to fear. That she should forget to feign surprise when the alarm of murder was raised was very natural, and so was the fact that a woman with a soul so blunted to all delicate instincts, and with a mind so intent upon perfecting the scheme entered into by the murderer, of throwing the blame upon the man whose dagger had been made use of, should persist in visiting the scene of crime and calling attention to the spot where that dagger had fallen. And so with her manner before her examiners. Bluffing as that manner was, it still showed the streaks of consistency when you thought of it as the cloak of a subtle, unprincipled woman, who sees amongst her interlocutors the guilty man whom by a word she can destroy, but whom she exerts herself to save, even at the cost of a series of bizarre explanations. She was playing with a life she loved, but not with sincerity sufficient to rob the game of a certain delicate, if inconceivable, intellectual enjoyment. Footnote: that Sweetwater, in his hate and with no real clue of the real situation, should come so near the truth as in this last supposition, shows the keenness of his insight. And Frederick? Had there been anything in his former life or in his conduct since the murder to give the lie to these heavy doubts against him? On the contrary, though Sweetwater knew little of the dark record which had made this young man the disgrace of his family, what he did know was so much against him that he could well see that the distance usually existing between simple dissipation and desperate crime might be easily bridged by some great necessity for money. Had there been such a necessity? Sweetwater found it easy to believe so. And Frederick's manner? Was it that of an honest man simply shocked by the suspicions which had fallen upon the woman he loved? Had he, Sweetwater, not observed certain telltale moments in his late behaviour that required a deeper explanation even than this? The cry, for instance, with which he had rushed from the empty ballroom into the woods on the opposite side of the road. Was it a natural cry or an easily explainable one? Thank God, this terrible night is over. Strange language to be uttered by this man at such a time and in such a place. If he did not already know what was to make this night of nights memorable through all this region, he did know, and this cry, which had struck Sweetwater strangely at the time and still more strangely when he regarded it simply as a coincidence, now took on all the force of a revelation and the irresistible bubbling up in Frederick's breast of that remorse which had just found its full expression on Agatha's grave. To some that remorse and all his other signs of suffering might be explained by his passion for the real criminal, but to Sweetwater it was only too evident that an egotist like Frederick Sutherland cannot suffer for another to such an extent as this, and that a personal explanation must be given for so personal a grief, even if that explanation involves the dreadful charge of murder. It was then, when Sweetwater reached this point in his reasoning, that Frederick disappeared beneath Mr. Halliday's porch, and Mr. Sutherland came up behind him. After the short conversation in which Sweetwater saw his own doubts more than reflected in the uneasy consciousness of this stricken father, he went home and the struggle of his life began. End of section 22. Sweetwater Reasons. Recorded by Gabby Cowan.
Section 23 of Agatha Webb. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Agatha Webb by Katharine Green. Section 23. Sweetwater Acts. Sweetwater had promised Mr. Sutherland that he would keep counsel in regard to his present convictions concerning Frederick's guilt, but this he knew he could not do if he remained in Sutherlandtown, and fell under the pitiless examination of Mr. Courtney, the shrewd and able prosecuting attorney of the district. He was too young, too honest, and had made himself too conspicuous in this affair, to succeed in an undertaking requiring so much dissimulation, if not actual falsehood. Indeed, he was not sure that in his present state of mind he could hear Frederick's name mentioned without flushing, and slight as such a hint might be, it would be enough to direct attention to Frederick, which once done could but lead to discovery and permanent disgrace to all who bore the name of Sutherland. What was he to do then? How avoid a consequence he found himself absolutely unable to face? It was a problem which this night must solve for him. But how? As I have said, he went down to his house to think. Sweetwater was not a man of absolute rectitude. He was not so much high-minded as large-hearted. He had, besides, certain foibles. In the first place, he was vain, and vanity in a very plain man is all the more acute since it centres in his capabilities rather than in his appearance. Had Sweetwater been handsome or even passably attractive, he might have been satisfied with the approbation of demure maidens and the comradeship with his fellows, but being one who could hope for nothing of this kind, not even for a decent return to the unreasoning heart-worship he felt himself capable of paying, and which he had once paid for a few short days till warned of his presumption by the insolence of the recipient, he had fixed his hope and ambition on doing something which would rouse the admiration of those about him, and bring him into that prominence to which he felt himself entitled. That he, a skilful musician, should desire to be known as a brilliant detective, is only one of the anomalies of human nature which it would be folly and a waste of time on our part to endeavour to explain. That having chosen to exercise his wits in this way, he should so well succeed that he dared not for his life continue in the work he had so publicly undertaken, occasioned in him a pang of disappointment almost as insufferable as that brought by the realization of what his efforts were likely to bring upon the man to whose benevolence he owed his very life. Hence his struggle, which must be measured by the extent of his desires and the limitations which had been set to his nature by his surroundings and the circumstances of his life and daily history. If we enter with him into the humble cottage where he was born and from which he had hardly strayed more than a dozen miles in the 22 years of his circumscribed life, we may be able to understand him better. It was an unpainted house, perched on an arid hillside, with nothing before it but the limitless sea. He had found his way to it mechanically, but as he approached the narrow doorway he paused and turned his face towards the stretch of heaving waters, whose low or loud booming had been first his cradle-song and then the ceaseless accompaniment of his later thoughts and aspirations. It was heaving yet, ceaselessly heaving, and in its loud complaint there was a sound of moaning not always to be found there, or so it seemed to Sweetwater in his present troubled mood. Sighing as this sound reached his ear, and shuddering as its meaning touched his heart, Sweetwater pushed open the door of his small house and entered. "It is I, Mamsie," he shouted, in what he meant to be his usual voice, but to a sensitive ear, and what ear is so sensitive as a mother's, there was a tremble in it that was not wholly natural. "Is anything the matter, dear?" called out that mother in reply. The question made him start, though he replied quickly enough, and in more guarded tones. "No, Mamsie. Go to sleep. I'm tired, that's all." Would to God that was all! He recalled with envy the days when he dragged himself into the house at sundown, after 12 long hours of work on the docks; and he paused in the dark hallway and listened till he heard the breathing of her who had called him "dear," the only one in the world who ever had or ever would call him "dear." He had glimpses of that old self which made him question if his self-tutoring on the violin, and the restless ambition which had driven him out of the ways of his ancestors into strange attempts for which he was not prepared by any previous discipline, had brought him happiness or improved his manhood. He was forced to acknowledge that the sleep of those far distant nights of his busy boyhood was sweeter than the wakefulness of these later days, and that it would have been better for him, and infinitely better for her, if he had remained at the carpenter's bench and been satisfied with a repetition of his father's existence. His mother was the only person sharing that small house with him, and once assured that she was asleep, he lighted a lamp in the empty kitchen and sat down. It was just 12 o'clock. This, to anyone accustomed to this peculiar young man's habits, had nothing unusual in it. He was accustomed to come home late and sit thus by himself for a short time before going upstairs. But to one capable of reading his sharp and none too mobile countenance, there was a change in the character of the brooding into which he now sank, which, had that mother been awake to watch him, would have made every turn of his eye and movement of his hand interesting and important. In the first place, the careless attitude into which he had fallen was totally at variance with the restless glance which took in every object in that well-known room so associated with his mother and her daily work that he could not imagine her in any other surroundings, and wondered sometimes if she would seem any longer his mother if transplanted to other scenes and engaged in other tasks. Little things, petty things of household use or ornament, which he had seen all his life without specially noticing them, seemed under the stress of his present mood to acquire a sudden importance and fix themselves indelibly in his memory. There, on a nail driven long before he was born, hung the little round lid-holder he had pieced together in his earliest years and presented to his mother in a gush of pride greater than any he had since experienced. She had never used it, but it always hung upon the one nail in the one place, as a symbol of his love and of hers. And there, higher up on the end of the shelf barren enough of ornaments, God wot, were a broken toy and a much defaced primer, mementos likewise of his childhood, and farther along the wall, on a sort of raised bench, a keg, the spigot of which he was once guilty of turning on in his infantile longing for sweets, only to find he could not turn it back again until all the floor was covered with molasses, and his appetite for the forbidden gratified to the full. And yonder, dangling from a peg, never devoted to any other use, hung his father's old hat, just where he had placed it on the fatal morning when he had come in and lay down on the sitting-room lounge for the last time, and close to it, lovingly close to it, Sweetwater thought, his mother's apron, the apron he had seen her wear at supper, and which he would see her wear at breakfast, with all its suggestions of ceaseless work and patient everyday thrift. Somehow he could not bear the sight of that apron. With the expectation now forming in his mind of leaving his home and leaving his mother, this symbol of humble toil became an intolerable grief to him. Jumping up, he turned in another direction, but now another group of objects equally eloquent came under his eye. It was his mother's work-basket he saw, with a piece of sewing in it intended for him, and as if this were not enough, the table set for two, and at his place a little covered dish which held the one sweetmeat he craved for breakfast. The spectacles lying beside her plate told him how old she was, and as he thought of her failing strength and enfeebled ways, he jumped up again and sought another corner. But here his glances fell on his violin, and a new series of emotions awakened within him. He loved the instrument, and played as much from natural intuition as acquired knowledge, but in the plan of action he had laid out for himself his violin could have no part. He would have to leave it behind. Feeling that his regrets were fast becoming too much for him, he left the humble kitchen and went upstairs. But not to sleep. Locking the door, something he never remembered doing before in all his life, he began to handle over his clothes and other trivial belongings. Choosing out a certain strong suit, he laid it out on the bed, and then went to the bureau drawer and drew out an old-fashioned wallet. This he opened, but after he had counted the few bills it contained, he shook his head and put them all back, only retaining a little silver, which he slipped into one of the pockets of the suit he had chosen. Then he searched for and found a little Bible which his mother had once given him. He was about to thrust it into another pocket, but he seemed to think better of this too, for he ended by putting it back into the drawer, and taking instead a bit from one of his mother's old aprons which he had chanced upon on the stairway. This he placed as carefully in his watch pocket as if it had been the picture of a girl he loved. Then he undressed and went to bed. Mrs. Sweetwater said afterwards that she never knew Caleb to talk so much and eat so little as he did that next morning at breakfast. Such plans as he detailed for unmasking the murderer of Mrs. Webb! Such business for the day! So many people to see! It made her quite dizzy, she said. And indeed, Sweetwater was more than usually voluble that morning, perhaps because he could not bear his mother's satisfied smile, and when he went out of the house it was with a laugh and a cheery "Good-bye, Mamsie," that was in spiking contrast to the irrepressible exclamation of grief which escaped him when the door was closed between them. Ah, when should he enter those four walls again, and when should he see the old mother? He proceeded immediately to town. A ship was preparing to sail that morning for the Brazils, and the wharves were alive with bustle. He stopped a moment to contemplate the great hulk rising and falling at her moorings. Then he passed on, and entered the building, where he had every reason to expect to find Dr. Talbot and Knapp in discussion. It was very important to him that morning to learn just how they felt concerning the great matter absorbing him, for if suspicion was taking the direction of Frederick, or if he saw it was at all likely to do so, then would his struggle be cut short, and all necessity for leaving town be at an end. It was to save Frederick from this danger that he was prepared to cut all the ties binding him to this place, and nothing short of the prospect of accomplishing this would make him willing to undergo such a sacrifice. "Well, Sweetwater, any news, eh?" was the half jeering, half condescending greeting he received from the coroner. Sweetwater, who had regained entire control over his feelings as soon as he found himself under the eye of this man and the supercilious detective he had attempted to rival, gave a careless shrug and passed the question on to Knapp. "Have you any news?" he asked. Knapp, who would probably not have acknowledged it if he had, smiled the indulgent smile of a self-satisfied superior, and uttered a few equivocal sentences. This was gall and wormwood to Sweetwater, but he kept his temper admirably, and, with an air of bravado entirely assumed for the occasion, said to Dr. Talbot: "I think I shall have something to tell you soon which will materially aid you in your search for witnesses. By to-morrow, at least, I shall know whether I am right or wrong in thinking I have discovered an important witness in quite an unexpected quarter." Sweetwater knew of no new witness, but it was necessary for him not only to have a pretext for the move he contemplated, but to so impress these men with an idea of his extreme interest in the approaching proceedings, that no suspicion should ever arise of his having premeditated an escape from them. He wished to appear the victim of accident, and this is why he took nothing from his home which would betray any intention of leaving it. "Ha! Indeed!" ejaculated the coroner with growing interest. "And may I ask—" "Please," urged Sweetwater, with a side look at Knapp, "do not ask me anything just yet. This afternoon, say, after I have had a certain interview with— What, are they setting sails on the Hesper already?" he burst out, with a quick glance from the window at the great ship riding at anchor a little distance from them in the harbour. There is a man on her I must see. Excuse me. Oh, Mr. Sutherland." He fell back in confusion. That gentleman had just entered the room in company with Frederick. Section 24 of Agatha Webb. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Agatha Webb by Katharine Green. Section 24. A Sinister Pair. "I beg your pardon," stammered Sweetwater, starting aside and losing on the instant all further disposition to leave the room. Indeed, he had not the courage to do so, even if he had had the will. The joint appearance of these two men in this place, and at an hour so far in advance of that which usually saw Mr. Sutherland enter the town, was far too significant in his eyes for him to ignore it. Had any explanation taken place between them, and had Mr. Sutherland's integrity triumphed over personal considerations to the point of his bringing Frederick here to confess? Meanwhile, Dr. Talbot had risen with a full and hearty greeting, which proved to Sweetwater's uneasy mind that notwithstanding Knapp's disquieting reticence, no direct suspicion had as yet fallen on the unhappy Frederick. Then he waited for what Mr. Sutherland had to say, for it was evident he had come there to say something. Sweetwater waited too, frozen almost into immobility by the fear that it would be something injudicious, for never had he seen any man so changed as Mr. Sutherland in these last 12 hours, nor did it need a highly penetrating eye to detect that the relations between him and Frederick were strained to a point that made it almost impossible for them to more than assume their old confidential attitude. Nat, knowing them but superficially, did not perceive this, but Dr. Talbot was not blind to it, as was shown by the inquiring look he directed towards them both while waiting. Mr. Sutherland spoke at last. "Pardon me for interrupting you so early," said he, with a certain tremble in his voice which Sweetwater quaked to hear. "For certain reasons I should be very glad to know, we should be very glad to know, if during your investigations into the cause and manner of Agatha Webb's death you have come upon a copy of her will." "No." Talbot was at once interested. So was Knapp, while Sweetwater withdrew further into his corner in anxious endeavour to hide his blanching cheek. "We have found nothing. We do not even know that she has made a will." "I ask," pursued Mr. Sutherland, with a slight glance towards Frederick, who seemed, at least in Sweetwater's judgment, to have braced himself up to bear this interview unmoved, "because I have not only received intimation that she made such a will, but have even been entrusted with a copy of it as chief executor of the same. It came to me in a letter from Boston yesterday. Its contents were a surprise to me. Frederick, hand me a chair. These accumulated misfortunes, for we all suffer under the afflictions which have beset this town, have made me feel my years." Sweetwater drew his breath more freely. He thought he might understand by this last sentence that Mr. Sutherland had come here for a different cause than he had at first feared. Frederick, on the contrary, betrayed a failing ability to hide his emotion. He brought his father a chair, placed it, and was drawing back out of sight, when Mr. Sutherland prevented him, by a mild command, to hand the paper he had brought to the coroner. There was something in his manner that made Sweetwater lean forward and Frederick look up, so that the father's and son's eyes met under that young man's scrutiny. But while he saw meaning in both their regards, there was nothing like collusion, and, baffled by these appearances, which, while interesting, told him little or nothing, he transferred his attention to Dr. Talbot and Knapp, who had drawn together to see what this paper contained. "As I have said, the contents of this will are a surprise to me," faltered Mr. Sutherland. "They are equally so to my son. He can hardly be said to have been a friend even of the extraordinary woman who thus leaves him her whole fortune." "I never spoke with her but twice," exclaimed Frederick with a studied coldness, which was so evidently the cloak of inner agitation that Sweetwater trembled for its effect, notwithstanding the state of his own thoughts, which were in a ferment. Frederick, the inheritor of Agatha Webb's fortune! Frederick, concerning whom his father had said on the previous night that he possessed no motive for wishing this good woman's death. Was it the discovery that such a motive existed which had so aged this man in the last 12 hours? Sweetwater dared not turn again to see. His own face might convey too much of his own fears, doubts, and struggle. But the coroner, for whose next words Sweetwater listened with acute expectancy, seemed to be moved simply by the unexpectedness of the occurrence. Glancing at Frederick with more interest than he had ever before shown him, he cried with a certain show of enthusiasm: "A pretty fortune! A very pretty fortune!" Then, with the deprecatory air natural to him in addressing Mr. Sutherland, "Would it be indiscreet for me to ask to what our dear friend Agatha alludes in her reference to your late lamented wife?" His finger was on a clause of the will, and his lips next minute mechanically repeated what he was pointing at. "In remembrance of services rendered me in early life by Marietta Sutherland, wife of Charles Sutherland, of Sutherlandtown, I bequeath to Frederick, sole child of her affection, all the property, real and personal, of which I die possessed." "Services rendered! They must have been very important ones," suggested Dr. Talbot. Mr. Sutherland's expression was one of entire perplexity and doubt. "I do not remember my wife ever speaking of any special act of kindness she was enabled to show Agatha Webb. They were always friends, but never intimate ones. However, Agatha could be trusted to make no mistake. She doubtless knew to what she referred. Mrs. Sutherland was fully capable of doing an extremely kind act in secret." For all his respect for the speaker, Dr. Talbot did not seem quite satisfied. He glanced at Frederick and fumbled the paper uneasily. "Perhaps you were acquainted with the reason for this legacy, this large legacy," he emphasized. Frederick, thus called upon, nay, forced to speak, raised his head, and without perhaps bestowing so much as a thought on the young man behind him, who was inwardly quivering in anxious expectancy of some betrayal on his part which would precipitate disgrace and lifelong sorrow on all who bore the name of Sutherland, met Dr. Talbot's inquiring glance with a simple earnestness surprising to them all, and said: "My record is so much against me that I am not surprised that you wonder at my being left with Mrs. Webb's fortune. Perhaps she did not fully realize the lack of estimation in which I am deservedly held in this place, or perhaps, and this would be much more like her, she hoped that the responsibility of owing my independence to so good and so unfortunate a woman might make a man of me." There was a manliness in Frederick's words and bearing that took them all by surprise. Mr. Sutherland's dejection visibly lightened, while Sweetwater, conscious of the more than vital interest hanging upon the impression which might be made by this event upon the minds of the men present, turned slightly so as to bring their faces into the line of his vision. The result was a conviction that as yet no real suspicion of Frederick had seized upon either of their minds. Knapp's face was perfectly calm and almost indifferent, while the good coroner, who saw this and every other circumstance connected with this affair through the one medium of his belief in Amabel's guilt, was surveying Frederick with something like sympathy. "I fear," said he, "that others were not as ignorant of your prospective good fortune as you were yourself," at which Frederick's cheek turned a dark red, though he said nothing, and Sweetwater, with a sudden involuntary gesture indicative of resolve, gazed for a moment breathlessly at the ship, and then, with an unexpected and highly impetuous movement, dashed from the room, crying loudly: "I've seen him! I've seen him! He's just going on board the ship! Wait for me, Dr. Talbot. I'll be back in 15 minutes with such a witness—" Here the door slammed, but they could hear his hurrying footsteps as he plunged down the stairs and rushed away from the building. It was an unexpected termination to an interview fast becoming unbearable to the two Sutherlands, but no one, Not even the old gentleman himself took in its full significance. He was, however, more than agitated by the occurrence, and could hardly prevent himself from repeating aloud Sweetwater's final word, which, after their interview at Mr. Halliday's gate the night before, seemed to convey to him at once a warning and a threat. To keep himself from what he feared might prove a self-betrayal, he faltered out in very evident dismay: "What is the matter? What has come over the lad?" "Oh!" cried Dr. Talbot, "he's been watching that ship for an hour. He is after some man he has just seen go aboard her. Says he's a new and important witness in this case. Perhaps he is. Sweetwater is no man's fool, for all his small eyes and retreating chin. If you want proof of it, wait till he comes back. He'll be sure to have something to say." Meanwhile they had all pressed forward to the window. Frederick, who carefully kept his face out of his father's view, bent halfway over the sill in his anxiety to watch the flying figure of Sweetwater, who was making straight for the dock, while Knapp, roused at last, leaned over his shoulder and pointed to the sailors on the deck, who were pulling in the last ropes preparatory to sailing. "He's too late. They won't let him aboard now. What a fool to hang around here till he saw his man, instead of being at the dock to nab him. That comes of trusting a country bumpkin. I knew he'd fail us at the pinch. They lack training, these would-be detectives. See now, he's run up against the mate, and the mate pushes him back. His cake is all dough, unless he's got a warrant. Has he a warrant, Dr. Talbot?" "No," said the coroner. "He didn't ask for one. He didn't even tell me whom he wanted. Can it be one of those two passengers you see on the forward deck there?" It might well be. Even from a distance these two men presented a sinister appearance that made them quite marked figures among the crowd of hurrying sailors and belated passengers. One of them is peering over the rail with a very evident air of anxiety. His eye is on Sweetwater, who is dancing with impatience. See, he is gesticulating like a monkey, and, by the powers, they are going to let him go aboard. Mr. Sutherland, who had been leaning heavily against the window jamb in the agitation of doubt and suspense which Sweetwater's unaccountable conduct had evoked, here crossed to the other side and stole a determined look at Frederick. Was his son personally interested in this attempt of the amateur detective? Did he know whom Sweetwater sought, and was he suffering as much or more than himself from the uncertainty and fearful possibilities of the moment? He thought he knew Frederick's face, and that he read dread there, but Frederick had changed so completely since the commission of this crime that even his father could no longer be sure of the correct meaning either of his words or expression. The torture of the moment continued. "He climbs like a squirrel," remarked Dr. Talbot with a touch of enthusiasm. "Look at him now. He's on the quarter-deck, and will be down in the cabins before you can say Jack Robinson. I warrant they have told him to hurry. Captain Dunlap isn't the man to wait 5 minutes after the ropes are pulled in." "Those two men have shrunk away behind some mast or other," cried Knapp. "They are the fellows he's after. But what can they have to do with the murder? Have you seen them here about town, Dr. Talbot?" "Not that I remember." "They have a foreign air about them. Look like South Americans." "Well, they're going to South America. Sweetwater can't stop them. He has barely time to get off the ship himself. There goes the last rope. Have they forgotten him? They're drawing up the ladder." "No, the mate stops them. He's calling the fellow. I can hear his voice, can't you? Sweetwater's game is up. He'll have to leave in a hurry. What's the rumpus now?" "Nothing, only they've scattered to look for him. The Fox is down in the cabins and won't come up, laughing in his sleeve, no doubt, at keeping the vessel waiting while he hunts up his witness." "If it's one of those two men he's laying a trap for, he won't snare him in a hurry. They're sneaks, those two, and why, the sailors are coming back, shaking their heads. I can almost hear from here the captain's oaths. And such a favourable wind for getting out of the harbour. Sweetwater, my boy, you are distinguishing yourself. If your witness don't pan out well, you won't hear the last of this in a hurry." "It looks as if they meant to sail without waiting to put him ashore," observed Frederick in a low tone, too carefully modulated not to strike his father as unnatural. "By jingo, so it does!" ejaculated Knapp. "There go the sails. The pilot's hand is on the wheel, and, Dr. Talbot, are you going to let your cunning amateur detective and his important witness slip away from you like this?" "I cannot help myself," said the coroner, a little dazed himself at this unexpected chance. "My voice wouldn't reach them from this place. Besides, they wouldn't heed me if it did. The ship is already under way, and we won't see Sweetwater again till the pilot's boat comes back." Mr. Sutherland moved from the window and crossed to the door like a man in a dream. Frederick, instantly conscious of his departure, turned to follow him, but presently stopped and, addressing Knapp for the first time, observed quietly: "This is all very exciting, but I think your estimate of this fellow Sweetwater is just. He's a busybody and craves notoriety above everything. He had no witness on board, or if he had, it was an imaginary one. You will see him return quite crestfallen before night, with some trumped-up excuse of mistaken identity." The shrug which Knapp gave dismissed Sweetwater as completely from the affair as if he had never been in it. "I think I may now regard myself as having this matter in my sole charge," was his curt remark as he turned away, while Frederick, with a respectful bow to Dr. Talbot, remarked in leaving: "I am at your service, Dr. Talbot, if you require me to testify at the inquest in regard to this will. My testimony can all be concentrated into the one sentence: I did not expect this bequest, and have no theories to advance in explanation of it. But it has made me feel myself Mrs. Webb's debtor, and given me a justifiable interest in the inquiry which, I am told, you open to morrow into the cause and manner of her death. If there is a guilty person in this case, I shall raise no barrier in the way of his conviction." And while the coroner's face still showed the embarrassment which this last sentence called up, his mind being now as even fixed on Amabel, Frederick offered his arm to his father, whose condition was not improved by the excitements of the last half hour, and proceeded to lead him from the building. Whatever they thought, or however each strove to hide their conclusions from the other, no words passed between them till they came in full sight of the sea, on a distant billow of which the noble ship bound for the Brazils rode triumphantly on its outward course. Then Mr. Sutherland remarked, with a suggestive glance at the vessel: "The young man who has found an unexpected passage on that vessel will not come back with the pilot." Was the sigh which was Frederick's only answer one of relief? It certainly seemed so. Section 25 of Agatha Webb. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Agatha Webb by Katharine Green. Section 25. In the Shadow of the Mast. Mr. Sutherland was right. Sweetwater did not return with the pilot. According to the latter, there was no Sweetwater on board the ship to return. At all events, the minutest search had not succeeded in finding him in the cabins, though no one had seen him leave the vessel, or, indeed, seen him at all after his hasty dash below decks. It was thought on board that he had succeeded in reaching shore before the ship set sail, and the pilot was suitably surprised in learning this was not so. So were Sweetwater's friends and associates, with the exception of a certain old gentleman living on the hill, and Knapp the detective. He, that is the latter, had his explanation at his tongue's end. Sweetwater is a fakir. He thought he could carry off the honours from the regular force, and when he found he couldn't he quietly disappeared. We shall hear of him again in the Brazils. An opinion that speedily gained ground, so that in a few hours Sweetwater was all but forgotten, save by his mother, whose heart was filled with suspense, and by Mr. Sutherland, whose breast was burdened by gratitude. The amazing fact of Frederick, the village scapegrace, and Amabel's reckless if aristocratic lover, having been made the legatee of the upright Mrs. Webb's secret savings, had something to do with this. With such a topic at hand, not only the gossips, but those who had the matter of Agatha's murder in hand, found ample material to occupy their thoughts and tongues, without wasting time over a presumptuous busybody, who had not wits enough to know that 5 minutes before sailing time is an unfortunate moment in which to enter a ship. And where was Sweetwater, that he could not be found on the shore or on the ship? We will follow him and see. Accustomed from his youth to ramble over the vessels while in port, he knew this one as well as he did his mother's house. It was, therefore, a surprise to the sailors when, shortly after the departure of the pilot, they came upon him lying in the hold, half buried under a box which had partially fallen upon him. He was unconscious, or appeared to be so, and when brought into open light, showed marks of physical distress and injury. But his eye was clear, and his expression hardly as rueful as one would expect in a man who finds himself en route for the Brazils with barely a couple of dollars in his pocket, and every prospect of being obliged to work before the mast to earn his passage. Even the captain noticed this and eyed him with suspicion. But Sweetwater, rousing to the necessities of the occasion, forthwith showed such a mixture of discouragement and perplexity that the honest sailor was deceived and abated half at least of his oaths. He gave Sweetwater a hammock and admitted him to the mess, but told him that as soon as his bruises allowed him to work, he should show himself on deck or expect the rough treatment commonly bestowed on stowaways. It was a prospect to daunt some men, but not Sweetwater. Indeed, it was no more than he had calculated upon when he left his savings behind with his old mother and entered upon this enterprise with only a little change in his pocket. He had undertaken out of love and gratitude to Mr. Sutherland to rid Frederick of a dangerous witness, and he felt able to complete the sacrifice. More than that, he was even strangely happy for a time. The elation of the willing victim was his, that is for a few short hours. Then he began to think of his mother. How had she borne his sudden departure? What would she think had befallen him, and how long would he have to wait before he could send her word of his safety? If he was to be of real service to the man he venerated, he must be lost long enough for the public mind to have become settled in regard to the mysteries of the Webb murder, and for his own boastful connection with it to be forgotten. This might mean years of exile. He rather thought it did. Meanwhile, his mother. Of himself he thought little. By sundown he felt himself sufficiently recovered from his bruises to go up on deck. It was a mild night, and the sea was running in smooth long waves that as yet but faintly presaged the storm brewing on the distant horizon. As he inhaled the fresh air, the joy of renewed health began to infuse its life into his veins and lift the oppression from his heart, and, glad of a few minutes of quiet enjoyment, he withdrew to a solitary portion of the deck and allowed himself to forget his troubles in contemplation of the rapidly deepening sky and boundless stretch of waters. But such griefs and anxieties as weighed upon this man's breast are not so easily shaken off. Before he realized it, his thoughts had recurred to the old theme, and he was wondering if he was really of sufficient insignificance in the eyes of his fellow townsmen not to be sought for and found in that distant country to which he was bound. Would they, in spite of his precautions, suspect that he had planned this evasion and insist on his return, or would he be allowed to slip away and drop out of sight like the white froth he was watching on the top of the ever-shifting waves? He had boasted of possessing a witness. Would they believe that boast and send a detective in search of him, or would they take his words for the bombast they really were, and proceed with the investigations in happy relief at the loss of his intrusive assistance? As this was a question impossible for him to answer, he turned to other thoughts and fretted himself for a while with memories of Amabel's disdain and Frederick's careless acceptance of a sacrifice he could never know the cost of. mixed strangely with relief at being free of it all and on the verge of another life. As the dark settled, his head fell farther and farther forward on the rail he was leaning against, till he became to any passing eye but a blurred shadow mixing with other shadows equally immovable. Unlike them, however, his shadow suddenly shifted. Two men had drawn near him, one speaking pure Spanish and the other English. The English was all that Sweetwater could understand, and this half of the conversation was certainly startling enough. Though he could not, of course, know to what or whom it referred, and though it certainly had nothing to do with him, or any interest he represented or understood, he could not help listening and remembering every word. The English-speaking man uttered the first sentence he comprehended. It was this: "Shall it be to-night?" The answer was in Spanish. Again the English voice: "He has come up. I saw him distinctly as he passed the second mast." More Spanish. Then English: "You may if you want to, but I'll never breathe easy while he's on the ship. Are you sure he's the fellow we fear?" A rapid flow of words from which Sweetwater got nothing. Then slowly and distinctly, in the sinister tones he had already begun to shiver at: "Very good. The R.F.A. should pay well for this." With the quick addition following a hurried whisper: "All right. I'd send a dozen men to the bottom for half that money. But we're there. Here's a fellow watching us, and if he has heard—" Sweetwater turned, saw two desperate faces projected toward him, realized that something awful, unheard of, was about to happen, and would have uttered a yell of dismay, but that the very intensity of his fright took away his breath. The next minute he felt himself launched into space and enveloped in the darkness of the chilling waters. He had been lifted bodily and flung headlong into the sea. End of section 25. Section 26 of Agatha Webb. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Agatha Webb by Katharine Green. Section 26. In Extremity. Sweetwater's one thought as he sank was, "Now Mr. Sutherland need fear me no longer." But the instinct of life is strong in every heart, and when he found himself breathing the air again he threw out his arms wildly and grasped a spar. It was life to him, hope, reconnection with his kind. He clutched, clung, and, feeling himself floating, uttered a shout of mingled joy and appeal that unhappily was smothered in the noise of the waters and the now rapidly rising wind. Whence had come this spar in his desperate need? He never knew, but somewhere in his remote consciousness an impression remained of a shock to the waves following his own plunge into the water, which might mean that this spar had been thrown out after him, perhaps by the already repentant hands of the wretches who had tossed him to his death. However it came, or from whatever source, it had at least given him an opportunity to measure his doom and realize the agonies of hope when it alternates with despair. The darkness was impenetrable. It was no longer that of heaven, but of the netherworld, or so it seemed to this dazed soul, plunged suddenly from dreams of exile into the valley of the shadow of death. And such a death! As he realized its horrors, as he felt the chill of night and the oncoming storm strike its piercing fangs into his marrow, and knew that his existence and the hope of ever again seeing the dear old face at the fireside rested upon the strength of his will and the tenacity of his life-clutch, he felt his heart fail, and the breath that was his life cease in a gurgle of terror. But he clung on, and, though no comfort came, still clung, while vague memories of long-ago shipwrecks, and stories told in his youth of men, women, and children tossing for hours on a drifting plank, flashed through his benumbed brain, and lent their horror to his own sensations of apprehension and despair. He wanted to live. Now that the dread spectre had risen out of the water and had its clutch on his hair, he realized that the world held much for him, and that even in exile he might work and love and enjoy God's heaven and earth, the green fields and the blue sky. Not such skies as were above him now. No, this was not sky that overarched him, but a horrible vault in which the clouds, rushing in torn masses, had the aspect of demons stooping to contend for him with those other demons that with long arms and irresistible grip were dragging at him from below. He was alone on a whirling spar in the midst of a midnight ocean, but horror and a pitiless imagination made this conflict more than that of the elements, and his position an isolation beyond that of man removed from his fellows. He was almost mad, yet he clung. Suddenly a better frame of mind prevailed. The sky was no lighter, save as the lightning came to relieve the overwhelming darkness by a still more overwhelming glare, nor were the waves less importunate, or his hold on the spar more secure, but the horror seemed to have lifted, and the practical nature of the man reasserted itself. Other men had gone through worse dangers than these and survived to tell the tale, as he might survive to tell his. The will was all, will and an indomitable courage, and he had will and he had courage. Oh, why had he left his home to dare a hard and threatening future purely from a sentiment of gratitude? Could he hold on long enough, daylight would come, and if, as he now thought possible, he had been thrown into the sea within 20 hours of leaving Sutherland town, then he must not be far from Cape Cod, and in the direct line of travel from New York to Boston. Rescue would come, and if the storm which was breaking over his head more and more furiously made it difficult for him to retain his hold, it certainly would not wreck his spar or drench him more than he was already drenched, while every blast would drive him shoreward. The clinging was all, and filial love would make him do that, even in the semi-unconsciousness which now and then swept over him. Only, would it not be better for Mr. Sutherland if he should fail and drop away in the yawning chasms of the unknown world beneath? There were moments when he thought so, and then his clutch perceptibly weakened, but only once did he come near losing his hold altogether, and that was when he thought he heard a laugh. A laugh, here in the midst of ocean, in the midst of storm, a laugh! Were demons a reality then? Yes, but the demon he had heard was of his own imagination. It had a face of Medusa sweetness, and the laugh, only Amabel's, rang out so thrillingly false, and with such diabolic triumph. Amabel, who might be laughing in her dreams at this very moment of his supreme misery, and who assuredly would laugh if conscious of his suffering and aware of the doom to which his self-sacrifice had brought him. Amabel! The thought of her made the night more dark, the waters more threatening, the future less promising. Yet he would hold on, if only to spite her who hated him, and whom he hated almost as much as he loved Mr. Sutherland. It was his last conscious thought for hours. When morning broke, he was but a nerveless figure, with sense enough to cling, and that was all. End of section 26.
Section 27 of Agatha Webb. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Agatha Webb by Anna Katharine Green. Section 27. The Adventure of the Parcel. A man! Haul him in! Don't leave a poor fellow drifting about like that. The speaker, a bluff, hearty skipper whose sturdy craft had outridden one of the worst storms of the season, pointed to our poor friend Sweetwater, whose head could just be seen above the broken spar he clung to. In another moment a half-dozen hands were stretched for him, and the insensible form was drawn in and laid on a deck which still showed the results of the night's fierce conflict. "How ugly he is!" cried one of the sailors, with a leer at the half-drowned man's face. "I'd like to see the lass we'd please in saving him. He's only fit to poison a devil-fish." But though more than one laugh rang out, they gave him good care, and when Sweetwater came to life and realized that his blood was pulsing warmly again through his veins, and that a gray sky had taken the place of darkness, and a sound-board supported limbs which for hours had yielded helplessly to the rocking billows, he saw a ring of hard but good-natured faces about him, and realized quite well what had been done for him when one of them said, "There, he'll do now. All hands on deck. We can get into New Bedford in 2 days if this wind holds. Nor'west," shouted the skipper to the man at the tiller. "We'll sup with our old women in 48 hours." New Bedford! It was the only word Sweetwater heard. So he was no farther away from Sutherland town than that. Evidently Providence had not meant him to escape, or was it his fortitude that was being tried? A man as humble as he might easily be lost, even in a place as small as New Bedford. It was his identity he must suppress. With that unrecognized, he might remain in the next village to Sutherland town without fear of being called up as a witness against Frederick. But could he suppress it? He thought he could. At all events, he meant to try. "What's your name?" were the words he now heard shouted in his ear. "Jonathan Briggs," was his mumbled reply. "I was blown off a ship's deck in the gale last night." "What ship?" "The Proserpine." It was the first name that suggested itself to him. "Oh, I thought it might have been the Hesper. She foundered off here last night." Foundered? The Hesper? The hot blood was shooting now through his veins. "Yes, we just picked up her name board. That was before we got a hold on you." Foundered! The ship from which he had been so mercilessly thrown, and all on board lost perhaps. He began to realize the hand of Providence in his fate. "It was the Hesper I sailed on. I'm just not clear yet in my head. My first voyage was made on the Proserpine. Well, bless the gale that blew me from that deck." He seemed incoherent, and they left him again for a little while. When they came back he had his story all ready, which imposed upon them just so far as it was for their interest. Their business on this coast was not precisely legitimate, and when they found he simply wanted to be set on shore, they were quite willing to do thus much for him. Only they regretted that he had barely $2 and his own soaked clothing to give in exchange for the motley garments they trumped up amongst them for his present comfort. But he, as well as they, made the best of a bad bargain. He especially, as his clothes, which would soon be scattered among half a dozen families, were the only remaining clue connecting him with his native town. He could now be Jonathan Briggs indeed. Only who was Jonathan Briggs, and how was he to earn a living under these unexpected conditions? At the end of a couple of days he was dexterously landed on the end of a long pier, which they passed without stopping, on their way to their own obscure anchorage. As he jumped from the rail to the pier and felt again the touch of terra firma, he drew a long breath of uncontrollable elation. Yet he had not a cent in the world, no friends, and certainly no prospects. He did not even know whether to turn to the right or the left as he stepped out upon the docks, and when he had decided to turn to the right, as being on the whole more lucky, He did not know whether to risk his fortune in the streets of the town or to plunge into one of the low-browed drinking houses whose signs confronted him on this water lane. He decided that his prospects for a dinner were slim in any case, and that his only hope of breaking fast that day lay in the use he might make of one of his three talents. Either he must find a fiddle to play on, a carpenter's bench to work at, or a piece of detective shadowing to do. The last would bring him before the notice of the police, which was just the thing he must avoid. So it was fiddling or carpentry he must seek, either of which would be difficult to obtain in his present garb. But of difficulties Sweetwater was not a man to take note. He had undertaken out of pure love for a good man to lose himself. He had accomplished this, and now was he to complain because in doing so he was likely to go hungry for a day or two? No. Annabel might laugh at him, or he might fancy she did, while struggling in the midst of rapidly engulfing waters, but would she laugh at him now? He did not think she would. She was of the kind who sometimes goes hungry themselves in old age. Some premonition of this might give her a fellow feeling. He came to a stand before a little child sitting on an ill-kept doorstep. Smiling at her kindly, he waited for her first expression, to see how he appeared in the eyes of innocence. Not so bad a man, it seemed, though his naturally plain countenance was not relieved by the seaman's cap and knitted shirt he wore, for she laughed as she looked at him, and only ran away because there wasn't room for him to pass beside her. Comforted a little, he sauntered on, glancing here and there with that sharp eye of his for a piece of work to be done. Suddenly he came to a halt. A market woman had gotten into an altercation with an oysterman, and her stall had been upset in the contention, and her vegetables were rolling here and there. He righted her stall, picked up her vegetables, and in return got 2 apples and a red herring he would not have given to a dog at home. Yet it was the sweetest morsel he had ever tasted, and the apples might have been grown in the garden of the Hesperides, from the satisfaction and pleasure they gave this hungry man. Then, refreshed, he dashed into the town. It should now go hard, but he would earn a night's lodging. The day was windy, and he was going along a narrow street when something floated down from a window above past his head. It was a woman's veil, and as he looked up to see where it came from, he met the eyes of its owner looking down from an open casement above him. She was gesticulating, and seemed to point to someone up the street. Glad to seize up anything which promised emolument or adventure, he shouted up and asked her what she wanted. "That man down there," she cried, "the one in a long black coat going up the street. Keep after him and stop him. Tell him the telegram has come. Quick, quick, before he gets around the corner. He will pay you. Run!" Sweetwater, with joy in his heart, for 5 cents was a boon to him in the present condition of his affairs, rushed after the man she had pointed out and hastily stopped him. "Someone," he added, "a woman in a window back there, bade me run after you and say the telegram has come. She told me you would pay me," he added, for he saw the man was turning hastily back without thinking of the messenger. "I need the money, and the run was a sharp one." With a preoccupied air, the man thrust his hand into his pocket, pulled out a coin, and handed it to him. Then he walked hurriedly off. Evidently the news was welcome to him, but Sweetwater stood rooted to the ground. The man had given him a $5 gold piece instead of the nickel he had evidently intended. How hungrily Sweetwater eyed that coin! It was lodging, food, perhaps a new article or so of clothing. But after a moment of indecision, which might well be forgiven him, he followed speedily after the man and overtook him just as he reached the house from which the woman's veil had floated. "Sir, pardon me, but you gave me $5 instead of 5 cents. It was a mistake. I cannot keep the money." The man, who was not just the sort from whom kindness would be expected, looked at the money in Sweetwater's palm, then at the miserable, mud-bespattered clothes he wore. He had got that mud helping the poor market woman, and stared hard at the face of the man who looked so needy and yet returned him $5. "You're an honest fellow," he declared, not offering to take back the gold piece. Then, with a quick glance up at the window, "Would you like to earn that money?" Sweetwater broke out into a smile, which changed his whole countenance. "Wouldn't I, sir?" The man eyed him for another minute with scrutinizing intensity. Then he said shortly, "Come upstairs with me." They entered the house, went up a flight or two, and stopped at a door which was slightly ajar. "We are going into the presence of a lady," remarked the man. "Wait here until I call you." Sweetwater waited, the many thoughts going through his mind not preventing him from observing all that passed. The man, who had left the door wide open, approached the lady who was awaiting him, and who was apparently the same one who had sent Sweetwater on his errand, and entered in a low but animated conversation. She held a telegram in her hand which she showed him, and then, after a little earnest parley, and a number of pleading looks from them both toward the waiting Sweetwater, she disappeared into another room, from which she brought a parcel neatly done up, which she handed to the man with a strange gesture. Another hurried exchange of words, and a meaning look which did not escape the sharp eye of the watchful messenger, and the man turned and gave the parcel into Sweetwater's hands. "You are to carry this," said he, "to the town hall. In the second room to the right on entering you will see a table surrounded by chairs, which at this hour ought to be empty. At the head of the table you will find an armchair. On the table directly in front of this you will lay this packet. Mark you, directly before the chair and not too far from the edge of the table. Then you are to come out. If you see anyone, say you came to leave some papers for Mr. Gifford. Do this, and you may keep the $5 and welcome." Sweetwater hesitated. There was something in the errand or in the manner of the man and woman that he did not like. "Don't potter," spoke up the latter, with an impatient look at her watch. "Mr. Gifford will expect those papers." Sweetwater's sensitive fingers closed on the package he held. It did not feel like papers. "Are you going?" asked the man. Sweetwater looked up with a smile. "Large pay for so slight a commission," he ventured, turning the packet over and over in his hand. "But then you will execute it at once, and according to the instructions I have given you," retorted the man. "It is your trustworthiness I pay for. Now go." Sweetwater turned to go. After all, it was probably all right, and $5 easily earned is doubly $5. As he reached the staircase he stumbled. The shoes he wore did not fit him. "Be careful there!" shouted the woman, in a shrill, almost frightened voice, while the man stumbled back into the room in a haste which seemed wholly uncalled for. "If you let the packet fall you will do injury to its contents. Go softly, man, go softly." Yet they had said it contained papers. Troubled, yet hardly knowing what his duty was, Sweetwater hastened down the stairs and took his way up the street. The town hall should be easy to find. Indeed, he thought he saw it in the distance. As he went, he asked himself two questions. Could he fail to deliver the package according to instructions and yet earn his money? And was there any way of so delivering it without risk to the recipient? or dereliction of duty to the man who had entrusted it to him and whose money he wished to earn. To the first question his conscience at once answered no. To the second the reply came more slowly, and before fixing his mind determinedly upon it, he asked himself why he felt that this was no ordinary commission. He could answer readily enough. First, the pay was too large. Arguing that either the packet or the placing of the packet in a certain position on Mr. Gifford's table was of uncommon importance to this man or this woman. Secondly, the woman, though plainly and inconspicuously clad, had the face of a more than ordinarily unscrupulous adventuress, while her companion was one of those saturnine-faced men we sometimes meet, whose first look puts us on our guard, and whom, if we hope nothing from him, we instinctively shun. Third, they did not look like inhabitants of the house and rooms in which he had found them. Nothing beyond the necessary articles of furniture was to be seen there, not a trunk, not an article of clothing, nor any of the little things that mark a woman's presence in a spot where she expects to spend a day or even an hour. Consequently, they were transients, and perhaps already in the act of flight. Then he was being followed. Of this he felt sure. He had followed people himself, and something in his own sensations assured him that his movements were under surveillance. It would, therefore, not do to show any consciousness of this, and he went on directly and as straight to his goal as his rather limited knowledge of the streets would allow. He was determined to earn this money and to earn it without disadvantage to anyone, and he thought he saw his way. At the entrance of the town hall he hesitated an instant. An officer was standing in the doorway. It would be easy to call his attention to the packet he held and ask him to keep his eye on it. But this might involve him with the police, and this was something, as we know, which the man was more than anxious to avoid. He reverted to his first idea. Mixing with the crowd just now hurrying to and fro through the long corridors, he reached the room designated and found it, as he had been warned he should, empty. Approaching the table, he laid down the packet just as he had been directed, in front of the big armchair, and then, casting a hurried look towards the door, and failing to find anyone watching him, he took up a pencil lying near by and scrawled hastily across the top of the packet the word "suspicious." This he calculated would act as a warning to Mr. Gifford in case there was anything wrong about the package, and pass as a joke with him and even the sender if there was not. And satisfied that he had both earned his money and done justice to his own apprehensions, he turned to retrace his steps. As before, the corridors were alive with hurrying men of various ages and appearance, but only two attracted his notice. One of these was a large, intellectual-looking man who turned into the room from which he had just emerged, and the other a short, fair man with a countenance he had known from boyhood. Mr. Stone, of Sutherland town, was within 10 paces of him, and he was as well known to the good postmaster as the postmaster was to him. Could anyone have foreseen such a chance? Turning his back with a slow slouch, he made for a rear door he saw swinging in and out before him. As he passed through, he cast a quick look behind him. He had not been recognized. In great relief he rushed on, knocking against a man standing against one of the outside pillars. "Halloo!" shouted the man. Sweetwater stopped. There was a tone of authority in the voice which he could not resist. End of section 27.
Section 28 of Agatha Webb. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gabby Cowan. Agatha Webb by Katharine Green. Chapter 28. The Adventure of the Scrap of Paper and the Three Words. What are you trying to do? Why did you fall over a man like that? Are you drunk? Sweetwater drew himself up, made a sheepish bow, and muttered pantingly, "Excuse me, sir. I am in a hurry. I'm a messenger." The man, who was not in a hurry, seemed disposed to keep him for a moment. He had caught sight of Sweetwater's eye, which was his own one remarkable feature, and he had also been impressed by that word messenger, for he repeated it with some emphasis. "A messenger, eh? Are you going on a message now?" Sweetwater, who was anxious to get away from the vicinity of Mr. Stone, shrugged his shoulders in careless denial, and was pushing on when the gentleman again detained him. "Do you know," said he, "that I like your looks? You are not a beauty, but you look like a fellow who, if he promised to do a thing, would do it, and do it mighty well, too." Sweetwater could not restrain a certain movement of pride. He was honest, and he knew it, but the fact had not always been so openly recognized. "I have just earned $5 by doing a commission for a man," said he, with a straightforward look. "See, sir, it was honestly earned." The man, who was young and had a rather dashing but inscrutable physiognomy, glanced at the coin Sweetwater showed him and betrayed a certain disappointment. "So you're flush," said he. "Don't want another job?" "Oh, as to that," said Sweetwater, edging slowly down the street, "I'm always ready for business. $5 won't last forever, and besides, I am in need of new togs." "Well, rather," retorted the other carelessly, following him. "Do you mind going up to Boston?" "Boston!" Another jump toward home. "No," said Sweetwater hesitatingly. "Not if it's made worth my while. Do you want your message delivered today?" "At once, that is, this evening. It's a task involving patience and more or less shrewd judgment. Have you these qualities, my friend? One would not judge it from your clothes." "My clothes!" laughed Sweetwater. Life was growing very interesting all at once. "I know it takes patience to wear them, and as for any lack of judgment I may show in their choice, I should just like to say I did not choose them myself, sir. They fell to me promiscuous like, as a sort of legacy from friends. You'll see what I'll do in that way if you give me the chance to earn an extra 10. "Ah, it's $10 you want. Well, come in here and have a drink, and then we'll see." They were before a saloon house of less than humble pretensions, and as he followed the young gentleman in it struck him that it was himself rather than his well-dressed and airy companion who would be expected to drink here. But he made no remark, though he intended to surprise the man by his temperance. "Now, look here," said the young gentleman, suddenly seating himself at a dingy table in a very dark corner and motioning Sweetwater to do the same. "I've been looking for a man all day to go up to Boston for me, and I think you'll do. You know Boston?" Sweetwater had great command over himself, but he flushed slightly at this question, though it was so dark where he sat with this man that it made very little difference. "I have been there," said he. "Very well, then, you will go again tonight. You will arrive there about 7. You will go to the rounds of some half a dozen places whose names I will give you, and when you come across a certain gentleman whom I will describe to you, you will give him—" "Not a package?" Sweetwater broke out with a certain sort of dread of a repetition of his late experience. "No. This slip on which 2 words are written. He will want one more word, but before you give it to him you must ask for your $10. You'll get them," he answered in response to a glance of suspicion from Sweetwater. Sweetwater was convinced that he had got hold of another suspicious job. It made him a little serious. "Do I look like a go-between for crooks?" he asked himself. "I'm afraid I'm not so much of a success as I thought myself." But he said to the man before him, $10 is small pay for such business. 25 would be nearer the mark." "Very well, he will give you $25. I forgot that $10 was but little in advance of your expenses." "25 if I find him and he is in funds. What if I don't?" "Nothing." "Nothing?" "Except your ticket that I'll give you." Sweetwater did not know what to say. Like the preceding job, it might be innocent and it might not. And then he did not like going to Boston, where he was liable to meet more than one who knew him. "There is no harm in the business," observed the other carelessly, pushing a glass of whiskey which had just been served him toward Sweetwater. "I would even be willing to do it myself if I could leave New Bedford tonight. But I can't. Come, it's as easy as crooking your elbow." "Just now you said it wasn't," growled Sweetwater, drinking from his glass. "But no matter about that. Go ahead, I'll do it. Shall I have to buy other clothes?" "I'd buy a new pair of trousers," suggested the other. "The rest you can get in Boston. You don't want to be too much in evidence, you know." Sweetwater agreed with him. To attract attention was what he most dreaded. "When does the train start?" he asked. The young man told him. "Well, that will give me time to buy what I want. Now, what are your instructions?" The young man gave him a memorandum containing 4 addresses. "You will find him at one of these places," said he. "And now, to know your man when you see him. He is a large, handsome fellow with red hair and a mustache like the devil. He has been hurt and wears his left hand in a sling, but he can play cards, and will be found playing cards, and in very good company too. You will have to use your discretion in approaching him. When once he sees this bit of paper, all will be easy. He knows that these 2 words mean well enough. And the third one, the one that is worth $25 to you, is Frederick." Sweetwater, who had drunk half his glass, started so at this word, which was always humming in his brain, that he knocked over his tumbler and spilled what was left in it. "I hope I won't forget that word," he remarked, in a careless tone, intended to carry off his momentary show of feeling. "If you do, then don't expect the $25," retorted the other, finishing his own glass, but not offering to renew Sweetwater's. Sweetwater laughed, said he thought he could trust his memory, and rose. In a half an hour he was at the depot, and in another 15 minutes speeding out of New Bedford on his way to Boston. He had had but one anxiety, that Mr. Stone might be going up to Boston too. But once relieved of this apprehension he settled back, and for the first time in 12 hours had a minute in which to ask himself who he was and what he was about. Adventure had followed so fast upon adventure that he was in a more or less dazed condition, and felt as little capable of connecting event with event as if he had been asked to recall the changing pictures of a kaleidoscope. That affair of the packet, now, was it or was it not serious, and would he ever know what it meant or how it turned out? Like a child who had been given a pebble and told to throw it over the wall, he had thrown and run, giving a shout of warning, it is true, but not knowing, nor ever likely to know, where the stone had fallen, or what it was meant to do. Then this new commission on which he was bent, was it in any way connected with the other, or merely the odd result of his being in the right place at the right moment? He was inclined to think the latter, and yet how odd it was that one doubtful errand should be followed by another, in a town no larger than New Bedford, forcing him from scene to scene, till he found himself speeding toward the city he least desired to enter, and from which he had the most fear. But brooding over a case like this brings small comfort. He felt that he had been juggled with, but he neither knew by whose hand nor in what cause. If the hand was that of Providence, why he had only to go on following the beck of the moment, while if it was that of Fate, the very uselessness of struggling with it was apparent at once. Poor reasoning perhaps, but no other offered, and satisfied that whatever came his intentions were above question, he settled himself at last for a nap, of which he certainly stood in good need. When he awoke he was in Boston. The first thing he did was to show his list of addresses and inquire into what quarter they would lead him. To his surprise he found it to be the fashionable quarter. Two of them were names of well-known club houses, a third that of a first-class restaurant, and the fourth that of a private house on Commonwealth Avenue. Heigho! And he was dressed like a tramp, or nearly so. Queer messenger I for such kind of work, thought he. I wonder why he lighted on such a rough-looking customer. He must have had his reasons. I wonder if he wished the errand to fail. He bore himself very nonchalantly at the depot. When I last saw him his face and attitude were those of a totally unconcerned man. Have I been sent on a fool's chase after all? The absurdity of this conclusion struck him, however, as he reasoned. Why, then, should he have paid my fare? Not as a benefit to me, of course, but for his own ends, whatever they might be. Let us see, then, what those ends are. So now for the gentleman of the red hair who plays cards with one arm in a sling. He thought that he might get entrance into the club houses easily enough. He possessed a certain amount of insinuation when necessity required, and, if hard featured, had a good expression which in unprejudiced minds defied criticism. Of porters and doorkeepers he was not afraid, and these were the men he must first encounter. At the first club house he succeeded easily enough in getting word with the man waiting in the large hall, and before many minutes learned that the object of his search was not to be found there that evening. He also learned his name, which was a great step towards the success of his embassy. It was Wattles, Captain Wattles, a marked man evidently, even in this exclusive and aristocratic club. Armed with this new knowledge, he made his way to the second building of the kind, and boldly demanded speech with Captain Wattles. But Captain Wattles had not yet arrived, and he went out again, this time to look him up at the restaurant. He was not there. As Sweetwater was going out, two gentlemen came in, one of whom said to the other in passing, "Sick, do you say? I thought Wattles was made of iron." "So he was," returned the other, "before that accident to his arm. Now the least thing upsets him. He's down at Haberstow's." That was all. The door was swung to between them. Sweetwater had received his clue. But what a clue! Haberstow. Where is that? Thinking the bold course the best one, he re-entered the restaurant and approached the gentleman he had just seen enter. "I heard you speak the name of Captain Wattles," said he. "I am hunting for Captain Wattles. Can you tell me where he is?" He soon saw that he had struck the wrong men for information. They not only refused to answer him, but treated him with open disdain. Unwilling to lose time, he left them, and having no other resource hastened to the last place mentioned on his list. It was now late, too late to enter a private house under ordinary circumstances, but this house was lighted up, and a carriage stood in front of it. So he had the courage to run up the steps and consult the large door plate visible from the sidewalk. It read thus: Haberstow. Fortune had favored him better than he expected. He hesitated a moment, then decided to ring the bell, but before he had done so, the door opened and an old gentleman appeared, seeing a younger man out. The latter had his arm in a sling and bore himself with a fierceness that made his appearance somewhat alarming. The other seemed to be in an irate state of mind. "No apologies," the former was saying. "I don't mind the night air. I am not so ill as that. When I am myself again we'll have a little more talk. My compliments to your daughter, sir. I wish you a very good evening, or rather night." The old gentleman bowed, and as he did so Sweetwater caught a glimpse, it was the shortest glimpse in the world, of a sweet face beaming from a doorway far down the hall. There was pain in it and a yearning anxiety that made it very beautiful. Then it was vanished, and the old gentleman, uttering some few sarcastic words, closed the door, and Sweetwater found himself alone and in darkness. The kaleidoscope had been given another turn. Dashing down the stoop, he came upon the gentleman who had preceded him, just as he was seating himself in the carriage. "Pardon me," he gasped as the driver caught up the reins. "You have forgotten something." Then, as Captain Wattles looked hastily out, "You have forgotten me." The oath that rang out from under that twitching red moustache was something to startle even him. But he clung to the carriage window and presently managed to say: "A messenger, sir, from New Bedford. I have been on the hunt for you for 2 hours. It won't keep, sir, for more than a half hour longer. Where shall I find you during that time?" Captain Wattles, on whom the name New Bedford seemed to have made some impression, pointed up at the coachman's box with a growl, in which command mingled strangely with menace. Then he threw himself back. Evidently the captain was not in very good humor. Sweetwater, taking this as an order to seat himself beside the driver, did so, and the carriage drove off. It went at a rapid pace, and before he had time to propound more than a question or two to the coachman, it stopped before a large apartment house in a brilliantly lighted street. Captain Wattles got out, and Sweetwater followed him. The former, who seemed to have forgotten Sweetwater, walked past him and entered the building with a stride and swing that made the plain, lean, insignificant looking messenger behind him feel smaller than ever. Indeed, he had never felt so small, for not only was the captain a man of superb proportions and conspicuous bearing, but he possessed, in spite of his fiery hair and fierce moustache, that beauté de diable which is at once threatening and imposing. Added to this, he was angry and so absorbed in his own thoughts that he would be very apt to visit punishment of no light character upon anyone who interfered with him. A pleasing prospect for Sweetwater, who, however, kept on with the dogged determination of his character up the first flight of stairs and then up another till they stopped, Captain Wattles first and afterwards his humble follower, before a small door into which the captain endeavoured to fit a key. The oaths which followed his failure to do this were not very encouraging to the man behind, nor was the kick which he gave the door after the second more successful attempt calculated to act in a very reassuring way upon anyone whose future pay for a doubtful task rested upon this man's good nature. The darkness which met them both on the threshold of this now open room was speedily relieved by a burst of electric light that flooded the whole apartment and brought out the captain's swaggering form and threatening features with startling distinctness. He had thrown off his hat and was relieving himself of a cloak in a furious way that caused Sweetwater to shrink back, and, as the French say, efface himself as much as possible behind a clothes tree standing near the door. That the captain had entirely forgotten him was evident, and for the present moment that gentleman was too angry to care or even notice if a dozen men stood at the door. As he was talking all this time, or rather jerking out sharp sentences as men do when in a towering rage, Sweetwater was glad to be left unnoticed, for much can be gathered from scattered sentences, especially when a man is in too reckless a frame of mind to weigh them. He, therefore, made but little movement and listened, and these are some of the ejaculations and scraps of talk he heard. "The old purse-proud fool, honoured by my friendship, but not ready to accept me as his daughter's suitor, as if I would lounge away hours that mean dollars to me in his stiff old drawing-room, just to hear his everlasting drone about stocks up and stocks down, and politics gone all wrong. He has heard that I play cards, and how pretty she looked. I believe I have liked that girl, and when I think she has a million in her own right, damn it, if I cannot win her openly and with papa's consent, I will carry her off with only her own. She is worth the effort, doubly worth it. And when I have her and her money, hey, who are you?" He had seen Sweetwater at last, which was not strange, seeing that he had turned his way and was within 2 feet of him. "What are you doing here, and who let you in? Get out, or—" "A message, Captain Wattles, a message from New Bedford. You have forgotten, sir? You bade me to follow you." It was curious to see the menace slowly die out of the face of this flushed and angry man as he met Sweetwater's calm eye and unabashed front, and notice, as he had not done at first, the slip of paper which the latter resolutely held out. "New Bedford? Ah, from Campbell. I take it. Let me see." And the hand which had shook with rage now trembled with a very different sort of emotion as he took the slip, cast his eyes over it, and then looked back at Sweetwater. Now Sweetwater knew the 2 words written on that paper. He could see out of the back of his head at times, and he had been able to make out these words when the man in New Bedford was writing them. Happenings, Afghanistan, with the figures 2000 after the latter. Not much sense in them singly or in conjunction, but the captain, muttering them over to himself, consulted a little book which he took from his breast pocket and found, or seemed to, a clue to their meaning. It could only have been a partial one, however, for in another instant he turned on Sweetwater with a sour look and a thundering oath. "Is this all?" he shouted. "Does he call this a complete message?" "There is another word," returned Sweetwater, "which he bade me give you by word of mouth, but that word don't go for nothing. It's worth just $25. I've earned it, sir. I came up from New Bedford on purpose to deliver it to you." Sweetwater expected a blow, but he only got a stare. $25, muttered the captain. "Well, it's fortunate that I have them. And who are you?" he asked. "Not one of Campbell's pickups, surely?" "I am a confidential messenger," smiled Sweetwater, amused against his will at finding a name for himself. "I carry messages and execute commissions that require more or less discretion in the handling. I am paid well. $25 is the price of this job." "So you have had the honor of informing me before," blustered the other with an attempt to hide some serious emotion. "Why, man, what do you fear? Don't you see I'm hurt? You could knock me over with a feather if you touched my game arm." $25, repeated Sweetwater. The captain grew angrier. "Dash it, aren't you going to have them? What's the word?" But Sweetwater wasn't going to be caught by chaff. "COD," he insisted firmly, standing his ground, though certain that the blow would now fall. But no, the captain laughed, and tugging away with one free hand at his pocket, he brought out a pocket book, from which he managed deftly enough to draw out 3 bills. "There," said he, laying them on the table, but keeping one long vigorous finger on them. "Now the word." Sweetwater laid his own hand on the bills. "Frederick," said he. "Ah," said the other thoughtfully, lifting his finger and proceeding to stride up and down the room. "He's a stiff one. What he says he will do. $2,000, and soon, too, I warrant. Well, I'm in a devil of a fix at last." He had again forgotten the presence of Sweetwater. Suddenly he turned, or rather stopped. His eye was on the messenger, but he did not even see him. "One Frederick must offset the other," he cried. "It's the only loophole out." And he threw himself into a chair from which he immediately sprang up again with a yell. He had hurt his wounded arm. Pandemonium reigned in that small room for a minute. Then his eye fell again on Sweetwater, who, under the fascination of the spectacle offered him, had only just succeeded in finding the knob of the door. This time there was a recognition in his look. "Wait!" he cried. "I may have use for you too. Confidential messengers are hard to come by, and one that Campbell would employ must be all right. Sit down there. I'll talk to you when I am ready." Sweetwater was not slow in obeying this command. Business was booming with him. Besides, the name of Frederick acted like a charm upon him. There seemed to be so many Fredericks in the world, and one of them lay in such a curious way near his heart. Meanwhile the captain reseated himself, but more carefully. He had a plan or method of procedure to think out, or so it seemed, for he sat a long time in rigid immobility, with only the scowl of perplexity or ill temper on his brow to show the nature of his thoughts. Then He drew a sheet of paper toward him and began to write a letter. He was so absorbed over this letter and the manipulation of it, having but one hand to work with, that Sweetwater determined upon a hazardous stroke. The little book which the captain had consulted, and which had undoubtedly furnished him with a key to those two incongruous words, lay on the floor not far from him, having been flung from its owner's hand during the moments of passion and suffering I have above mentioned. To reach this book with his foot, to draw it toward him, and finally to get hold of it with his hand, was not difficult for one who aspired to be a detective, and had already done some good work in that direction. But it was harder to turn the leaves and find the words he sought without attracting the attention of his fierce companion. He, however, succeeded in doing this at last, the long list of words he found on every page being arranged alphabetically. It was a private code for telegraphic or cable messages, and he soon found out that happenings meant our little game discovered, play straight until I give you the wink, and that Afghanistan stood for hush money, as the latter was followed by the figures I have mentioned. The purport of the message needed no explanation, but the word Frederick did, so he searched for that, only to find that it was not in the book. There was but one conclusion to draw. This name was perfectly well known between them, and was that of the person, no doubt, who laid claim to the $2,000. Satisfied at holding this clue to the riddle, he dropped the book again at his side and skillfully kicked it far out into the room. Captain Wattles had seen nothing. He was a man who took in only one thing at a time. The penning of that letter went on laboriously. It took so long that Sweetwater dozed, or pretended to, and when it was at last done, the clock on the mantelpiece had struck 2. "Hello there now!" suddenly shouted the captain, turning on the messenger. "Are you ready for another journey?" "That depends," smiled Sweetwater, rising sleepily and advancing. "Haven't got over the last one yet, and would rather sleep than start out again." "Oh, you want pay? Well, you'll get that fast enough if you succeed in your mission. This letter," he shook it with an impatient hand, "should be worth $2,500 to me. If you bring me back that money or its equivalent within 24 hours, I will give you a clean 100 of it." "Good enough pay, I take it, for 5 hours' journey. Better than sleep, eh? Besides, you can doze on the cars." Sweetwater agreed with him in all these assertions. Putting on his cap, he reached for the letter. He didn't like being made an instrument for blackmail, but he was curious to see to whom he was about to be sent. But the captain had grown suddenly wary. "This is not a letter to be dropped in the mailbox," said he. "You brought me a line here whose prompt delivery has prevented me from making a fool of myself tonight. You must do as much with this one. It is to be carried to its destination by yourself, given to the person whose name you will find written on it, and the answer brought back before you sleep. Mind you, unless you snatch a wink or so on the cars. That it is night need not disturb you. It will be daylight before you arrive at the place to which this is addressed, and if you cannot get into the house at so early an hour, whistle 3 times like this. Listen, and one of the windows will presently fly up. You have had no trouble finding me, you'll have no trouble finding him. When you return, hunt me up as you did tonight. Only you need not trouble yourself to look for me at Haberstow's," he added under his breath in a tone that was no doubt highly satisfactory to himself. I shall not be there, and now, off with you," he shouted. "You've your $100 to make before daylight, and it's already after 2." Sweetwater, who had stolen a glimpse at the superscription on the letter he held, stumbled as he went out of the door. It was directed, as he had expected, to a Frederick, probably to the second one of whom Captain Wattles had spoken, but not, as he had expected, to a stranger. The name on the letter was Frederick Sutherland, and the place of his destination was Sutherland town. End of chapter 28. The Adventure of the Scrap of Paper and the 3 Words. Recorded by Gabby Cowan. Section 29 of Agatha Webb. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gabby Cowan. Agatha Webb by Katharine Green. Chapter 29. Who are you? The round had come full circle. By various chances and a train of circumstances for which he could not account, he had been turned from his first intention and was being brought back stage by stage to the very spot he had thought it his duty to fly from. Was this fate? He began to think so, and no longer so much as dreamed of struggling against it. But he felt very much dazed, and walked away through the now partially deserted streets with an odd sense of failure that was only compensated by the hope he now cherished of seeing his mother again, and being once more Caleb Sweetwater of Sutherland town. He was clearer, however, after a few blocks of rapid walking, and then he began to wonder over the contents of the letter he held, and how they would affect its recipient. Was it a new danger he was bringing him? Instead of aiding Mr. Sutherland in keeping his dangerous secret, was he destined to bring disgrace upon him, not only by his testimony before the coroner, but by means of this letter, which, whatever it contained, certainly could not bode good to the man from whom it was designed to wrest $2,500? The fear that he was destined to do so grew upon him rapidly, and the temptation to open the letter and make himself master of its contents before leaving town at last became so strong that his sense of honor paled before it, and he made up his mind that before he ventured into the precincts of Sutherland town he would know just what sort of a bombshell he was carrying into the Sutherland family. To do this, he stopped at the first respectable lodging house he encountered and hired a room, calling for hot water, piping hot, he told them. He subjected the letter to the effects of steam, and presently had it opened. He was not disappointed in its contents, save that they were even more dangerous than he had anticipated. Captain Wattles was an old crony of Frederick's, and knew his record better than anyone else in the world. From this fact, and the added one that Frederick had stood in special need of money at the time of Agatha Webb's murder, the writer had no hesitation in believing him guilty of the crime which opened his way to a fortune. And though under ordinary circumstances he would, as his friend Frederick already knew, be perfectly willing to keep his opinions to himself, he was just now under the same necessity for money that Frederick had been at that fatal time, and must therefore see the color of $2,500 before the day was out if Frederick desired to have his name kept out of the Boston papers. That it had been kept out up to this time argued that the crime had been well enough hidden to make the alternative thus offered an important one. There was no signature. Sweetwater, affected to an extent he little expected, resealed the letter, made his excuses to the landlord, and left the house. Now he could see why he had not been allowed to make his useless sacrifice. Another man than himself suspected Frederick, and by a word could precipitate the doom he already saw hung too low above the devoted head of Mr. Sutherland's son to be averted. "Yet I'll attempt that too," burst impetuously from his lips. "If I fail, I can but go back with the knowledge of this added danger. If I succeed, why, I must still go back. From some persons and from some complications, it is useless to attempt flight." Returning to the clubhouse he had first entered in his search for Captain Wattles, he asked if that gentleman had yet come in. This time he was answered by an affirmative, though he might almost as well have not been, for the captain was playing cards in a private room and would not submit to any interruption. "He will submit to mine," retorted Sweetwater to the man who had told him this. "Or wait, hand him back this letter and say that the messenger refuses to deliver it." This brought the captain out as he had fully expected it would. "Why, what—" began that gentleman in a furious rage. But Sweetwater, laying his hand on the arm he knew to be so sensitive, rose on tiptoe and managed to whisper in the angry man's ear, "You are a card sharp, and it will be easy enough to ruin you. Threaten Frederick Sutherland, and in 2 weeks you will be boycotted by every club in this city. $2,500 won't pay you for that." This from a nondescript fellow with no grains of a gentleman about him in form, feature, or apparel. The captain stared nonplussed, too much taken aback to be angry. Suddenly he cried, "How do you know all this? How do you know what is or it is not in the letter I gave you?" Sweetwater, with a shrug that in its quiet significance seemed to make him at once the equal of his interrogator, quietly pressed the quivering limb under his hand and calmly replied, "I know because I have read it. Before putting my head in the lion's mouth, I make it a point to count his teeth." And lifting his hand, he drew back, leaving the captain reeling. "What is your name? Who are you?" shouted out Wattles as Sweetwater was drawing off. It was the third time he had been asked that question within 24 hours, but not before with this telling emphasis. "Who are you, I say, and what can you do to me?" "I am—" "But that is an insignificant detail unworthy of your curiosity. As to what I can do, wait and see. But first burn that letter." And turning his back he fled out of the building, followed by oaths which, if not loud, were certainly deep and very far reaching. It was the first time that Captain Wattles had met his match in audacity. End of chapter 29. Who Are You? Recorded by Gabby Cowan.
Section 30 of Agatha Webb. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. Agatha Webb by Katharine Green. Home Again. On his way to the depot, Sweetwater went into the Herald office and bought a morning paper. At the station he opened it. There was one column devoted to the wreck of the Hesper, and a whole half page to the proceedings of the third day's inquiry into the cause and manner of Agatha Webb's death. Merely noting that his name was mentioned among the lost in the first article, he began to read the latter with justifiable eagerness. The assurance given in Captain Wattle's letter was true. No direct suspicion had as yet fallen on Frederick. As the lover of Amabel Page, his name was necessarily mentioned, but neither in the account of the inquest nor in the editorials on the subject could he find any proof that either the public or police had got hold of the great idea that he was the man who had preceded Amabel to Agatha's cottage. Relieved on this score, Sweetwater entered more fully into the particulars, and found that though the jury had sat 3 days, very little more had come to light than was known on the morning he made that bold dash into the Hesper. Most of the witnesses had given their testimony, Amabel's being the chief, and though no open accusation had been made, it was evident from the trend of the questions put to the latter that Amabel's connection with the affair was looked upon as criminal and as placing her in a very suspicious light. Her replies, however, as once before, under a similar but less formal examination, failed to convey any recognition on her part either of this suspicion or of her own position, yet they were not exactly frank, and Sweetwater saw, or thought he saw, naturally failing to have a key to the situation, that she was still working upon her old plan of saving both herself and Frederick by throwing whatever suspicion her words might raise upon the deceased Zabel. He did not know, and perhaps it was just as well that he did not at this especial juncture, that she was only biding her time, now very nearly at hand, and that instead of loving Frederick she hated him, and was determined upon his destruction. Reading, as a final clause, that Mr. Sutherland was expected to testify soon in explanation of his position as executor of Mrs. Webb's will, Sweetwater grew very serious, and while no change took place in his mind as to his present duty, he decided that his return must be as unobtrusive as possible, and his only too timely reappearance on the scene of the inquiry kept secret till Mr. Sutherland had given his evidence and retired from under the eyes of his excited fellow citizens. The sight of me might unnerve him, was Sweetwater's thought, precipitating the very catastrophe we dread. One look, one word on his part indicative of his inner apprehensions that his son had a hand in the crime which has so benefited him, and nothing can save Frederick from the charge of murder. Not Knapp's skill, my silence, or Amabel's finesse. The young man will be lost. He did not know, as we do, that Amabel's finesse was devoted to winning a husband for herself, and that, in the event of failure, the action she threatened against her quondam lover would be precipitated that very day at the moment when the clock struck 12. Sweetwater arrived home by the way of Portchester. He had seen 1 or 2 persons he knew, but so far had himself escaped recognition. The morning light was dimly breaking when he strode into the outskirts of Sutherland town and began to descend the hill. As he passed Mr. Halliday's house he looked up, and was astonished to see a light burning in one deeply embowered window. Alas! He did not know how early one anxious heart woke during those troublous days. The Sutherland house was dark, but as he crept very close under its overhanging eaves he heard a deep sigh uttered over his head, and knew that someone was up here also in anxious expectation of a day that was destined to hold more than even he anticipated. Meanwhile the sea grew rosy, and the mother's cottage was as yet far off. Hurrying on he came at last under the eye of more than one of the early risers of Sutherland town. "What, Sweetwater, alive and well? Hey, Sweetwater, we thought you were lost on the Hesper. Hello, home in time to see the pretty Amabel arrested?" Phrases like these met him at more than one corner, but he eluded them all, stopping only to put one hesitating question: was his mother well? Home fears had made themselves felt with his near approach to that humble cottage door. Section 30.
Section 31 of Agatha Webb. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Agatha Webb by Katharine Green. What followed the striking of the clock. Recording by Siobhan Starr. It was the last day of the inquest, and to many it bade fair to be the least interesting. All the witnesses who had anything to say had long ago given in their testimony, and when at or near noon Sweetwater slid into the inconspicuous seat he had succeeded in obtaining near the coroner, it was to find in two faces only any signs of the eagerness and expectancy which filled his own breast to suffocation. But as these faces were those of Agnes Halliday and Amabel Page, he soon recognized that his own judgment was not at fault, and that notwithstanding outward appearances and the languid interest shown in the now lagging proceedings, the moment presaged an event full of unseen but vital consequence. Frederick was not visible in the great hall, but that he was near at hand soon became evident from the change Sweetwater now saw in Amabel. For while she had hitherto sat under the universal gaze with only the faint smile of conscious beauty on her inscrutable features, she roused as the hands of the clock moved towards noon, and glanced at the great door of entrance with an evil expectancy that startled even Sweetwater. So little had he really understood the nature of the passions laboring in that venomous breast. Next moment the door opened, and Frederick and his father came in. The air of triumphant satisfaction with which Amabel sank back into her seat was as marked in his character as her previous suspense. What did it mean? Sweetwater noted it, and the vivid contrast it offered to Frederick's air of depression, felt that his return had been well timed. But Frederick, who was looking at Amabel, and his erect head and determined aspect made him a conspicuous figure in the room. She who had called up this expression, and alone comprehended fully, smiled as she met his eye, with that curious, slow dipping of her dimples, which had more than once confounded the coroner, and rendered her at once the admiration and abhorrence of the crowd, who for so long a time had the opportunity of watching her. Frederick, to whom this smile conveyed a last hope as well as a last threat, looked away as soon as possible, but not before her eyes had fallen in their old inquiring ways to his hands, from which he had removed the ring which up to this hour he had invariably worn on his third finger. In this glance of hers and this action of his began the struggle that was to make the day memorable in many hearts. After the first stir occasioned by the entrance of two such important persons, the crowd settled back into its old quietude under the coroner's hand. A tedious witness was having his slow say, and to him a full attention was being given in the hope that some real enlightenment would come at last to settle the questions which had been raised by Amabel's incomplete and unsatisfactory testimony. But no man can furnish what he does not possess, and the few final minutes before noon passed by without any addition being made to the facts which had already been presented for general consideration. As the witness sat down, the clock began to strike. As the slow, hesitating strokes rang out, Sweetwater saw Frederick yield to a sudden but most profound emotion. The old fear, which we understand, if Sweetwater did not, had again seized the victim of Amabel's ambition, and under her eye, which was blazing full upon him now with a fell and steady purpose, he found his right hand stealing toward the left in the significant action she expected. Better to yield than fall headlong into the pit one word of hers would open. He had not meant to yield, but now that the moment had come, now that he must at once and forever choose between a course that led simply to personal unhappiness and one that involved not only himself but those dearest to him, in disgrace and sorrow, he felt himself weakened to the point of clutching at whatever would save him from the consequences of confession. Moral strength and that tenacity of purpose which only comes from years of self-control were too lately awakened in his breast to sustain him now. As stroke after stroke fell on the ear, he felt himself yielding beyond recovery, and had almost touched his finger in the significant action of scent which Amabel awaited with breathless expectation. When was it miracle, or only the suggestion of his better nature? The memory of a face, full of holy pleading, rose from the past before his eyes, and with an inner cry of "Mother!" he flung his hand out and clutched his father's arm in a way to break the charm of his own dread, and end forever the effects of intolerable fascination that was working upon him. Next minute the last stroke of noon rang out, and the hour was up which Amabel had set as the limit of her silence. A pause, which to their two hearts, if to no other, seemed strangely appropriate, followed the cessation of these sounds. Then the witness was dismissed, and Amabel, taking advantage of the moment, was about to lean towards Mr. Courtney, when Frederick, leaping with a bound to his feet, drew all eyes towards himself with the cry, "Let me be put on my oath. I have testimony to give of the utmost importance of this case." The coroner was astounded. Everyone was astounded. No one had expected anything from him, and instinctively every eye turned towards Amabel to see how she was affected by his action. Strangely, evidently, for the look with which she settled back in her seat was one which no one saw it ever forgot, though it conveyed no hint of her real feelings, which were somewhat chaotic. Frederick, who had forgotten her now that he had made up his mind to speak, waited for the coroner's reply. "If you have testimony," said that gentleman, after exchanging a few hurried words with Mr. Courtney and the surprised Knapp, "you can do no better than give it to us at once, Mr. Frederick Sutherland. Will you take the stand?" With a noble air from which all hesitation had vanished, Frederick started towards the place indicated, but stopped before he had taken half-dozen steps, and glanced back at his father, who was visibly succumbing under this last shock. "Go," he whispered, but in so thrilling a tone it was heard to the remotest corner of the room. "Spare me the anguish of saying what I have to say in your presence. I could not bear it. You could not bear it. Later, if you will wait for me in one of these rooms, I will repeat my tale in your ears. But go now. It is my last entreaty." There was a silence. No one ventured a dissent. No one so much as made a gesture of disapproval. Then Mr. Sutherland struggled to his feet, cast one last look around him, and disappeared through a door which had opened like magic before him. Then, and not till then, did Frederick move forward. The moment was intense. The coroner seemed to share the universal excitement, but for his first question was a leading one, and brought out the startling admission. "I have obtruded myself into this inquiry, and now ask to be heard by this jury, because no man knows more than I do of the manner and cause of Agatha Webb's death. This you will believe when I tell you that I was the person Miss Page followed into Miss Webb's house, and whom she heard descend the stairs during the moment she crouched behind the figure of the sleeping Philemon." It was more, infinitely more than anyone there had expected. It was not only acknowledged, but a confession, and the shock, the surprise, the alarm which it occasioned even to those who had never much confidence in this young man's virtue, was almost appalling in its intensity. Had it not been for the consciousness of Mr. Sutherland's near presence, the feeling would have risen to outbreak, and many voices were held in subjection by the remembrance of this venerated man's last look, that otherwise would have made themselves heard in despite of the restrictions of the place and the authority of the police. To Frederick it was a moment of immeasurable grief and humiliation. On every face, in every shrinking form, in subdued murmurs and open cries he read instant and complete condemnation. And yet in all his life, from boyhood to up to this hour, never had he been so worthy of their esteem and consideration. But though he felt iron enter his soul, he did not lose his determined attitude. He had observed a change in Amabel and a change in Agnes, and if only to disappoint the vile triumph of the one and raise against the drooping courage of the other, he withstood the clamor and began speaking again before the coroner had been able to fully restore quiet. "I know," said he, What this acknowledgment must convey to the minds of the jury, people here assembled, but if anyone who listens to me thinks me guilty of the death I was so unfortunate as to have witnessed, he will be doing me a wrong which Agatha Webb would be first to condemn. Dr. Talbot, and you, gentlemen of the jury, in the face of God and man, I here declare that Mrs. Webb, in my presence and before my eyes, gave to herself the blow which has robbed us all of a most valuable life. She was not murdered. It was a solemn assertion, but it failed to convince the crowd before him, as by one impulse men and women broke into a tumult. Mr. Sutherland had forgotten in cries of "Never! She was too good! It's all calumny! A wretched lie!" broke into unrestrained excitement from every part of the large room. In vain the coroner smote with his gavel. In vain the local police endeavored to restore order. The tide was up and overswept everything for an instant, till silence was again restored by the sight of Amabel smoothing out the folds of her crisp white frock with an incredulous, almost insulting smile that at once fixed attention again on Frederick. He seized the occasion and spoke up in a tone of great resolve. "I have made an assertion," said he, "before God and before this jury. To make it seem a credible one, I shall have to tell my own story from the beginning. Am I allowed to do so, Mr. Coroner?" "You are," was the firm response. "Then, gentlemen," continued Frederick, still without looking at Amabel, whose smile had acquired a mockery that drew the eyes of the jury towards her more than once during the following recital, "you know, and the public generally now know, that Mrs. Webb had left me the greater portion of the money of which she died possessed. I have never before acknowledged to anyone, not even to the good man who awaits the jury's verdict on the other side of that door yonder, that she had reasons for this, good reasons, reasons of which, up to the very evening of her death, I am myself ignorant, as I was ignorant of her intentions in my regard, or that I was the special object of her attention, or that we were under any mutual obligations in any way. Why, then, I should have thought of going to her in the great strait in which I found myself on that day, I cannot say. I knew she had money in her house. This I had unhappily been made acquainted with in an accidental way, and I knew she was one of kindly disposition and quite capable of doing a very unselfish act. Still, this would not seem to be reason enough for me to intrude upon her late at night with the plea for a large loan of money. Had I not been in a desperate condition of mind, which made any attempt seem reasonable that promised relief from the unendurable burden of a pressing and disreputable debt, I was obliged to have money, a great deal of money, and I have to have it at once. And while I know that this will not serve to lighten the suspicion I have brought upon myself by my late admissions, it is the only explanation I can give you for leaving the ball at my father's house, and hurrying down secretly and alone into town to the little cottage where, as I had been told early in the evening, a small entertainment was being given, which would ensure its being open even at so late an hour as midnight. Miss Page, who will, I am sure, pardon the introduction of her name into this narrative, has taken pains to declare to you that in the expedition she herself made into town that evening, she followed some person's step downhill. This is very likely true, and those steps were probably mine, for after leaving the house by the garden door, I came directly down the main road to the corner of the lane running past Mrs. Webb's cottage. Having already seen from the hillside the light burning in her upper windows, I felt encouraged to proceed, and so hastened on till I came to the gate on High Street. Here I had a moment of hesitation, and thoughts, bitter enough for me to recall them at this moment, came into my mind, making that instant perhaps the worst in my life, but they passed, thank God, and with no more desperate feeling than a sullen intention of having my own way about this money, I lifted the latch of the front door and stepped in. I had expected to find a jovial group of friends in our little ground parlor, or at least to hear the sound of merry voices and laughter in the rooms above, but no sound of any sort awaited me. Indeed, the house seemed strangely silent for one so fully lighted, and astonished at this, I pushed the door ajar at my left and looked in. An unexpected and pitiful sight awaited me. Seated at a table set with abundance of untasted food, I saw the master of the house with his head sunk forward on his arms, asleep. The expected guests had failed to arrive, and he, tired out with waiting, had fallen into a doze at the board. This was a condition of things for which I was not prepared. Mrs. Webb, whom I wished to see, was probably upstairs, and while I might summon her by a sturdy rap on the door beside which I stood, I had so little desire to wake her husband, of whose mental condition I was well aware, that I could not bring myself to make any loud noise within his hearing. Yet I had not the courage to retreat. All my hope of relief from the many difficulties that menaced me lay in the generosity of this great-hearted woman. And if out of pusillanimity I let this hour go without making my appeal, nothing but shame and disaster awaited me. Yet how could I hope to lure her downstairs without noise? I could not. And so, yielding to the impulse of the moment, without any realization, I here swear of the effect which my unexpected presence would have had on the noble woman overheard, I slipped up the narrow staircase, and catching at that moment the sound of her voice calling out to Batsy, I stepped up to the door I saw standing open before me, and confronted her before she could move from the table before which she was sitting, counting over a large roll of money. My look, and it was doubtless not a common look, for the sight of a mass of money at that moment, when money was everything to me, roused every lurking demon in my breast, seemed to appall, if it did not frighten me, for she rose, and meeting my eye with a gaze in which shock and some strange and poignant agony totally incomprehensible to me were strangely blended, she cried out, "No, no, Frederick, you don't know what you are doing. If you want my money, take it. If you want my life, I will give it to you with my own hand. Don't stain yours. Don't." I did not understand her. I did not know until I thought it over afterward that my hand was thrust convulsively into my breast in a way which, taken with my wild mien, made me look as if I had come to murder her for the money over which she was hovering. I was blind, deaf to everything but that money, and bending madly forward in a state of mental intoxication awful enough for me to remember now, I answered her frenzied words by some such broken exclamations such as these: "Give, then! I want hundreds, thousands, now, to save myself. Disgrace, shame, prison await me if I don't have them. Give, give!" And my hand went out toward it, not toward her, but she mistook the action, mistook my purpose, and, with a heart-broken cry to save me from crime, the worst crime of which humanity is capable, she caught up a dagger, lying only too near her hand, in the open drawer against which she leaned, and in a moment of fathomless anguish, which we who can never know more than the outward seeming of her life can hardly measure, plunged against it, and I can tell you no more. Her blood and Batsy's shriek from the adjoining room swam through my consciousness, and then she fell, as I supposed, dead upon the floor, and I, in scarcely better case, fell also. This, as God lives, is the truth concerning the wound found in the breast of this never-to-be-forgotten woman. The feeling, the pathos, the anguish even, to be found in this tone made the story, strange and incredible as it is, appear for the moment plausible. "And Batsy?" asked the coroner. "Must have fallen when we did, for I never heard her voice after the first scream. But I shall speak of her again. What I must now explain is how the money in Mrs. Webb's drawer came into my possession, and how the dagger she had planted in her breast came to be found on the lawn outside. When I came to myself, and that must have been very soon, I found that the blow of which I had been such a horrified witness had not yet proved fatal. The eyes I had seen close, as I had supposed, forever were now open, and she was looking at me with a smile that has never left my memory, and never will. "There was no blood on you," she murmured. "You did not strike the blow. Was it only money that you wanted, Frederick? If so, you could have done it without crime. There are $500 in that table. Take them and let them pave your way to a better life. My death will help you remember. Do these words, this action of hers seem incredible to you, sirs? Alas, alas, they will not when I tell you. And here he cast one anxious, deeply anxious glance at the room in which Mr. Sutherland was hidden. That unknown to me, unknown to anyone living but herself, unknown to the good man from whom it can no longer be kept hidden. Agatha Webb was my mother. I am Philemon's son, and not the offspring of Charles and Marietta Sutherland. End of section 31. Recording by Siobhan Starr. Section 32 of Agatha Webb. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Agatha Webb by Katharine Green. A Witness Lost. Recording by Siobhan Starr. Impossible! Incredible! Like a wave suddenly lifted, the whole assemblage rose in surprise if not in protest. But there was no outburst. The very depth of feelings evoked made all ebullition impossible, and as one sees the billow pause ere it breaks, and gradually subside, so this crowd yielded to its awe, and man by man sank back into his seat till quiet was again restored, and only a circle of listening faces confronted the man who had just stirred a whole roomful to its depths. Seeing this, and realizing his opportunity, Frederick at once entered into the explanations for which each heart there panted. This will be overwhelming news to him, who has cared for me since infancy. You have heard him call me son. With what words shall I overthrow his confidence in the truth and rectitude of his long-buried wife, and make him know in his old age that he has wasted years of patience upon one who was not of his blood or lineage? The wonder, the incredulity you manifest are my best excuse for my long delay in revealing the secret entrusted to me by this dying woman. An odd silence greeted these words. Never was the interest of a crowd more intense or his passions held in greater restraint. Yet Agnes's tears flowed freely, and Amabel's smiles, well, their expressions had changed. And to Sweetwater, who alone had eyes for her now, they were surcharged with a tragic meaning, strange to see in one of her callous nature. Frederick's voice broke as he proceeded in his self-imposed task. The astounding fact which I have just communicated to you was made known by my mother. With the dagger still plunged in her breast, she would not let me draw it out. She knew that death would follow that act, and she prized every moment remaining to her, because of the bliss she enjoyed of seeing and having near her only living child. The love, the passion, the boundless devotion she showed me in those last few minutes transformed me in an instant from a selfish brute into a deeply repentant man. I knelt before her in anguish. I made her feel that, wicked as I had been, I was not the conscienceless wretch she imagined me, and she was mistaken as to the motives which led me into her presence. And when I saw by her clearing brow and peaceful look that I had fully persuaded her of this, I let her speak what words she would, and tell, as she was able, the secret tragedy of her life. It is a sacred story to me, and if you must know it, let it be from her own words in the letter she left behind her. She only told me that to save me from the fate of the children who had preceded me, the 5 little girls and boys who had perished almost at birth in her arms. She had parted from me in early infancy to Mrs. Sutherland, then mourning the sudden death of her only child, that this had been done secretly and under circumstances calculated to deceive Mr. Sutherland. Consequently, he had never known I was not his own child, and in the terror of the effect which the truth might have upon him, she enjoined me not to enlighten him now, if by any sacrifice on my part I could rightfully avoid it. That she was happy in having me hear the truth before she died. That the joy which this gave her was so great, she did not regret her fatal act, violent and uncalled for as it was, for it had showed her my heart, and allowed me to read hers. Then she talked to my father, by whom I mean whom you call Philemon, and she made me promise I would care for him to the last with tenderness, saying that I would be able to do this without seeming impropriety, since she had willed me all her fortune under this proviso. Finally, she gave me a key, and pointing out where the money lay hidden, bade me carry it away as her last gift, together with the package of letters I would find with it. And when I had taken these and given her back the key, she told me that but for one thing she would die happy. And though her strength and breath were fast failing her, she made me understand that she was worried about the Zabels, who had not come according to a sacred custom between them to celebrate the anniversary of her wedding, and prayed me to see the two old gentlemen before I slept, since nothing but death or dire distress would have kept them from gratifying the one whim of my father's failing mind. I promised, and with perfect peace in her face, she pointed to the dagger in her breast. But before I could lay my hand upon it, she called for Batsy. "I want her to hear me declare before I go," said she, "that this stroke was delivered by myself upon myself." But when I rose to look for Batsy, I found that the shock of her mistress's fatal act had killed her, and that only her dead body was lying across the window-sill of the adjoining room. It was a chance that robbed me of the only witness who could testify to my innocence. In case my presence in this house of death should become known, and realizing all danger in which it threw me, I did not dare tell to my mother, for fear it would make her last moments miserable. So I told her that the poor woman had understood what she had wished, but was too terrified to move or speak. And this satisfied my mother, and made her last breath one of trust and contented love. She died as I drew the dagger from her breast, and seeing this, I was seized with horror of the instrument which had cost me such dear and valuable life, and flung it widely from the window. Then I lifted her and laid her where you found her, on the sofa. I did not know that the dagger was an old-time gift from her former lover, James Zabel, much less that it bore his initials on the handle. He paused, and the awe occasioned by the scene he had described was so deep, and the silence so prolonged, that a shudder passed over the whole assemblage, when from some unknown quarter a single cutting voice arose in this one short, mocking comment. "Oh, the fairy tale!" Was it Amabel who spoke? Some thought so, and looked her way, but they only beheld a sweet, tear-stained face turned it with an air of moving appeal upon Frederick, as if begging pardon for the wicked doubts which had driven him to this defence. Frederick met that look with one so severe it partook of harshness. Then resuming his testimony, he said, "It is one of the Zabel brothers I must now speak, and of how one of them, James by name, came to be involved in this affair. When I left my dead mother's side, I was in such a state of mind that I passed with scarcely so much as a glance the room where my new-found father sat sleeping. But as I hastened on toward the quarter where the Zabels lived, I was seized by such a compunction for his desolate state, that I faltered in my rapid flight, and did not arrive at the place of my destination as quickly as I intended. When I did, I found the house dark, and the silence sepulchral, but I did not turn away, remembering my mother's anxiety, an anxiety so extreme it disturbed her final moments. I approached the front door, and was about to knock, when I found it open. Greatly astonished, I at once passed in, and seeing my way perfectly in the moonlight, entered the room on the left, the door of which also stood open. It was the second house I had entered unannounced that night, and in this, as in the other, I encountered a man sitting asleep by the table. It was John, the elder of the two, and perceiving that he was suffering for food and in a condition of extreme misery, I took out the first bill my hand encountered in my overfull pockets and laid it on the table by his side. As I did so, he gave a sigh, but did not wake, and satisfied I had done all that was wise, and all that even my mother would expect of me under the circumstances, and fearing to encounter the elder brother if I lingered, I hastened away and took the shortest path home. Had I been more of a man, or if my visit to Mrs. Webb had been actuated by a more communicable motive, I would have gone at once to the good man who believed me to be of his own flesh and blood, and told him of the strange and heart-rending adventure which had changed the whole tenor of my thoughts in life, and begged his advice as to what I had better to do under the difficult circumstances in which I found myself placed. But the memory of 1,000 past ingratitudes, together with the knowledge of the shock which he could not fail to receive on learning at this late day, and under circumstances at once so tragic and full of menace, that the child which his long-buried wife had once placed in his arms as his own was neither of her blood nor his, rose up between us and caused me not only to attempt silence, but to secrete in the adjoining woods the money I had received, in the vain hope that all visible connections between myself and my mother's tragic death would thus be lost. You see, I had not calculated on Miss Amabel Page. The flash she here received from the lady's eyes startled the crowd, and gave Sweetwater, already suffering under shock after shock of mingled surprise and wonder, his first definite idea. He had never rightly understood the relations between the two, and that something besides justice had actuated Amabel in her treatment of this young man. This feeling was shared by others, and a reaction set in Frederick's favor, which even affected the officials who were conducting the inquiry. This was shown by the difference of manner now assumed by the coroner, and by the more easily impressed Sweetwater, who had not yet learned the indispensable art of hiding his feelings. Frederick himself felt the change, and showed it by the look of relief and growing confidence he cast at Agnes. Of the questions and answers which now passed between him and the various members of the jury, I need give no account. They but emphasized facts already known, and produced but little change in the general feeling, which is now one of suppressed pity for all those who had been drawn into the meshes of this tragic mystery. When he was allowed to resume his seat, the name of Miss Amabel Page was called again. She rose with a bound. Not that she had anticipated had occurred. Facts of which she could know nothing had changed the aspect of affairs and made the position of Frederick something so remote from any she could have imagined, that she was still in the maze of the numberless conflicting emotions which these revelations were calculated to call out in one who had risked all on the hazard of a die and lost. She did not even know at this moment whether she was glad or sorry he could explain so cleverly his anomalous position. She had caught the look he had cast at Agnes, and while this angered her, it did not greatly modify her opinion that he was destined for herself. For however other people might feel, she did not for a moment believe his story. She had not a pure enough heart to do so. To her, all self-sacrifice was an anomaly. No woman of the mental or physical strength of Agatha Webb would plant a dagger in her own breast just to prevent another person from committing a crime, were he a lover, husband, or son. So Amabel believed, and so would these others believe, also when once relieved of the magnetic personality of this extraordinary witness. Yet how thrilling it had been to hear him plead his cause so well! It was almost worth the loss of her revenge to meet his look of hate, and dream of the possibility of turning it later into the old look of love. Yes, she loved him now, not for his position, for that he was gone, not even for his money, for she could contemplate his loss, but for himself, who had so boldly shown that he was stronger than she, and could triumph over her by the sheer force of his masculine daring. With such feelings, what would she say to these men? How conduct herself under questions which would be much more searching now than before? She could not even decide in her own mind. She must let impulse have its way. Happily, she took the right stand at first. She did not endeavor to make any corrections in her former testimony, only acknowledging that the flower whose presence on the scene of death had been such a mystery had fallen from her hair at the ball, and that she had seen Frederick pick it up and put it in his buttonhole. Beyond this, the inferences it afterward awakened in her mind, she would not go, though many present, and among them Frederick, felt confident that her attitude had been one of suspicion from the first, and that it was to follow him rather than to supply the wants of the old man, Zabel. She had left the ball, and found her way to Agatha Webb's cottage. End of section 32. Recording by Siobhan Starr.
Section 33 of Agatha Webb. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gabby Cowan. Agatha Webb by Katharine Green. Part 1 of Why Agatha Webb Will Never Be Forgotten in Sutherland Town. Meanwhile, Sweetwater had been witness to a series of pantomimic actions that interested him more than Amabel's conduct under this final examination. Frederick, who had evidently some request to make or direction to give, had sent a written line to the coroner, who, on reading it, had passed it over to Knapp, who, a few minutes later, was to be seen in conference with Agnes Halliday. As a result, the latter rose and left the room, followed by the detective. She was gone a half an hour. Then, simultaneously with her reappearance, Sweetwater saw Knapp hand a bundle of letters to the coroner, who, upon opening them, chose out several which he proceeded to read to the jury. They were the letters referred to by Frederick as having been given to him by his mother. The first was dated 35 years previously and was in the handwriting of Agatha herself. It was directed to James Zabel and was read amid a profound hush. Dear James, you are too presumptuous. When I let you carry me away from John in that maddening reel last night, I did not mean you to draw the inference you did. That you did draw it argues a touch of vanity in a man who is not alone in the field where he imagines himself victor. John, who is humbler, sees some merit in Frederick Snow, let us say. So do I, but merit does not always win any more than presumption. When we meet, let it be as friends, but as friends only. A girl cannot be driven into love. To ride on your big mare, Judith, is bliss enough for my 20 years. Why don't you find it so too? I think I hear you say you do, but only when she stops at a certain gate on Portchester Highway. Folly! There are other roads and other gates, though if I should see you enter one, there! My pen is galloping away with me faster than Judith ever did, and it is time I drew rein. Present my regards to John, but no, then he would know I had written you a letter, and that might hurt him. How could he guess if it was only a scolding letter, such as it would grieve him to receive, and that it does not count for anything? Were it to Frederick Snow, now, there, some horses are so hard to pull up, and so are some pens. I will come to a standstill, but not before your door. Respectfully, your neighbor, Agatha Gilchrist. Dear James, I know I have a temper, a wicked temper, and now you know it too. When it is roused, I forget love, gratitude, and everything else that should restrain me, and utter words I am myself astonished at. But I do not get roused often, and when all is over I am not averse to apologizing or even to begging forgiveness. My father says my temper will undo me, but I am much more afraid of my heart than I am of my temper. For instance, here I am writing to you again just because I raised my riding whip and said, but you know what I said, and I am not fond of recalling the words, for I cannot do so without seeing your look of surprise and contrasting it with that of Philemon's. Yours had judgment in it, while Philemon's held only indulgence. Yet I liked yours best, or should have liked it best if it were not for the insufferable pride which is a part of my being. Temper such as mine ought to surprise you. Yet would I be Agatha Gilchrist without it? I very much fear not. And not being Agatha Gilchrist, should I have your love? Again, I fear not. James, forgive me. When I am happier, when I know my own heart, I will have less provocation. Then, if that heart turns your way, you will find a great and bountiful serenity where now there are lowering and thunderous tempests. Philemon said last night that he would be content to have my fierce word of mornings, if only I would give him one drop out of the honey of my better nature when the sun went down at twilight, brought reflection and love. But I did not like him any better for saying this. You would not have the day so. The cup with which you would refresh yourself must hold no bitterness. Will it not have to be proffered then by other hands than those of Agatha Gilchrist? Mr. Philemon Webb. Respected Sir, you are persistent. I am willing to tell you, though I shall never confide so much to another, that it will take a stronger nature than yours, and one that loves me less, to hold me faithful and make me the happy, devoted wife which I must be if I would not be a demon. I cannot, I dare not, marry where I am not held in a passionate, self-forgetful subjection. I am too proud, too sensitive, too little mistress of myself when angry or aroused. If, like some strong women, I loved what was weaker than myself, I could be controlled by goodness and unlimited kindness. I might venture to risk living at the side of the most indulgent and upright man I know. But I am not of that kind. Strength only can command my admiration or subdue my pride. I must fear where I love, and own for husband him who has first shown himself my master. So do not fret any more for me, for you, less than any man I know, will ever claim my obedience or command my love. Not that I will not yield my heart to you, but that I cannot, and, knowing that I cannot, feel it honest to say so before any more of your fine young manhood is wasted. Go your ways, then, Philemon, and leave me to the rougher paths my feet were made to tread. I like you now, and feel something like a tender regard for your goodness, but if you persist in a courtship which only my father is inclined to smile upon, you will call up an antagonism that can lead to nothing but evil. For the serpent that lies coiled in my breast has deadly fangs, and is to be feared, as you should know who have more than once seen me angry. Do not blame John or James Zabel or Frederick Snow or even Samuel Barton for this. It would be the same if none of these men existed. I was not made to triumph over a kindly nature, but to yield the haughtiest heart in all this county to the gentle but firm control of its natural master. Do you want to know who that master is? I cannot tell you, for I have not yet named him to myself. Dear James, I am going away. I am going to leave Portchester for several months. I am going to see the world. I did not tell you this last night for fear of weakening under your entreaties, or should I say commands? Lately I have felt myself weakening more than once, and I want to know what it means. Absence will teach me, absence and the sight of new faces. Do you quarrel with this necessity? Do you think I should know my mind without any such test? Alas, James, it is not a simple mind, and it baffles me at times. Let us then give it a chance. If the glow and glamour of elegant city life can make me forget certain snatches of talk at our old gate, or that night when you drew my hand through your arm and softly kissed my finger tips, then I am no mate for you, whose love, however critical, has never wavered, but has made itself felt, even in rebuke, as the strongest, sweetest thing that has entered my turbulent life. Because I would be worthy of you, I submit to a separation which will either be a permanent one, or the last that will ever take place between you and me. John will not bear this as well as you, yet he does not love me as well, possibly because to him I am simply a superior being, while to you I am a loving but imperfect woman who wishes to do right, but can only do so under the highest guidance. Dear John, I feel that I owe you a letter because you have been so patient. You may show it to James if you like, but I mean it for you, as an old and dear friend who will one day dance at my wedding. I am living in a whirl of enjoyment. I am seeing and tasting of pleasures I have only dreamed about till now. From a farmhouse kitchen to Mrs. Andrews' drawing room is a lively change for a girl who loves dress and show only less than daily intercourse with famous men and brilliant women. But I am bearing it nobly and have developed tastes I did not know I possessed. Expensive tastes, John, which I fear may unfit me for the humble life of a Portchester matron. Can you imagine me dressed in rich brocade, sitting in the midst of Washington's choicest citizens, and exchanging sallies with senators and judges? You may find it hard, yet so it is, and no one seems to think I am out of place, nor do I feel so. Only do not tell James. There are movements in my heart at times which make me shut my eyes when the lights are brightest, and dream, if but for an instant, of home and the tumble-down gateway where I have so often leaned when someone, you know who it is now, John, and I shall not hurt you too deeply by mentioning him, was saying good night and calling down the blessings of heaven upon a head not worthy to receive them. Does this argue my speedy return? Perhaps, yet I do not know. There are fond hearts here also, and a life in this country's centre would be a great life for me if only I could forget the touch of a certain restraining hand which has great power over me even as a memory. For the sake of that touch, shall I give up the grandeur and charm of this broad life? Answer, John. You know him and me well enough now to say. Dear John, I do not understand your letter. You speak in affectionate terms of everybody, yet you beg me to wait and not to be in a hurry to return. Why? Do you not realize that such words only make me more anxious to see old Portchester again? If there is anything amiss at home, or if James is learning to do without me, but you do not say that, you only intimate that perhaps I will be better able to make up my mind later than now, and hint of great things to come if I will only hold my affections in check a little longer. This is all very ambiguous and demands a fuller explanation, so write to me once more, John, or I shall sever every engagement I have made here and return. Dear John, your letter is plain enough this time. James read the letter I wrote you about my pleasure in the life here, and was displeased at it. He thinks I am growing worldly and losing that simplicity which he has always looked upon as my most attractive characteristic. So, well, James is right. I am becoming less the country girl and more the woman of the world. Every day I remain here. That means I am becoming less worthy of him. So, but whatever else I have to say on this topic must be said to him. For this you will pardon me like the good brother you are. I cannot help my preference. He is nearer my own age. Besides, we were made for each other. Dear James, I am not worldly. I am not carried away by the pleasures and satisfactions of this place, at least not to the point of forgetting what is dearer and better. I have seen Washington. I have seen gay life. I like it, but I love Portchester. Consequently, I am going to return to Portchester, and that very soon. Indeed, I cannot stay away much longer, and if you are glad of this, and if you wish to be convinced that a girl who has been wearing brocade and jewels can content herself quite gaily again with calico, come up to the dear old gate a week from now, and you will have the opportunity. Do you object to flowers? I may wear a flower in my hair. Your wayward but ever constant Agatha. Dear James, why must I write? Why am I not content with the memory of last night? When one's cup is quite full, a cup that has been so long in filling, must some few drops escape just to show that a great joy like mine is not satisfied to be simply quiescent? I have suffered so long from uncertainty, have tried you and tried myself with so tedious an indecision, that now I know no other man can ever move my heart as you have done. The ecstasy of it makes me over demonstrative. I want to tell you that I love you, that I do not simply accept your love, but give you back in fullest measure all the devotion you have heaped upon me in spite of my many faults and failings. You took me to your heart last night and seemed satisfied, but it does not satisfy me that I just let you do it without telling you that I am proud and happy to be the chosen one of your heart, and that as I saw your smile and the proud passion which lit up your face, I felt how much sweeter was the dear domestic bliss you promised me than the more brilliant but colder life of a statesman's wife in Washington. I missed the flower from my hair when I went back to my room last night. Did you take it, dear? If so, do not cherish it. I hate to think of anything withering on your breast. My love is deathless, James, and owns no such symbol as that. But perhaps you are not thinking of my love, but of my faults. If so, let the flower remain where you have put it, and when you gaze on it, say, thus it is with the defects of my darling, once in full bloom, now a withered remembrance. When I gathered her, they began to fade. Oh, James, I feel as if I never could feel anger again. Dear James, I cannot believe it. Though you said to me on going out, your father will explain. I cannot content myself with his explanations, and will never believe what he said of you, except you confirm his accusations by your own act. If, after I have told you exactly what passed between us, you return me these and other letters, then I shall know that I have leaned my weight on a hollow staff, and that henceforth I am to be without protector or comforter in this world. Oh, James, were we not happy? I believed in you and felt that you believed in me. When we stood heart to heart under the elm tree, was it only last night? and you swore that if it lay in the power of earthly man to make me happy, I should taste every sweet that a woman's heart naturally craved. I thought my heaven had already come, and that now it only remained for me to create yours. Yet that very minute my father was approaching us, and in another instant we heard these words: "James, I must talk with you before you make my daughter forget herself any further." Forget herself! What happened? This was not the way my father had been accustomed to talk, much as he had always favored the suit of Philemon Webb, and pleased as he would have been had my choice fallen on him. Forget herself! I looked at you to see how these insulting words would affect you, but while you turned pale, or seemed to do so in the fading moonlight, you were not quite so unprepared for them as I was myself, and instead of showing anger, followed my father into the house, leaving me shivering in a spot which had held no chill for me a moment before. You were gone. How long? To me it seemed an hour, and perhaps it was. It would seem to take that long for a man's face to show such change as yours did when you confronted me again in the moonlight. Yet a lightning stroke makes quick work, and perhaps my countenance in that one minute showed as great a change as yours. Else why did you shudder away from me, and to my passionate appeal reply with this one short phrase: "Your father will explain"? Did you think any other words than yours would satisfy me, or that I could believe even him when he accused you of a base and dishonest act? Much as I have always loved and revered my father, I find it impossible not to hope that in his wish to see me united to Philemon, he has resorted to an unworthy subterfuge to separate us. Therefore I give you our interview, word for word. May it shock you as much as it shocked me. Here is what he said first: "Agatha, you cannot marry James Zabel. He is not an honest man. He has defrauded me, your father, of several $1,000, in a clever way, too, showing him to be as subtle as he is unprincipled. Shall I tell you the wretched story, my girl? He has left me to do so. He sees as plainly as I do that any communication between you two, after the discovery I have this day made, would be but an added offense. He is at least a gentleman, which is something, considering how near he came to being my son-in-law. I may have answered. People do cry out when they are stabbed, sometimes, but I rather think I did not say a word, only looked a disdain, which at that minute was as measureless as my belief in you. You dishonest? You? Or perhaps I laughed. That would have been truer to my feeling. Yes, I must have laughed. My father's next words indicated that I did something. "You do not believe in his guilt," he went on, and there was a kindness in his tone which gave me my first feeling of real terror. "I can readily comprehend that, Agatha. He has been in my office and acted under my eye for several years now, and I had almost as much confidence in him as you had, notwithstanding the fact that I liked him much better as my confidential clerk than as your probable or prospective husband. He has never held the key to my heart. Would God he never had to yours! But he was a good and reliable man in the office, or so I thought, and I gave into his hand much of the work I ought to have done myself, especially since my health has more or less failed me. My trust he abused. A month ago, it was during that ill turn, you remember, I received a letter from a man I had never expected to hear from again. He was in my debt some $10,000, and wrote that he had brought with him as much of this sum as he had been able to save in the last 5 years to Sutherland town, where he was now laid up with a dangerous illness from which he had small hope of recovering. Would I come there and get it? He was a stranger and wished to take no one into his confidence, but he had the money and would be glad to place it in my hands. He added that as he was a lone man without friends or relatives to inherit from him, he felt a decided pleasure at the prospect of satisfying his only creditor, and devoutly hoped he would be well enough to realize the transaction and receive my receipt. But if his fever increased and he should be delirious or unconscious when I reached him, then I was to lift up the left-hand corner of the mattress on which he lay and take from underneath his head a black wallet in which I could find the money promised me. He had elsewhere enough to pay all his expenses, so that the full contents of the wallet were mine. I remembered the man, and I wanted the money, so, not being able to go for it myself, I authorized James Zabel to collect it for me. He started at once for Sutherland town, and in a few hours returned with the wallet alluded to. Though I was suffering intensely at the time, I remember distinctly the air with which he laid it down and the words with which he endeavored to carry off a certain secret excitement visible in him. "Mr. Orr was alive, sir, and fully conscious, but he will not outlive the night." He seemed quite satisfied with the messenger and gave up the wallet without any hesitation. I roused up and looked at him. "What has shaken you up so?" I asked. He was silent a moment before replying. "I have ridden fast," said he. Then more slowly, "One feels sorry for a man dying alone and amongst strangers." I thought he showed an unnecessary emotion, but paid no further heed to it at the time. The wallet held $2,000 and more, which was less than I expected, but yet a goodly sum and very welcome. As I was counting it over, I glanced at the paper accompanying it. It was an acknowledgment of debt and mentioned the exact sum I should find in the wallet, $2,753.67. Pointing them out to James, I remarked, "The figures are in different ink from the words. How do you account for that?" I thought his answer rather long in coming, though when it did come it was calm, if not studied. "I presume," he said, "that the sum was inserted at Sutherland town after Mr. Orr was quite sure just how much he could spare for the liquidation of this old debt." "Very likely," I assented, not bestowing another thought upon the matter. But today it has been forced back upon my attention in a curious if not providential way. I was over in Sutherland town for the first time since my illness, and having some curiosity about my unfortunate but honest debtor, I went to the hotel and asked to see the room in which he died. It being empty, they at once showed it to me, and satisfied that he had been made comfortable in his last hours. I was turning away when I espied on a table in one corner an inkstand and what seemed to be an old copybook. Why I stopped and approached this table I do not know, but once in front of it I remembered what Zabel had said about the figures, and taking up the pen I saw there, I dipped it in the ink pot and attempted to scribble a number or two on a piece of loose paper I found in the copybook. The ink was thick and the pen corroded, so that it was not till after several ineffectual efforts that I succeeded in making any strokes that were at all legible. But when I did, they were so exact similar in color to the numbers inserted in Mr. Orr's memorandum, which I had fortunately brought with me, that I was instantly satisfied this special portion of the writing had been done, as James had said, in this room, and with the very pen I was then handling. As there was nothing extraordinary in this, I was turning away, when a gust of wind from the open window lifted the loose sheet of paper I had been scribbling on and landed it, the other side up, on the carpet. As I stooped for it, I saw figures on it, and feeling sure that they had been scrawled there by Mr. Orr in his attempt to make the pen write, I pulled out the memorandum again and compared the two minutely. They were the work of the same hand, but the figures on the stray leaf differed from those in the memorandum in a very important particular. Those in the memorandum began with a 2, while those on the stray sheet began with a 7. A striking difference. Look, Agatha, here is the piece of paper just as I found it. You see here, there, and everywhere the one set of figures, 7,753.67. Here it is hardly legible. Here it is blotted with too much ink. Here it is faint but sufficiently distinct. And here, well, there can be no mistake about these figures. 7,753.67. Yet the memorandum reads 2,753.67, and the money returned to me amounts to 2,753.67, a clean $5,000 difference. Here, James, my father paused, perhaps to give me a commiserating look, though I did not need it, perhaps to give himself a moment in which to regain courage for what he still had to say. I did not break the silence. I was too sure of your integrity. Besides, my tongue could not have moved if it would. All my faculties seemed frozen except that instinct which cried out continually within me, no, there is no fault in James. He has done no wrong. No one but himself shall ever convince me that he has robbed anyone of anything except poor me of my poor heart. But inner cries of this kind are inaudible, and after a moment's interval my father went on. $5,000 is no petty sum, and the discrepancy in the two sets of figures which seemed to involve me in so considerable a loss set me thinking. Convinced that Mr. Orr would not be likely to scribble one number over so many times, if it was not the one then in his mind, I went to Mr. Forsyth's office and borrowed a magnifying glass, through which I again subjected the figures in the memorandum to a rigid scrutiny. The result was a positive conviction that they had been tampered with after their first writing, either by Mr. Orr himself or by another whom I need not name. The 2 had originally been a 7. And I could even see where the top line of the 7 had been given a curl and where a horizontal stroke had been added to the bottom. Agatha, I came home as troubled a man as there was in all these parts. I remembered the suppressed excitement which had been in James Zabel's face when he handed me over the money, and I remembered also that you loved him, or thought you did, and that, love or not love, you were pledged to marry him. If I had not recalled all this, I might have proceeded more warily. As it was, I took the bold and open course and gave James Zabel an opportunity to explain himself. Agatha, he did not embrace it. He listened to my accusations and followed my finger when I pointed out the discrepancy between the two sets of figures, but he made no protestations of innocence, nor did he show me the front of an honest man when I asked if he expected me to believe that the wallet had held only $2,000 and over when Mr. Orr handed it over to him. On the contrary, he seemed to shrink into himself like a person whose life has been suddenly blasted, and replying that he would expect me to believe nothing except his extreme contrition at the abuse of confidence of which he had been guilty, begged me to wait till tomorrow before taking any active steps in the matter. I replied that I would show him that much consideration if he would immediately drop all pretensions to your hand. This put him on a bad way, but he left, as you see, with such a simple injunction to you to seek from me an explanation of his strange departure. Does that look like innocence, or does it look like guilt?" I found my tongue at this and passionately cried, "James Zabel's life, as I have known it, shows him to be an honest man. If he has done what you suggest, given you but a portion of the money entrusted to him, and altered the figures in the memorandum to suit the amount he brought you, then there is a discrepancy between this act and all the other acts of his life which I find it more difficult to reconcile than you did the two sets of figures in Mr. Orr's handwriting. Father, I must hear from his own lips a confirmation of your suspicions before I will credit them. And this is why I write to you so minute an account of what passed between my father and myself last night. If his account of the matter is a correct one, and you have nothing to add to it in way of explanation, then the return of this letter will be token enough that my father has been just in his accusations, and that the bond between us must be broken. But if, oh James, if you are the true man I consider you, and all that I have heard is a fabrication or mistake, then come to me at once. Do not delay, but come at once, and the sight of your face at the gate will be enough to establish your innocence in my eyes. Agatha. End of Part 1 of Why Agatha Webb Will Never Be Forgotten in Sutherland Town. Recorded by Gabby Cowan. Section 34 of Agatha Webb. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gabby Cowan. Agatha Webb by Katharine Green. Part 2 of Why Agatha Webb Will Never Be Forgotten in Sutherland Town. The letter that followed this was very short. Dear James, the package of letters has been received. God help me to bear this shock to all my hopes and the death of all my girlish beliefs. I am not angry. Only those who have something left to hold on to in life can be angry. My father tells me he has received a packet too. It contained $5,000 in 10 $500 notes. James, James, was not my love enough, that you should want my father's money too? I have begged my father, and he has promised me to keep the cause of this rupture secret. No one shall know from either of us that James Zabel has any flaw in his nature. The next letter was dated some months later. It is to Philemon. Dear Philemon, The gloves are too small. Besides, I never wear gloves. I hate their restraint and do not feel there is any good reason for hiding my hands in this little country town where everyone knows me. Why not give them to Hattie Weller? She likes such things, while I have had my fill of finery. A girl whose one duty is to care for a dying father has no room left in her heart for vanities. Dear Philemon, it is impossible. I have had my day of love and my heart is quite dead. Show your magnanimity by ceasing to urge me any longer to forget the past. It is all you can do for Agatha. Dear Philemon, you will have my hand, though I have told you that my heart doesn't go with it. It is hard to understand such persistence, but if you are satisfied to take a woman of my strength against her will, then God have mercy upon you, for I will be your wife. But do not ask me to go to Sutherland town. I will live here, and do not expect to keep up your intimacy with the Zabels. There is no tie of affection remaining between James and myself, but if I am to shed that half light over your home, which is all I can promise and all that you can hope to receive, then keep me from all influence but your own. That this in time may grow sweet and dear to me is my earnest prayer today, for you are worthy of a true wife. Agatha. Dear John, I am going to be married. My father exacts it, and there is no good reason why I should not give him this final satisfaction. At least, I do not think there is. But if you or your brother differ from me, say good-bye to James from me. I pray that his life may be peaceful. I know that it will be honest. Agatha. Dear Philemon, my father is worse. He fears that if we wait till Tuesday, he will not be able to see us married. Decide, then, what our duty is. I am ready to abide by your pleasure. Agatha. The following is from John Zabel to his brother James, and is dated one day after the above. Dear James, when you read this, I will be far away, never to look in your face again, unless you bid me. Brother, I meant it for the best, but God was not with me, and I have made 4 hearts miserable without giving help to anyone. When I read Agatha's letter, the last for more reasons than one that I shall ever receive from her, I seemed to feel as never before what I had done to blast your 2 lives. For the first time I realized to the full that but for me she might have been happy, and you the respected husband of the one grand woman to be found in Portchester. That I had loved her so fiercely myself came back to me in reproach, and the thought that she perhaps suspected that the blame had fallen where it was not deserved roused me to such a pitch that I took the sudden and desperate resolution of telling her the truth before she gave her hand to Philemon. Why the daily sight of your misery should not have driven me before to this act, I cannot tell. Some remnants of the old jealousy may have been still festering in my heart, or the sense of the great distance between your self-sacrificing spirit and the selfishness of my weaker nature risen like a barrier between me and the only noble act left for a man in my position. Whatever the cause, it was not till today the full determination came to brave the obloquy of a full confession. But when it did come, I did not pause till I reached Mr. Gilchrist's house and was ushered into his presence. He was lying on the sitting-room lounge, looking very weak and exhausted, while On one side of him stood Agatha, and on the other Philemon, both contemplating him with ill-concealed anxiety. I had not expected to find Philemon there, and for a moment I suffered the extreme agony of a man who has not measured the depth of the plunge he is about to take. But the sight of Agatha trembling under the shock of my unexpected presence restored me to myself and gave me firmness to proceed. Advancing with a bow, I spoke quickly the one word I had come there to say. "Agatha, I have done you a great wrong, and I am here to undo it. For months I have felt driven to confession, but not till today have I possessed the necessary courage. Now, nothing shall hinder me." I said this because I saw in both Mr. Gilchrist and Philemon a disposition to stop me where I was. Indeed, Mr. Gilchrist had risen on his elbow, and Philemon was making that pleading gesture of his which we know so well. Agatha alone looked eager. "What is it?" she cried. "I have a right to know." I went to the door, shut it, and stood with my back against it, a figure of shame and despair. Suddenly the confession burst from me. "Agatha," said I, "why did you break with my brother James? Because you thought him guilty of theft, because you believed he took the $5,000 out of the sum entrusted to him by Mr. Orr for your father. Agatha, it was not James who did this, it was I, and James knew it, and bore the blame of my misdoing, because he was always a loyal soul, and took account of my weakness, and knew, alas, too well, that open shame would kill me." It was a weak plea and merited no reply, but the silence was so dreadful and lasted so long that I felt first crushed and then terrified. Raising my head, for I had not dared to look any of them in the face, I cast one glance at the group before me and dropped my head again, startled. Only one of the three was looking at me, and that was Agatha. The others had their heads turned aside, and I thought, or rather the passing fancy took me, that they shrank from meeting her gaze with something of the same shame and dread I myself felt. But she, can I ever hope to make you realize her look, or comprehend the pang of utter self-abasement with which I succumbed before it? It was so terrible that I seemed to hear her utter words, though I am sure she did not speak, and with some wild idea of stemming the torrent of her reproaches, I made the effort at explanation, and impetuously cried, "It was not for my own good, Agatha, not for self altogether. I did this. I too loved you, madly, despairingly, and, good brother as I seemed, I was jealous of James, and hoped to take his place in your regard if I could show a greater prosperity, and get for you those things his limited prospects denied him. You enjoyed money, beauty, ease. I could see that by your letters, and if James could not give them to you, and I could, oh, do not look at me like that. I see now that millions could not have bought you." "Despicable," was all that came from her lips, at which I shuddered and groped about for the handle of the door, but she would not let me go, subduing with an unexpected grand self-restraint the emotions which had hitherto swelled too high in her breast for either speech or action. She thrust out one arm to stay me, and said in short, commanding tones, "How was this thing done? You say you took the money, yet it was James who was sent to collect it, or so my father says." Here she tore her looks from me, and cast one glance at her father. What she saw I cannot say, but her manner changed, and henceforth she glanced his way as much as mine, and with nearly as much emotion. "I am waiting to hear what you have to say," she exclaimed, laying her hand on the door over my head, so as to leave me no opportunity for escape. I bowed and attempted an explanation. "Agatha," said I, "the commission was given to James, and he rode to Sutherland town to perform it. But it was on the day when he was accustomed to write to you, and he was not easy in his mind, for he feared he would miss sending you his usual letter. When, therefore, he came to the hotel and saw me in Philemon's room, I was often there in those days, often without Philemon's knowing it, he saw, or thought he did, a way out of his difficulties. Entering where I was, he explained to me his errand, and we being then, though never, alas, since, one in everything but the secret hopes he enjoyed, he asked me if I would go in his stead to Mr. Orr's room, present my credentials, and obtain the money while he wrote the letter with which his mind was full. Though my jealousy was aroused and I hated the letter he was about to write, I did not see how I could refuse him. So after receiving such credentials as he himself carried, and getting full instructions how to proceed, I left him writing at Philemon's table, and hastened down the hall to the door he had pointed out. If Providence had been on the side of guilt, the circumstances could not have been more favorable for the deception I afterwards played. No one was in the hall, no one was with Mr. Orr to note that it was I instead of James who executed Mr. Gilchrist's commission. But I was thinking of no deception then. I proceeded quite innocently on my errand, and when the feeble voice of the invalid bade me enter, I experienced nothing but a feeling of compassion for a man dying in this desolate way, alone. Of course Mr. Orr was surprised to see a stranger, but after reading Mr. Gilchrist's letter, which I handed him, he seemed quite satisfied, and himself drew out the wallet at the head of his bed and handed it over. "You will find," said he, "a memorandum inside of the full amount, 7,758.67. I should like to have returned Mr. Gilchrist the full 10,000 which I owe him, but this is all I possess, barring $100 which I have kept for my final expenses. Mr. Gilchrist will be satisfied," I assured him. "Shall I make you out a receipt?" He shook his head with a sad smile. "I shall be dead in 24 hours. What good will a receipt do me?" But it seemed unbusinesslike not to give it, so I went over to the table where I saw a pen and paper, and recognizing the necessity of counting the money before writing a receipt, I ran my eye over the bills, which were large, and found the wallet contained just the amount he had named. Then I glanced at the memorandum. It had evidently been made out by him at some previous time, for the body of the writing was in firm characters and the ink blue, while the figures were faintly inscribed in muddy black. The 7 especially was little more than a straight line, and as I looked at it, the devil that is in every man's nature whispered at first carelessly, then with deeper and deeper insistence, how easy it would be to change that 7 to a 2. Only a little mark at the top, and the least additional stroke at the bottom, and these figures would stand for 5,000 less. It might be a temptation to some men. It presently became a temptation to me, for glancing furtively up, I discovered that Mr. Orr had fallen either into a sleep or into a condition of insensibility which made him oblivious to my movements. $5,000! Just the sum of the 10 $500 bills that made the bulk of the amount I had counted. In this village, and at my age, this sum would raise me at once to comparative independence. The temptation was too strong for resistance. I succumbed to it, and seizing the pen before me, I made the fatal marks. When I went back to James, the wallet was in my hand, and the 10 $500 bills in my breast pocket. Agatha had begun to shudder. She shook so she rattled the door against which I leaned. And when you found that Providence was not so much upon your side as you thought, when you saw that the fraud was known and that your brother was suspected of it, don't, I pleaded, don't make me recall that hour. But she was inexorable. Recall that and every hour, she commanded. Tell me why he sacrificed himself, why he sacrificed me to a cur. She feared her own tongue. She feared her own anger, and stopped. Speak, she whispered, and it was the most ghastly whisper that ever left mortal lips. I was but a foot from her, and she held me as by a strong enchantment. I could not help obeying her. To make it all clear, I pursued, I must go back to the time I rejoined James in Philemon's room. He had finished his letter when I entered and was standing with it sealed in his hand. I may have cast it a disdainful glance. I may have shown that I was no longer the same man I had been when I left him a half hour before, for he looked curiously at me for a moment previous to saying, "Is that the wallet you have there? Was Mr. Orr conscious, and did he give it to you himself?" "Mr. Orr was conscious," I returned, and I didn't like the sound of my voice, careful as I was to speak naturally. "But he fainted just before I came out, and I think you had better ask the clerk as you go down to send someone up to him." James was weighing the pocketbook in his hand. "How much do you think there is in here?" The debt was 10,000. I had turned carelessly away and was looking out of the window. "The memorandum inside gives the figures as 2,000, I declared. "He apologizes for not sending the full amount. He hasn't it." Again I felt James looking at me. Why? Could he see that guilty wad of bills lying on my breast? "How came you read the memorandum?" he asked. "Mr. Orr wished me to. I looked at it to please him." This was a lie, the first I had ever uttered. James's eyes had not moved. "John," said he, "this little bit of business seems to have disturbed you. I ought to have attended to it myself. I am quite sure I ought to have attended to it myself." "The man is dying," I muttered. "You escaped a sad sight. Be satisfied that you have got the money. Shall I post that letter for you?" He put it jealously in his pocket, and again I saw him look at me, but he said nothing more except that he repeated that same phrase, "I ought to have attended to it myself. Agatha might better have waited." Then he went out, but I remained till Philemon came home. My brother and myself were no longer companions. A crime divided us, a crime he could not suspect yet, which made itself felt in both our hearts, and prepared him for the revelation made to him by Mr. Gilchrist some weeks after. That night he came to Sutherland town, where I was, and entered my bedroom, not in the fraternal way of the old days, but as an elder enters the presence of a younger. "John," he said without any preamble or preparation, "where are the $5,000 you kept back from Mr. Gilchrist? The memorandum said 7 and you delivered to me only 2. There are death knells sounded in every life. Those words sounded mine, or would have if he had not immediately added, 'There, I knew you had no stamina. I have taken your crime on myself. Who am I really to blame for it, since I delegated my duty to another? And you will only have to bear the disgrace of having James Zabel for a brother. In exchange, give me the money. It shall be returned tomorrow. You cannot have disposed of it already, after which you, or rather I, will be in the eyes of the world only a thief in intent, not in fact.' Had he only stopped there! But he went on. 'Agatha is lost to me, John. In return, be to me the brother I always thought you up to the unhappy day the sin of Achan came between us.' You were lost to him. It was all I heard. You were lost to him. Then, if I acknowledged the crime, I should not only take up my own burden of disgrace, but see him restored to his rights over the only woman I had ever loved. The sacrifice was great, and my virtue was not equal to it. I gave him back the money, but I did not offer to assume the responsibility of my own crime. And since—" in what a hard tone she spoke, "I have had to see Philemon gradually assume the rights James once enjoyed." "John," she asked. She was under violent self-restraint. "Why do you come now?" I cast my eyes at Philemon. He was standing as before, with his eyes turned away. There was discouragement in his attitude, mingled with a certain grand patience. Seeing that he was better able to bear her loss than either you or myself, I said to her very low, "I thought you ought to know the truth before you gave your final word. I am late, but I would have been too late a week from now." Her hand fell from the door, but her eyes remained fixed on my face. Never have I sustained such a look, never will I encounter such another. "It is too late now," she murmured. "The clergyman has just gone who united me to Philemon." The next minute her back was towards me. She had faced her father and her new made husband. "Father, you knew this thing." Keen, sharp, incisive, the words rang out. "I saw it in your face when he began to speak." Mr. Gilchrist drooped slightly. He was a very sick man, and the sin had been a trying one. "If I did," was his low response, "it was but lately. You were engaged then to Philemon. Why break up this second match?" She eyed him as if she found it difficult to credit her ears. Such indifference to the claims of innocence was incredible to her. I saw her grand profile quiver, then the slow ebbing from her cheek of every drop of blood indignation had summoned there. "And you, Philemon?" she suggested, with a somewhat softened aspect. "You committed this wrong ignorantly, never having heard of this crime. You could not know on what false grounds I had been separated from James." I had started to escape, but stopped just beyond the threshold of the door as she uttered these words. Philemon was not as ignorant as she supposed. This was evident from his attitude and expression. Agatha," he began, but at this first word, and before he could clasp the hands held helplessly out before her, she gave a great cry, and staggering back, eyed both her father and himself in a frenzy of indignation that was all the more uncontrollable from the superhuman effort which she had hitherto made to suppress it. "You too!" she shrieked. "You too! And I have just sworn to love, honor, and obey you! Love you, honor you, the unconscionable wretch who—" But here Mr. Gilchrist rose, weak, tottering, quivering with something more than anger. He approached his daughter and laid his finger on her lips. "Be quiet," he said. "Philemon is not to blame. A month ago he came to me and prayed that as a relief to his mind I would tell him why you had separated yourself from James. He had always thought the match had fallen through on account of some foolish quarrel or incompatibility, but lately he had feared there was something more than he suspected in this break, something that he should know. So I told him why you had dismissed James, and whether he knew James better than we did, or whether he had seen something in his long acquaintance with these brothers which influenced his judgment, he said at once, 'This cannot be true of James. It is not in his nature to defraud any man.' But John, I might believe it of John. Isn't there some complication here? I had never thought of John, and did not see how John could be mixed up with an affair I had supposed to be a secret between James and myself. But when we came to locate the day, Philemon remembered that on returning to his room that night he had found John awaiting him. As his room was not 5 doors from that occupied by Mr. Orr, he was convinced that there was more to this matter than I had suspected. But when he laid the matter before James, he did not deny that John was guilty, but was peremptory in wishing you not to be told before your marriage. He knew that you were engaged to a good man, a man that your father approved, a man that could and would make you happy. He did not want to be the means of a second break, and besides, and this, I think, was the bottom of the stand he took, for James Zabel was always the proudest man I ever knew. He never could bear, he said, to give to one like Agatha a name which he knew and she knew was not entirely free from reproach. It would stand in the way of his happiness and ultimately of hers. His brother's dishonor was his. So while he still loved you, his only prayer was that after you were safely married and Philemon was sure of your affection, he should tell you that the man you once regarded so favorably was not unworthy of that regard. To obey him, Philemon has kept silent, while Agatha, what are you doing? Are you mad, my child?" She looked so for the moment, tearing off the ring which she had worn but an hour. She flung it on the floor. Then she threw her arms high up over her head and burst out in an awful voice, "Curses on the father! Curses on the husband who have combined to make me rue the day I was born! The father I cannot disown, but the husband—" "Hush!" It was Mr. Gilchrist who dared her fury. Philemon said nothing. "Hush! He may be the father of your children. Don't curse." But she only towered the higher, and her beauty, from being simply majestic, became appalling. "Children!" she cried. "If ever I bear children to this man, may the blight of heaven strike them as it has struck me this day. May they die as my hopes have died, or if they live, may they bruise his heart as mine is bruised, and curse their father as—" Here I fled the house. I was shaking as if this awful denunciation had fallen on my own head. But before the door closed behind me, a different cry called me back. Mr. Gilchrist was lying lifeless on the floor, and Philemon, the patient, tender Philemon, had taken Agatha to his breast and was soothing her there as if the words she had showered upon him had been blessings instead of the most fearful curses which had ever left the lips of a mortal woman. The next letter was in Agatha's handwriting. It was dated some months later, and was stained and crumpled more than any other in the whole packet. Could Philemon once have told why? Were these blotted lines the result of his tears falling fast upon them, tears of 40 years ago, when he and she were young and love had been doubtful? Was the sheet so yellowed and so seamed because it had been worn on his breast and folded and unfolded so often? Philemon, thou art in thy grave, sleeping sweetly at last by the deeply idolized one. But these marks of feeling still remain indissolubly connected with the words that gave them birth. End of Part 2 of Why Agatha Webb Will Never Be Forgotten in Sutherland Town. Recorded by Gabby Cowan. Section 35 of Agatha Webb. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gabby Cowan. Agatha Webb by Katharine Green. Part 3 of Why Agatha Webb Will Never Be Forgotten in Sutherland Town. Dear Philemon, you are gone for a day and a night only, but it seems a lengthened absence to me, meriting a little letter. You have been so good to me, Philemon, ever since that dreadful hour following our marriage, that sometimes, I hardly dare yet to say always, I feel that I am beginning to love you, and that God did not deal with me so harshly when he cast me into your arms. Yesterday I tried to tell you this when you almost kissed me at parting, but I was afraid it was a momentary sentimentality, and so kept still. But today such a warm well spring of joy rises in my heart when I think that tomorrow the house will be bright again, and that in place of the empty wall opposite me at table, I shall see your kindly and forbearing face. I know that the heart I had thought impregnable has begun to yield, and that daily gentleness and a boundless consideration from one who had excuse for bitter thoughts and recrimination are doing what all of us thought impossible a few short months ago. Oh, I am so happy, Philemon, so happy to love where it is now my duty to love. And if it were not for that dreadful memory of a father dying with harsh words in his ears, and the knowledge that you, my husband, yet not my husband, are bearing ever about with you echoes of words that in another nature would have turned tenderness into gall, I could be merry also, and sing as I go about the house, making it pleasant and comfortable against your speedy return. As it is, I can but lay my hand softly on my heart as its beatings grow too impetuous, and say, God bless my absent Philemon, and help him forgive me. I forgive him, and love him as I never thought I could. That you may see that these are not the weak outpourings of a lonely woman, I will here write that I heard today that John and James Zabel have gone into partnership in the shipbuilding business, John's uncle having left him a legacy of several $1,000s. I hope they will do well. James, they say, is full of business and is, to all appearance, perfectly cheerful. This relieves me from too much worry in his regard. God certainly knew what kind of a husband I needed. May you find yourself equally blessed in your wife. Another letter to Philemon a year later. Dear Philemon, hasten home, Philemon. I do not like these absences. I am just now too weak and fearful, since we knew the great hope before us. I have looked often in your face for a sign that you remembered what this hope cannot but recall to my shuddering memory. Philemon, Philemon, was I mad? When I think what I said in my rage, and then feel the little life stirring about my heart, I wonder that God did not strike me dead rather than bestow upon me the greatest blessing that can come to a woman. Philemon, Philemon, if anything should happen to the child! I think of it by day, I think of it by night. I know you think of it too, though you show me such a cheerful countenance and make such great plans for the future. Will God remember my words, or will he forget? It seems as if my reason hung upon this question. A note this time in answer to one from John Zabel. Dear John, thank you for your words, which could have come from nobody else. My child is dead. Could I expect anything different? If I did, God has rebuked me. Philemon thinks only of me. We understand each other so perfectly now that our greatest suffering comes in seeing each other's pain. My load I can bear, but his, come and see me, John, and tell James our house is open to him. We have all done wrong, and are caught in one net of misfortune. Let it make us friends again. Below this, in Philemon's hand. My wife is superstitious. Strong and capable as she is, she has regarded this sudden taking off of our firstborn as a sign that certain words uttered by her on her marriage day, unhappily known to you, and, as I take it, to James also, have been remembered by the righteous God above us. This is a weakness which I cannot combat. Can you, who alone of all the world beside know both it and its cause, help me by a renewed friendship, whose cheerful and natural character may gradually make her forget? If so, come like old neighbors, and dine with us on our wedding day. If God sees that we have buried the past and are ready to forgive each other the faults of our youth, perhaps he will further spare this good woman. I think she will be able to bear it. She has great strength, except where a little child is concerned. That alone can henceforth stir the deepest recesses of her heart. After this a gap of years, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 children were laid away to rest in Portchester churchyard. Then Philemon and she came to Sutherland town, but not till after a certain event had occurred, best made known by this last letter to Philemon. Dearest husband, our babe is born, our sixth and our dearest, and the reproach of its first look had to be met by me alone. Oh, why did I leave you and come to this great Boston, where I have no friend but Mrs. Sutherland? Did I think I could break the spell of fate or Providence by giving birth to my last darling among strangers? I shall have to do something more than that if I could save this child to our old age. It is borne in upon me like fate that never will a child prosper at my breast or survive the clasp of my arms. If it is to live, it must be reared by others. Some woman, who has not brought down the curse of heaven upon her by her own blasphemies, must nourish the tender frame and receive the blessings of its growing love. Neither I nor you can hope to see recognition in our babe's eye. Before it can turn upon us with love, it will close in its last sleep, and we will be left desolate. What shall we do, then, with this little son? To whose guardianship can we entrust it? Do you know a man good enough, or a woman sufficiently tender? I do not. But if God wills that our little Frederick should live, He will raise up someone. By the pang of possible separation already tearing my heart, I believe that He will raise up someone. Meanwhile, I do not dare to kiss the child, lest I should blight it. He is so sturdy, Philemon, so different from all the other 5. I open this to add that Mrs. Sutherland has just been in with her 5 weeks old infant. His father is away too, and has not yet seen his boy, and this is their first after 10 years of marriage. Oh, that my future opened before me as brightly as hers. The next letter opens with a cry. Philemon, come to me, Philemon. I have done what I threatened. I have made the sacrifice. Our child is no longer ours, and now perhaps he may live. But oh, my breaking heart, my empty arms, help me to bear my desolation, for it is for life. We will never have another child. And where is it? Ah, that is the wonder of it. Near you, Philemon, yet not too near. Mrs. Sutherland has it, and you may have seen its little face through the car window if you were in the station last night when the express passed through to Sutherlandtown. Ah, but she has her burden to bear too, an awful secret burden like my own, only she will have the child for Philemon. She has taken it in lieu of her own, which died last night in my sight, and Mr. Sutherland doesn't know what she has done, and never will, if you keep the secret, as I shall, for the sake of the life of our little innocent has thus won. What do I mean, and how was it all? Philemon, it was God's work, all but the deception, and that is for the good of all, and to save 4 broken hearts. Listen. Yesterday, only yesterday, it seems a month ago, Mrs. Sutherland came again to see me with her baby in her arms. Mr. Sutherland is expected home, as you know, this week, and she was about to start out for Sutherlandtown, so as to be in her own house when he came. The baby was looking well, and she was the happiest of women, for the one wish of his heart and hers had been fulfilled, and she was soon going to have the bliss of showing the child to his father. My own babe was on the bed asleep, and I, who am feeling wonderfully strong, was sitting up in a little chair as far away from him as possible. Not out of hatred or indifference, oh no, but because he seemed to rest better when left entirely by himself, and not under the hungry look of my eye. Mrs. Sutherland went over to look at it. Oh, he is fair like my baby, she said, and almost as sturdy, though mine is a month older, and she stooped down and kissed him. Philemon, he smiled for her, though he never had for me. I saw it with a greedy longing that almost made me cry out. Then, I turned to her, and we talked. Of what? I cannot remember now. At home we had never been intimate friends. She is from Sutherland town, and I am from Portchester, and the distance of 9 miles is enough to estrange people. But here, each with a husband absent and a darling infant lying asleep under our eyes, interests we have never thought identical drew us to one another, and we chatted with ever increasing pleasure, when suddenly Mrs. Sutherland jumped out in a terrible fright. The infant she had been rocking on her breast was blue. The next minute it shuddered. The next it lay in her arms dead. I heard the shriek, yet, with which she fell with it still in her arms to the floor. Fortunately no other ears were open to her cry. I alone saw her misery. I alone heard her tale. The child had been poisoned. Philemon poisoned by her! She had mistaken a cup of medicine for a cup of water, and had given the child a few drops in a spoon just before setting out from her hotel. She had not known at the time what she had done, but now she remembered that the fatal cup was just like the other, and that the two stood very near together. Oh, her innocent child! And oh, her husband! It seemed as if the latter thought would drive her wild. He has so wished for a child, she moaned. We have been married 10 years, and this baby seemed to have been sent from heaven. He will curse me. He will hate me. He will never be able after this to bear me in his sight. This was not true of Mr. Sutherland, but it was useless to argue with her. Instead of attempting it, I took another way to stop her ravings. Lifting the child out of her hands, I first listened at its heart, and then, finding it was really dead— Philemon, I have seen too many lifeless children not to know. I began slowly to undress it. "What are you doing?" she cried. "Mrs. Webb, Mrs. Webb, what are you doing?" For reply I pointed to the bed, where 2 little arms could be seen feebly fluttering. "You shall have my child," I whispered. "I have carried too many babies to the tomb to dare risk bringing up another." And catching her poor wandering spirit with my eye, I held her while I told her my story. "Philemon, I saved that woman." Before I had finished speaking, I saw the reason return to her eye, and the dawning of a pitiful hope in her passion-drawn face. She looked at the child in my arms, and then she looked at the one in the bed, and the long-drawn sigh with which she finally bent down and wept over our darling told me that my cause was won. The rest was easy. When the clothes of the 2 children had been exchanged, she took our baby in her arms and prepared to leave. Then I stopped her. "Swear," I cried, holding her by the arm and lifting my other hand to heaven. "Swear you will be a mother to this child. Swear you will love it as your own and rear it in the paths of truth and righteousness." The convulsive clasp with which she drew the baby to her breast assured me more than her shuddering. I swear that her heart had already opened to it. I dropped her arm and covered my face with my hands. I could not see my darling go. It was worse than death. For the moment it was worse than death. "Oh God, save him," I groaned. "God make him an honor." But here she caught me by the arm. Her clutch was frenzied. Her teeth were chattering. "Swear in your turn," she gasped. "Swear that if I do a mother's duty by this boy, you will keep my secret, and never, never reveal to my husband, to the boy, or to the world that you have any claims upon him." It was like tearing the heart from my breast with my own hand, but I swore. "Philemon," and she in her turn drew back. But suddenly she faced me again, terror and doubt in all her looks. "Your husband," she whispered. "Can you keep such a secret from him? You will breathe it in your dreams." "I shall tell him," I answered. "Tell him." The hair seemed to rise on her forehead, and she shook so that I feared she would drop the babe. "Be careful," I cried. "See, you frighten the babe. My husband has but one heart with me. What I do, he will subscribe to. Do not fear, Philemon." So I promised, in your name. Gradually she grew calmer. When I saw she was steady again, I motioned her to go. Even my more than mortal strength was failing. And the baby, Philemon, I have never kissed it, and I did not kiss it then. I heard her feet draw slowly towards the door. I heard her hand fall on the knob, heard it turn, utter one cry, and then they found me an hour after, lying along the floor, clasping the dead infant in my arms. I was in a swoon, and they all think I fell with the child, as perhaps I did, and that its little life went out during my insensibility. Of its features, like and yet unlike our boy's, no one seems to take heed. The nurse who cared for it is gone, and who else could know that little face but me? They are very good to me, and are full of self-reproaches for leaving me so long in my part of the building alone. But though they watch me now, I have contrived to write this letter, which you will get with one, telling of the baby's death, and my own dangerous condition. Destroy it, Philemon, and then come. Nothing in all the world will give me comfort but your hand laid under my head and your true eyes looking into mine. Ah, we must love each other now, and live humbly. All our woe has come from my early girlish delight in gay and elegant things. From this day on I eschew all vanities, and find in your affection alone the solace which heaven will not deny to our bewildered hearts. Perhaps in this way the blessing that has been denied us will be visited on our child, who will live, I am now sure, to be the delight of our hearts and the pride of our eyes, even though we are denied the bliss of his presence and affection. Mrs. Sutherland was not seen to enter or go out of my rooms. Being on her way to the depot, she kept on her way, and must be now in her own home. Her secret is safe, but ours, oh, you will help me to preserve it. Help me not to betray. Tell them I have lost 5 babies before this one. Delirious. There may be an inquest. She must not be mentioned. Let all the blame fall on me, if there is blame. I fell. There is a bruise on the baby's forehead, and I am growing incoherent. I will try and direct this, and then love, oh God. A scroll for the name. Under it these words: though bidden to destroy this, I have never dared to do so. Some day it may be of inestimable value to us or our boy. Philemon Webb. This was the last letter found in the first packet. As it was laid down, sobs were heard all over the room, and Frederick, who for some time now had been sitting with his head in his hands, ventured to look up and say: "Do you wonder that I endeavored to keep this secret, bought at such a price and sealed by the death of her I thought my mother and of her who really was? Gentlemen, Mr. Sutherland loved his wife and honored her memory. To tell him, as I shall have to within the hour, that the child she placed in his arms 25 years ago was an alien, and that all his love, his care, his disappointment, and his sufferings had been lavished on the son of a neighbor, required greater courage than to face doubt on the faces of my fellow townsmen, or anything in short but absolute arraignment on the charge of murder. Hence my silence, hence my indecision, till this woman," here he pointed a scornful finger at Amabel, now shrinking in her chair, "drove me to it by secretly threatening me with a testimony which would have made the murderer of my mother and the lasting disgrace of a good man who alone has been without blame from the beginning to the end of this desperate affair. She was about to speak when I forestalled her. My punishment, if I deserve such, will be to sit and hear in your presence the reading of the letters still remaining in the coroner's hands." These letters were certain ones written by Agatha to her unacknowledged son. They had never been sent. The first one dated from his earliest infancy, and its simple and touching hopefulness sent a thrill through every heart. It read as follows: 3 years old, my darling, and the health flush has not faded from your cheek, nor the bright gold from your hair. Oh, how I bless Mrs. Sutherland that she did not rebuke me when your father and I came to Sutherland town and set up our home where I could at least see your merry form toddling through the streets, holding on to the hand of her who now claims your love. My darling, my pride, my angel, so near and yet so far removed. Will you ever know, even in the heaven to which we all look for joy after our weary pilgrimage is over, how often in this troubled world, and in these days of your early infancy, I have crept out of my warm bed, dressed myself, and without a word to your father, whose heart it would break, gone out and climbed the steep hillside just to look at the window of your room, to see if it were light or dark, and you awake or sleeping, to breathe the scent of the eglantine which climbs up to your nursery window. I have braved the night damps and the watching eyes of heaven. But you have a child's blissful ignorance of all this. You only grow and grow and live, my darling, live, which is the only boon I crave, the only recompense I ask. Have I but added another sin to my account, and brought a worse vengeance on myself than that of seeing you die in your early infancy? Frederick, my son, I heard you swear today, not lightly, thoughtlessly, as boys sometimes will in imitation of their elders, but bitterly, revengefully, as if the seeds of evil passions were already pushing to life in the boyish breast. I thought so innocent. Did you wonder at the strange woman who stopped you? Did you realize that awful woe from which my commonplace words sprang? No, no, what grown mind could take that in, least of all a child's? To have forsworn the bliss of motherhood and entered upon a life of deception for this! Truly heaven is implacable, and my last sin is to be punished more inexorably than my first. There are worse evils than death. This I have always heard, but now I know it. God was merciful when he slew my babies, and I, presumptuous in my rebellion, and the efforts with which I tried to prevent his work. Frederick, you are weak, dissipated, and without conscience. The darling babe, the beautiful child, has grown into a reckless youth, whose impulses Mr. Sutherland will find it hard to restrain, and over whom his mother I call her your mother, has little influence, though she tries hard to do a mother's part and save herself and myself from boundless regret. My boy, do you feel the lack of your own mother's vigor? Might you have lived under my care and owned a better restraint, and learned to work and live a respectable life in circumstances less provocative of self-indulgence? Such questions, when they rise, are maddening. When I see them form themselves in Philemon's eyes, I drive them out with all the force of my influence, which is still strong over him. But when they make way in my own breast, I can find no relief, not even in prayer. Frederick, were I to tell you the truth about your parentage, would the shock of such an unexpected revelation make a man of you? I have been tempted to make the trial at times. Deep down in my heart I have thought that perhaps I should best serve the good man who is growing grey under your waywardness, by opening up before you the past and present agonies of which you are the unconscious centre. But I cannot do this while she lives. The look she gave me one day when I approached you a step too near at the church door proves that it would be the killing of her to reveal her long preserved secret now. I must wait her death, which seems near, and then no, I cannot do it. Mr. Sutherland has but one staff to lean on, and that is you. It may be a poor one, a breaking one, but it is still a staff. I dare not take it away. I dare not. Ah, if Philemon was the man he was once, he might counsel me, but he is only a child now, just as if God had heard my cry for children and had given me him. More money, and still more money, and I hate it except for what it will do for the poor and incapable about me. How strange are the ways of Providence to us who have no need of aught beyond a competence. Money pours in almost against our will, while to those who long and labor for it, it comes not, or comes so slowly. The life wears out in the waiting and the working. The Zabels now, once well-to-do shipbuilders, with a good business and a home full of curious works of art, they now appear to find it hard to obtain even the necessities of life. Such are the freaks of fortune, or should I say the dealings of an inscrutable Providence. Once I tried to give something out of my abundance to these old friends, but their pride stood in the way and the attempt failed. Worse than that, as if to show that benefits should proceed from them to me rather than from me to them, James bestowed on me a gift. It is a strange one, nothing more nor less than a quaint Florentine dagger, which I had often admired for its exquisite workmanship. Was it the last treasure he possessed? I am almost afraid so. At all events, it shall lie here in my table drawer, where I alone can see it. Such sights are not good for Philemon. He must have cheerful objects before him, happy faces such as mine tries to be. But ah, I would gladly give my life if I could once hold you in my arms, my erring but beloved son. Will the day ever come when I can? Will you have strength enough to hear my story and preserve your peace and let me go down to the grave with the memory of one look, one smile that is for me alone? Sometimes I foresee this hour and I am happy for a few short minutes, and then some fresh story of your recklessness is wafted through the town, and—" What stopped her at this point we shall never know. Some want of Philemon's, perhaps. At all events, she left off here, and the letter was never resumed. It was the last secret outpouring of her heart. With this broken sentence Agatha's letters terminated. That afternoon, before the inquiry broke up, the jury brought in their verdict. It was death by means of a wound inflicted upon herself in a moment of terror and misapprehension. It was all his fellow townsmen could do for Frederick. End of Part 3 of Why Agatha Webb Will Never Be Forgotten in Sutherland Town. Recorded by Gabby Cowan. Section 36 of Agatha Webb. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gabby Cowan. Agatha Webb by Katharine Green. Chapter 33. Father and Son. But Frederick's day of trial was not yet over. There was a closed door to open and a father to see, as in his heart he still called Mr. Sutherland. Then there were friends to face, and foes, under conditions he better than anyone else knew were in some regards made worse rather than better by the admissions and revelations of this eventful day. Agnes, for instance. How could he meet her pure gaze? But it was his father he must first confront, his father to whom he would have to repeat in private the tale which robbed the best of men of a past, and took from him a son, almost a wife, without leaving him one memory calculated to console him. Frederick was so absorbed in this anticipation that he scarcely noticed the 2 or 3 timid hands stretched out in encouragement toward him, and was moving slowly toward the door, behind which his father had disappeared so many hours before, when he was recalled to the interest of the moment by a single word, uttered not very far from him. It was simply, "Well?" but it was uttered by Knapp and repeated by Mr. Courtney. Frederick shuddered, and was hurrying on when he found himself stopped by a piteous figure that, with appealing eyes and timid gestures, stepped up before him. It was Amabel. "Forgive," she murmured, looking like a pleading saint. "I did not know. I never dreamed. You were so much of a man, Frederick, that you bore such a heart, cherished such griefs, were so worthy of love and a woman's admiration. If I had—" Her expression was eloquent, more eloquent than he had ever seen it, for it had real feeling in it, but he put her coldly by. "When my father's white hairs become black again, and the story of my shame is forgotten in this never forgetting world, then come back and I will forgive you." And he was passing on when another touch detained him. He turned, this time in some impatience, only to meet the frank eyes of Sweetwater. As he knew very little of this young man, save that he was the amateur detective who had by some folly of his own been carried off on the Hesper, and who was probably the only man saved from its wreck, he was about to greet him with some commonplace phrase of congratulation, when Sweetwater interrupted him with the following words: "I only wanted to say that it may be easier for you to approach your father with the revelations you are about to make, if you knew that in his present frame of mind he is much more likely to be relieved by such proofs of innocence as you can give him than overwhelmed by such as show the lack of kinship between you. For 2 weeks Mr. Sutherland has been bending under the belief of your personal criminality in this matter. This was his secret, which was shared by me. By you? Yes, by me. I am more closely linked to this affair than you can readily imagine. Some day I may be able to explain myself, but not now. Only remember what I have said about your father. Pardon me. I should perhaps say Mr. Sutherland, and act accordingly. Perhaps it was to tell you this that I was forced back here against my will by the strangest series of events that ever happened to a man. But," he added, with a sidelong look at the group of men still hovering about the coroner's table, "I had rather think it was for some more important office still. But this the future will show, the future which I seem to see lowering in the faces over there." And, waiting for no reply, he melted into the crowd. Frederick passed at once to his father. No one interrupted them during this solemn interview, but the large crowd that in the halls and on the steps of the building awaited Frederick's reappearance showed that the public interest was still warm in a matter affecting so deeply the heart and interests of their best citizen. When, therefore, that long closed door finally opened, and Frederick was seen escorting Mr. Sutherland on his arm, the tide of feeling which had not yet subsided since Agatha's letters were read vented itself in one great sob of relief, for Mr. Sutherland's face was calmer than when they had last seen it, and his step more assured, and he leaned, or made himself lean, on Frederick's arm, as if to impress upon all who saw them that the ties of years cannot be shaken off so easily, and that he still looked upon Frederick as his son. But he was not contented with this dumb show, eloquent as it was. As the crowd parted, and these 2 imposing figures took their way down the steps to the carriage which had been sent for them, Mr. Sutherland cast one deep and long glance about him, on faces he knew and on faces he did not know, on those who were near and on those who were far, and raising his voice, which did not tremble as much as might have been expected, said deliberately: "My son accompanies me to his home. If he should afterwards be wanted, he will be found at his own fireside. Good day, my friends. I thank you for the goodwill you have this day shown us both." Then he entered the carriage. The solemn way in which Frederick bared his head in acknowledgment of this public recognition of the hold he still retained on this one faithful heart struck awe into the hearts of all who saw it, so that the carriage rolled off in silence, closing one of the most thrilling and impressive scenes ever witnessed in that time-worn village. End of chapter 36. Father and Son. Recorded by Gabby Cowan.
Section 37 of Agatha Webb. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Agatha Webb by Anna Katharine Green. Not when they are young girls. But alas, all tides have their ebb as well as flow, and before Mr. Sutherland and Frederick were well out of the main street, the latter became aware that notwithstanding the respect with which his explanations had been received by the jury, there were many of his fellow townsmen who were ready to show dissatisfaction at his being allowed to return in freedom to that home where he had still every prospect of being called the young master. Doubt, that seed of ramifying growth, had been planted in more than one breast, and while it failed as yet to break out into any open manifestation, there were evidences enough in the very restraint visible in such groups of people as they passed that suspicion had not been suppressed or his innocence established by the over-favorable verdict of the coroner's jury. To Mr. Sutherland, suffering now from the reaction following all great efforts, much, if not all, of this quiet but significant display of public feeling passed unnoticed. But to Frederick, alive to the least look, the least sign that his story had not been accepted unquestioned, this passage through the town was the occasion of the most poignant suffering. For not only did these marks of public suspicion bespeak possible arraignment in the future, but through them it became evident that even if he escaped open condemnation in the courts, he could never hope for complete reinstatement before the world, nor, what was to him a still deeper source of despair, anticipate a day when Agnes's love should make amends to him for the grief and errors of his more than wayward youth. He could never marry so pure a being while the shadow of crime separated him from the mass of human beings. Her belief in his innocence and the exact truth of his story, and he was confident she did not believe him, could make no difference in this conclusion. While he was regarded openly or in dark corners or beside the humblest fireside as a possible criminal, neither Mr. Sutherland nor her father, nor his own heart even, would allow him to offer her anything but a friend's gratitude, or win from her anything but a neighbor's sympathy. Yet in bidding good-bye to larger hopes and more importunate desires, he parted with the better part of his heart and the only solace remaining in this world for the boundless griefs and tragic experiences of his still young life. He had learned to love through suffering, only to realize that the very nature of his suffering forbade him to indulge in love. And this seemed a final judgment, even in this hour of public justification. He had told his story and had been for the moment believed. But what was there in his life? What was there in the facts as witnessed by others? What was there in his mother's letters, and the revelation of their secret relationship, to corroborate his assertions, or to prove that her hand and not his had held the weapon when the lifeblood gushed from her devoted breast? Nothing, nothing. Only his word to stand against all human probabilities and natural interference. Only his word and the generous nature of the great-hearted woman who had thus perished. Though a dozen of his fellow citizens had by their verdict professed their belief in his word and given him the benefit of a doubt involving his life as well as his honor, he, as well as they, knew that neither the police nor the general public were given to sentimentality, and that the question of his guilt still lay open and must remain so till his dying day. For from the nature of things no proof of the truth was probable. Batsy being dead, only God and his own heart could know that the facts of that awful half-hour were as he had told them. Had God in his justice removed in this striking way his only witness, as a punishment for his sins and his mad indulgence in acts so little short of crime as to partake of its guilt and merit its obloquy? He was asking himself this question as he bent to fasten the gate. His father had passed in, the carriage had driven off, and the road was almost solitary, but not quite. As he leaned his arm over the gate and turned to take a final glance down the hillside, he saw, with what feelings no one will ever know, the light figure of Agnes advancing on the arm of her father. He would have drawn back, but a better impulse intervened, and he stood his ground. Mr. Halliday, who walked very close to Agnes, cast her an admonitory glance which Frederick was not slow in interpreting, then stopped reluctantly, perhaps because he saw her father, perhaps because he knew that an interview between these two were unavoidable and had best be quickly over. Frederick found his voice first. "Agnes," said he, "I am glad of this opportunity for expressing my gratitude. You have acted like a friend, and have earned my eternal consideration, even if we never speak again." There was a momentary silence. Her head, which had drooped under his greeting, rose again. Her eyes, humid with feeling, sought his face. "Why do you speak like that?" said she. "Why shouldn't we meet? Does not every one recognize your innocence? And will not the whole world soon see, as I have, that you have left the old life behind, and have only to be your new self to win every one's regard?" "Agnes," returned Frederick, smiling sadly as he observed the sudden alarm visible in her father's face at these enthusiastic words, "you know me perhaps better than others do, and are prepared to believe my words and my more than unhappy story. But there are few like you in the world. People in general will not acquit me, and if there was only one person who doubted—" Mr. Halliday began to look relieved. "I would fail to give any promise of the new life you hope to see me lead, if I allowed the shadow under which I undoubtedly rest to fall in the remotest way across yours. You and I have been friends and will continue such, but we will hold little intercourse in future, hard as I find it to say so. Does not Mr. Halliday consider this right? As your father he must." Agnes's eyes, leaving Frederick's for a moment, sought her father's. Alas! There was no mistaking their language. Sighing deeply, she again hung her head. "Too much care for people's opinion," she muttered, "and too little for what is best and noblest in us. I do not recognize the necessity of a farewell between us any more than I recognize that any one who saw and heard you to-day can believe in your guilt. But there are so many who did not hear and see me. Besides," here he turned a little and pointed to the garden in his rear, "for the past week a man, I need not state who, nor under what authority he acts, has been hiding under that arbor, watching my every movement, and almost counting my sighs. Yesterday he left for a short space, but to-day he is back. What does that argue, dear friend? Innocence completely recognized does not call for such guardianship." The slight frame of the young girl bending so innocently toward him shuddered involuntarily at this, and her eyes, frightened and flashing, swept over the arbor before returning to his face. "If there is a watcher there, and if such a fact proves you to be in danger of arrest for a crime you never committed, then it behooves your friends to show where they stand in this matter, and by lending their sympathy, give you courage and power to meet the trials before you." "Not when they are young girls," murmured Frederick, and casting a glance at Mr. Halliday, he stepped softly back. Agnes flushed and yielded to her father's gentle pressure. "Good-bye, my friend," she said, the quiver in her tones sinking deep into Frederick's heart. "Some day it will be good morrow," and her head turned back over her shoulder took on a beautiful radiance that fixed itself forever in the hungry heart of him who watched it disappear. When she was quite gone, a man, not the one whom Frederick had described as lying in hiding in the arbor, but a different one, in fact, no other than our old friend the constable, advanced around the corner of the house and presented a paper to him. It was the warrant for his arrest on a charge of murder. End of Section 37. Recording by Sharon Kilmer, Rio Medina, Texas.
Section 38 of Agatha Webb. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Wooly B. Agatha Webb by Katharine Green. Sweetwater pays his debt at last to Mr. Sutherland. Frederick's arrest had been conducted so quietly that no hint of the matter reached the village before the next morning. Then the whole town broke into uproar, and business was not only suspended, but the streets and docks overflowed with gesticulating men and excited women, carrying on in every corner and across innumerable doorsteps the endless debate which such an action on the part of the police necessarily opened. But the most agitated face, though the stillest tongue, was not to be seen in town that morning, but in a little cottage on an arid hill slope overlooking the sea. Here Sweetwater sat and communed with his great monitor, the ocean, and only from his flashing eye and the firm set of his lips could the mother of Sweetwater see that the crisis of her son's life was rapidly approaching, and that on the outcome of this long brooding rested not only his own self-satisfaction, but the interests of a man most dear to them. Suddenly, from that far horizon upon which Sweetwater's eye rested with a look that was almost a demand, came an answer that flushed him with a hope as great as it was unexpected. Bounding to his feet, he confronted his mother with eager eyes and outstretched hand. "Give me money, all the money we have in the house. I have an idea that may be worth all I can ever make or can ever hope to have. If it succeeds, we can save Frederick Sutherland. If it fails, I have only to meet another one of Knapp's scornful looks." "But it won't fail. The inspiration came from the sea, and the sea, you know, is my second mother." What this inspiration was he did not say, but it carried him presently into town and landed him in the telegraph office. The scene later in the day, when Frederick entered the village under the guardianship of the police, was indescribable. Mr. Sutherland had insisted upon accompanying him, and when the well-loved figure and white head were recognized, the throng, which had rapidly collected in the thoroughfare leading to the depot, succumbed to the feelings occasioned by this devotion, and fell into a wondering silence. Frederick had never looked better. There is something in the extremity of fate which brings out a man's best characteristics, and this man, having much that was good in him, showed it at the moment as never before in his short but over-eventful life. As the carriage stopped before the courthouse on its way to the train, a glimpse was given of his handsome head to those who had followed him closest, and as there became visible for the first time in his face, so altered under his troubles, a likeness to their beautiful and commanding Agatha, a murmur broke out around him that was half a wail and half a groan, which affected him so that he turned from his father, whose hand he was secretly holding, and taking the whole scene in with one flash of his eye, was about to speak, when a sudden hubbub broke out in the direction of the telegraph office, and a man was seen rushing down the street holding a paper high over his head. It was Sweetwater. "News!" he cried. "News! A cablegram from the Azores! A Swedish sailor!" But here a man with more authority than the amateur detective pushed his way to the carriage and took off his hat to Mr. Sutherland. "I beg your pardon," said he, "but the prisoner will not leave town today. Important evidence has just reached us." Mr. Sutherland saw that it was in Frederick's favor and fainted on his son's neck. As the people beheld his head fall forward and observed with the look which Frederick received him in his arms, they broke into a great shout. "News! News!" they shrieked. "News! Frederick Sutherland is innocent! See, the old man has fainted from joy!" And the caps went up and the tears fell before a mother's son of them knew what grounds he had for his enthusiasm. Later, they found they were good and substantial ones. Sweetwater had remembered the group of sailors who had passed by the corner of Agatha's house just as Batsy fell forward on the window sill, and, cabling to the captain of the vessel at the first port at which they were likely to put in, was fortunate enough to receive in reply a communication from one of the men, remembered the words she shouted. They were in Swedish, and none of his mates had understood them, but he recalled them well. They were: "Hjälp! Hjälp! Frun håller på att döda sig, hon har en kniv. Hjälp! Hjälp!" In English: "Help! Help! My mistress kills herself. She has a knife. Help! Help!" The impossible had occurred. Batsy was not dead, or at least her testimony still remained, and had come at Sweetwater's beck from the other side of the sea to save her mistress's son. Sweetwater was a made man, and Frederick? In a week he was the idol of the town. In a year? But let Agnes's contented face and happy smile show what he was then. Sweet Agnes, who first despised, then encouraged, then loved him, and who, next to Agatha, commanded the open worship of his heart. Agatha is first, must be first, as anyone can see who beholds him, on a certain anniversary of each year, bury his face in the long grass which ever yielded to the pressure of life's deepest tragedy. The End. End of section 38. Recording by Wooly B. End of Agatha Webb by Katharine Green.
Every story leaves a trace, some in history, others in the shadows. If this one made you think, question, or shiver just a little, you're in the right place. This is Truth Meets Fiction. Until next time, stay curious, stay sharp, and don't believe everything you're told.